What?
Oh. You don't know where I live.
Yes,
You don't know where she lives.
I know where
where
everyone
both of you
lives.
live, actually. I have both of your addresses.
Carrot, shut up.
And I'm in your house right now.
I swear these are all children.
That is...
I guess this could also be a cold
No,
open of
no, I
your
don't
mom
want-
jokes.
Why was that the first thing that you said immediately after I hit the start record button? Why?
Why?
I'm not gonna say it.
Why?
Why? But why?
Oh, no.
I mean, clearly it just doesn't matter. We're all children today.
This has gotten off to a rocky start, man.
This whole recording has been cursed.
This is like close to FUBAR.
This recording, this game, this month.
We're getting FUBAR, son. It's FUBAR time.
It's exciting. It was a busy month for me.
For all of us, actually.
Yeah, we were all incredibly busy.
I was taking care of my sister for 2 weeks, and then I had focused entirely on Scylla for another 2 weeks. I didn't have time to play the game.
Man.
And we had so many other games to play, too.
Well, yeah.
Like, I had the Wizard game, and then there was also the Redux mod that came out that I wanted to try.
Look,
yeah.
It's one thing if it's a critically acclaimed game that I'm sure I'm going to like, because then I just don't have to take it out of the cellophane or download it. I can just avoid playing it, and I'll be fine. It's another thing when it's a limited time gotcha for a character I like.
You gotta get that FOMO, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Another
Star Rail just came
You
out.
gotta get that FOMO.
He went
Lord.
to hard pity just to get
man. 90 pity for C1 Gerard, or excuse me, E1 Gerard.
It just
90 pity.
Really bad.
Oh my god.
I still only have one 5-star character in that game.
God, yeah. There was Star Rail, there was freaking Tears of the Kingdom.
Let's save this if we ever do a Star Rail one, but for now, can we focus?
Well, no, we're doing a Star Rail and Tears of the Kingdom podcast, didn't you know?
Yeah, this is about Star Rail and Tears of the Kingdom now.
Yeah, we're doing all of it. It's
in that case, if this isn't Pokemon, man, I'm just leaving.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
See, it was
he actually left, and now he's back.
Hi, welcome to the Experience
Sun and
podcast.
Moon!
This is our Sun and Moon episode.
Oh my god.
We're here into Gen 7. This
I
game
can't
has some neat
believe
things,
we've
such
been
as
doing this until
the
Gen
best
7.
opening. I'm glad we re-recorded.
Oh man, like I really do like this. Yeah, this is much better, much more energy.
And you can't forget.
Yeah,
we won't forget.
Never forget.
Today
the fact
we
that
have our usual myself, Dosha, Carrot, and Ark.
Hi.
They all say hi, and once again, we're talking about
Sherlock.
He can see the future in the future.
You can see the future.
We're just gonna make
my
Team
eye
4-star
allows
references.
me to see the future.
Does that mean I get to be Nappa?
Accuracy. You won't be able to stop me 1/3 of the time.
Vegeta. Go, Nappa!
Pokemon Sun and Moon are the 7th generation games. They came out on the 3DS in 2016. I believe that's the U.S. date. Oh,
no,
right.
This was the second game where it was worldwide.
Third game.
No, it was X and Y was the first worldwide.
Yeah, X, Y, then Auras.
Oh, Auras, right. I forgot about Auras. Never mind.
Sun and Moon.
Yep.
So, since this is a 7th generation game, oh, by the way, it went on to be pretty successful, it turns out. I always thought this one did poorly, but apparently that's not the case.
Sun and Moon is, like, me included, is a lot of people's, like, among favorites in Pokemon. It's such
in terms
of
disagree.
I personally think that Sun and Moon is when the series started taking a downturn.
No.
Look, people have been saying that for ages.
A lot of people...
I think that's true from Gen 6, but...
People have started saying that about that since Gen... like Johto.
5.
Since Johto. It's like, it started taking a downturn in Johto.
People have always been curmudgeoned about Pokemon. Yeah. I think that you could make an argument for 5. I think 6 is more definitive. where it
I
really
think
starts
6 is
going
the
on its
peak of
down.
Pokemon.
I
I mean,
disagree.
it can be, but also have its. I mean, like I like the
It
Generation
can't-
6 games.
wait,
I
hold
also
on.
think that they introduce a lot of things that make the series worse.
It can be also have. Is that what you just said?
It can what?
It can be also have. Is that what I just heard you say?
What was the context? I don't
You were
remember.
just like you were just stammering a bit, and I don't know why that stuck in my brain for a minute, but like I kind of liked how the like nonsensical that statement is. It's like the oh god, what is that? What is that word? I heard it from a fucking Russian Badger stream. It's like
No, it can be also bad. That's what I said.
it's wormst. That's it. Wormst.
Worms.
Wormst.
Oh,
Gonna
God.
catch a
Fucking
Wurmple next game
Wormst.
and name it Worms.
It's like
Curry, do you
where it's like
I'm
where
just
and
noticing
how and
Curry.
background knowledge.
Hey,
What?
Curry,
Yeah.
you're you have Capture Mouse on.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I should actually explain this. So this was recorded by our lovely Ark, and unfortunately the thing decided to record his mouse even if it was recorded. So do forgive that.
Oh, so that's not your. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the background footage. There's nothing we can really do about that.
The mouse
Totally scuffed.
gonna- the whole
Recorded.
time.
I clicked the button for not record mouse. I swear.
No, like
right.
yeah, he showed me. He showed it to me, and I was like, "Oh man, that's annoying." But we're
Well-
not re-recording all of Sun and Moon.
All right. Well, anyway.
So look, there's a
So
mouse.
let's see.
It's gonna be our pet
Sun and
mouse.
Moon.
We're gonna make a plushie of it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
In terms of sales, it looks like, according to this chart on Pokemon's fandom page, that Sun and Moon is actually the 4th best-selling Pokemon release.
Yeah, I can see that.
I know the first is Scarlet Violet. What are the next?
Well, let's see. Let me look at that. Scarlet and Violet is not the best, but they're up there.
The Scarlet and Violet, I think,
this is
was
in
like
millions
second.
of. I think I have it sorted by millions of units.
I mean, Scarlet and
So-
Violet sold the most out of any Pokemon game in its first 7 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sold the most out of that, and it's doing really well.
Mhm.
It sold 20 million units,
Jesus
20.6
wept.
million units.
What?
But that's not the most that a Pokemon game has sold.
Well,
Pokemon
yeah,
Watch.
but that's still
Isn't
really
it like
respectable.
50 million units or something like that?
Pokemon Gold and Silver did 23.7 million, and Pokemon Red, Green, and Blue did 31 million. Although I
That
think that's
count all
kind
of
of
the
cheating because
re-releases
that's
like on
like
the Virtual Console.
it's kind of like two. That
No.
doesn't include the Virtual Console. This is only the Game Boy numbers.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Also,
actually
the
really
Virtual
impressive.
Console numbers are actually really bad. They're comparatively. What
I
was
wonder why.
It sold, 1.5 million.
Wow, that's surprising, honestly.
I
I
mean,
thought
Not
the Virtual
really.
Console release is really good, especially for Gold,
Yeah,
Silver, Crystal, like when
you
they
would
gave you
think-
the
Well, that
Celebi
was-
event.
and
To
they're
be
only
clear, that was
$5
for Red,
each, right?
Green, Blue, and Yellow.
Oh wait, no, never mind. They're not $5 each anymore because the Virtual Console is just gone.
They don't exist.
That's right. If you're watching this video, the eShop is dead.
Yep, long live the eShop.
eShop.
You
I
mean
managed to
long
get in
death
right
the eShop?
before we closed down the eShop. So that means that I've got a couple. I've got a special Pokemon that you can only get from the demo.
Hold on, what is it that I got from the eShop? I remember I bought several
Unfortunately,
things
since
right before
I was
it
the one
closed.
recording, I did not get the special Pokemon off of the demo.
Yep.
But that was
But,
the
yeah.
last chance. I can't use it anywhere else. Anyway, point is, Sun and Moon sales 16.2 million. That puts it in the top fourth place.
Yeah,
Best selling,
that's pretty damn high, honestly.
which I was
Mhm.
surprised about. I just assumed because it seemed like every game for a while there was just selling less and less.
Mm-mm.
But I guess that was only true up till the 5th generation.
Like,
Yeah.
I remember when the 5th generation came out, which for reference's sake is Black 2 White or Black White Black 2 White 2. But I remember there was a lot of talk about Pokemon back then in terms of like a downturn, I think. And looking back, I don't think that was really fair. But it definitely like initiated a bunch of stuff in Pokemon going forward that was like debated on for years and years. But I feel like they've kind of smoothed that out for the most part and did a really good job, especially with Sun and Moon. Because Sun and Moon is just, it's a really nice generation mixed with a bunch of really good characters, very recognizable box legendaries, and they're really had a lot of fun with the writing in the game, honestly. There's just so much silly nonsense that goes on. And hey, look! Oh my god! There are characters in this game that undergo character development. Hi, Lily, how are you? You're the best thing to happen to Pokemon in fucking decades.
Hey, don't
Oh my
forget
god.
little
Lily
Nebby.
is pretty
So,
great.
how
That's
many
true.
times are we gonna talk about the artist who only draws Lily?
Oh my god.
Probably not
Never.
at all. Kinrico Protocol? Probably not.
Kenrico Protocol. He's really good, though. He does a lot of good art. It's
I think
all
it's
of Lily.
I don't remember. Oh,
Oh my god.
So,
whatever. I don't care.
I
We're
guess,
not. We don't
really
need to
quick,
talk about them.
so I what Curry mentioned there with the recognizable legendaries. I think Lunala is like obviously it's a well-designed Pokemon, but I think it's a bit like forgettable for me. The main reason that I remember these games and the legendaries is Solgaleo. And there's a
Hmm.
big reason why, and I will pull up the picture for that as I explain. Have you guys watched a little known Pokemon YouTuber known as Loxton and Noggin?
I've
I've
Yes,
never heard of them. No.
absolutely.
never once heard of
Look,
Loxton and
I can't
Noggin
wait
and
for
the
his
crystal
get
bullshit
for
theory
his
that they
own
proffer.
Pokemon game to come out, or his like made up Pokemon region come out as a game. So I want to play it.
Hmm.
What was it this?
So,
Oh man. Really quick as an aside, I think I read somewhere. So there's this is gonna go on a tangent. There is a Jellopocalypse video that they did where they streamed all of Pokemon, I think it was Coliseum or XD or maybe both. And there is this gym leader there. It's called a pre-gym leader. It's just like, I'm not good enough to be a gym leader anywhere else, but I'm gonna go out in the middle of the desert and make my own Pokemon League. Like that's kind of like what I imagine will eventually happen with Loxton and Noggin. They're just gonna be like, "Fuck it," and then walk out in the middle of nowhere and be like, "This is our region now." It's gonna be great. I can't wait.
No, he has his own legitimate region. Like
Isn't
he
that canon in the
created the
core
whole
region?
thing.
It is, yes.
just it is,
Carrot,
yes.
Carrot. Back to your thing before you were
Yeah,
interrupted.
please go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay, so, the main reason that I like this game, so when I was younger, when I first played this generation, I played Moon, and I'll talk a little bit, there's a little bit of history with me in this generation, but when I started playing Pokemon Sun and Moon, I kind of liked it, but once I found about why Solgaleo is, I fucking loved it. Do you guys know of, and we're gonna, for the first time in the stream, talk about, hit that button, please.
Ah, yes. This is what you were waiting for.
Yeah.
The green alchemical lion who eats the sun. That is what Solgaleo is based on. I can't find the picture, but I have a t-shirt which is Solgaleo eating the sun. It's fucking cool. If you don't know what it is, I'm not gonna spend 10 hours explaining it. Go look it up.
Just watch Full Metal Alchemist. You'll get the gist of it.
Yeah,
I'm not
or
even
just go
kidding.
watch the 10-hour documentary of Pokemon Sun and Moon is the reboot by Aloxton and Noggin. Okay, anyway, you can switch it back. So, yeah, Pokemon Sun and Moon. So before we get into like the start of like the story, the plot of the game, I guess I should go over my history for it first.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when Sun and Moon had came out, right when it came out, before it came out, I had taken a 2-year break from the series due to personal reasons, which in hindsight are really dumb, but I won't get into those reasons right now. I got into the game because a friend at the time said, essentially, yeah, those reasons are dumb. Just play lol. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
So then I enjoyed the game. I had some things I didn't like about it, but I did enjoy the game.
Yeah. It's like for me, I don't know if I want to call this one my absolute favorite Because it's so strange, because I like the story from Core Sun and Moon more than I like the story from Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, but Ultra Sun Ultra Moon adds in so many things to the game that, like, it's a definitively better version of Sun Moon, but the story in Sun Moon is different and honestly just straight better. It's so much neater. But honestly, the one thing that I don't like about this game is how unexpressionless your main character is. Like, that is the. You have that
Well,
same facial expression near constantly. That is
here's the
the
thing.
only qualm I
Here's the
have
thing.
against the game. I love it otherwise. It's fucking fantastic.
I thought that was true, but I saw at least one cutscene where you're like surprised about stuff.
Yeah, it's one cutscene.
It's like there's one cut. It's the one where when you first go to the Ether Foundation, I think.
Yeah. Like,
That one,
it's
you're like
just yeah,
surprised. You're like,
yeah.
whoa, what's going on? And that's the only time that ever.
But
happens, I
see,
think.
Yep.
it stands out so weirdly because everyone else is super expressive. Like, if
Yeah, if
you're
you switch it over, you got
yeah,
a picture of it right
like
here.
here's a really great example. Like, here's how you look 99% of the time throughout the entire game, right?
Like, did you just see random aliens coming out of a portal?
Yeah, exactly. It's like
Smile.
smile, look at the earth, look at the sky. I am as I will always be. You know, it's like it's
Yep.
this. It's just this. This is the only thing about the game that overtly bugs me, and I'm not even making this up. This is the thing that I definitively say about the game is not good. It's just the facial expression of the character. Because when you look at all the other facial expressions of all the other characters, like Lily is expressive, Hao is expressive, all the gym leaders and the Kahunas, all
Yeah,
of
Hal is
them are
super
expressive. You
I don't know,
are
I think-
so mute, and that is the one bad thing I can say about this game. That is the one complaint I have. Everything else I am relatively either like very neutral on or I think is absolutely fantastic. So again, I don't know if I would call this my absolute favorite, but I count it among like my top 3, maybe even top 2. It's very, very well done. I love this game.
All right, so I have my own story about the launch of Sun and Moon. And keep this in mind, I'm gonna out myself as somewhat of a terrible person right now. But
Go on.
yeah, so Sun and Moon had their at GameStop not only had a midnight release, they had a special thing going on. It was like a gym leader thing. So my friend and I got there, and what it was is
Yeah, I think it was there for that one.
Oh wait, I remember this too. Yeah, we all went.
Yeah, we all went.
Except
Yeah,
for
yeah.
except for
Well,
Karen.
but yeah, so
You could have gone too if you didn't just live in Ohio. Just don't do that.
Just leave the non-existent state of being that you exist in Ohio, and then
so
come
yeah,
here
so
with us. For
there
a bit.
was 3 teams.
True.
They had like 3 gym leaders, which were based off of the different teams off of Pokemon Go.
Mhm.
Instinct, Valor, and Mystic. Personally, I'm Team Instinct, but for some reason, even though that area had the least amount of Instinct players in the world, people wanting to go for the Instinct gym leader position was unsurmountable. Like, there were so many people. And I saw only one kid going for Valor. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go beat that kid.
Yeah, how about that? Pokemon Go launched that summer, didn't it?
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
did.
And so it was a best of 3, and I ruined that kid's hopes and dreams of being a gym leader in this
Bum, bum.
challenge that probably only ever happened once.
Fair enough.
But I did basically. I went almost undefeated. I only lost one battle due to this one person's substitute Solomons. Like, Jesus Christ, that was a menace. But I even beat the other. I beat the other gym leaders. I don't think I fought the other quote unquote gym trainers, but only like 2 or 3 people ever really got to me as the gym leader, anyways. But I beat all the other gym leaders. Took their like little wristband, like elastic wristbands, since that you gave them out for beating people. No one got mine because I'm just too good.
Is that how it is?
Yeah. Besides that one Solomons, but you know who cares? Who cares about that one loss? It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is I ruined that kid's hopes and dreams, and I still sleep at night.
Oh,
It's kind of fun to think that that's probably the first time I ever ran into you. Although I
don't
wouldn't
think
have known it. And in fact, I'm only just realizing this now because I didn't live in the we were roommates until a couple years later.
oh yeah,
no, we
that
were
is.
roommates that entire time.
I wasn't living in that apartment in 2016.
Yeah, it was
I
the
was living in a
year
different one.
after that.
Oh
Yeah.
that means I wasn't living at the apartments either.
Yeah, like I remember this because we went to because I went with Dosha to pick up the game, and I remember the battle league you're talking about. So it was
Mhm.
like we were all there and we didn't know each other yet.
I only had a
Holy
team on the
moly!
5 games.
I
And nobody
was the
wanted to
cash
play it.
register the whole time.
I
No,
was
you
a
weren't.
fly
Shut up.
on the wall forever.
Anyway, yeah. So that's that.
Oh man,
Interesting.
yeah, that's really
I
cool.
thought that was after I moved into the apartments.
No, it was
I can
before.
just imagine Curry and Dosha going home just thinking, man, that guy was an asshole. You just made that kid cry.
Man, what a douche.
No, it had to have been after the apartments because I remember I wasn't the one driving, and by the time I moved into the apartments, I didn't have the car.
Well, no, but I also remember you weren't in the or you weren't living together in the apartment yet because I remember Dosha's former roommates and you weren't one of them. You like changed completely.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Anyways,
so
moving on.
back to Pokemon
No, maybe
Sun
I
and
just
Pokemon
moved in.
Moon.
Now that I'm thinking about it a little more, I don't
I
know.
am very I'm very sure we at least did not know each other quite yet.
So,
Mhm.
I guess to move it back over, let's go ahead and start on with my next picture here, the first one for the actual game.
Woo.
Very interesting fact. This is kind of like a Kanto continuation in a way. Like it's not just a completely separate region this time.
Kind of. I mean, a big part of this whole thing is like a new development on the island based on what he saw in Kanto. So it's like they're trying to add the Pokemon League.
I mean, didn't our characters move from Kanto too? That's why we have the
Yeah,
Meow.
that's what the picture is on screen here.
Yep.
So yeah, that is that. And after that, next one here is wow, that's a
By the way,
styling hat,
probably
which it sure is. That's a damn styling hat.
This
worth
hat.
talking about is that it's they're not chibi this time.
Yep.
They moved to full 3D models.
Which
Not
Yep,
forever
and it
though.
looks a lot better.
in this specific instance, yeah, it's so strange how they managed to make it work here. I mean, admittedly, your walk cycle is very silly.
The
Well,
walk
like-
cycle is super silly.
It's just so. It's like you're just flailing your arms about. Like the run cycle looks great. It's specifically the walk cycle. It's so strange. But yeah, like all the characters look really good. Like, and this is 3DS. Like, I can't stress this enough. I would argue that this looks almost better than Sword and Shield. It's
Yeah,
So,
so
let's
Sword and
let's
Shield
not
has a
go
lot of
too
issues,
far.
which we'll talk about when we get to Sword and Shield.
Oh man,
Let's talk about this style and hat.
styling
No.
hat.
Well, it definitely
He
looks
wants
better
to
than
talk
Sword
about
and
that.
I do. It's cute.
I mean, to be fair, honestly, when I first saw this hat, I thought it was like a
It's a
beanie
weird
with
hat.
like a fluffy thing on the top, and the fluff just looked weird outlined in the drawing. Then when I saw it in 3D the first time and I realized it was supposed to be a flower, I just can't stop seeing this as like a bona fide pinwheel hat.
Yeah, I only ever saw it as the flower.
I'm just like I just want to walk up to it, just flick the flower and watch it spin.
I'm
Like that's
sure
all I
someone's
want.
made an animation of that.
Or just like a helicopter. It's like go
Vroom,
gadget
vroom,
copter.
vroom, 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 vroom.
It's just it's a silly hat. But then again, like so
Yeah, you
many
can-
of points in this game are just silly, and it's great. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah, when this game came out, I
Oh,
remember being
wait,
really
paused. There it
disappointed,
is.
like how goofy and unserious the game was overall. And it kind of felt to me like there was a de-emphasis of the core audience at the time. And then there was, a bunch of other things going on. This is around the time that you could really establish a pattern that, oh, we're going to have yearly releases forever now, huh?
Yeah.
That's too many. And then other stuff. At the time, I was really, I mean, I appreciate it more now, but at the time, I was like,
You were
this is
a
a step back.
you were a
This is a huge step
joyless
back.
son of a bitch.
Disillusioned with Pokemon. I skipped the next game. That was the first time I think I've ever done that.
Like,
Last time too.
I think I
I've never not
remember.
played a Pokemon game, and that was I did not play Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I just skipped it.
It'll be interesting
remember-
seeing Ultra Sun Moon on your first playthrough next time.
I remember
Yeah.
just like with this thing, there was also the whole big deal with the anime because it made a very huge directional
All right,
shift.
if we're talking about the anime, I'll take the floor. Jesus
Yeah, it got
hold
Christ,
up,
the
hold up,
animation.
hold up,
off.
hold up.
No, we're not talking about the anime.
Hold up. This is not going to open a can of worms, but
It
I am
already
going to
did.
say I have.
Why not? It's the best one they've made so far.
I have honestly softened so much on the newer animation style for Pokemon. It looks so good.
Right?
Like, it's so expressive and fluid,
It
and
is
it's
too
really
expressive.
neat. It's so good.
Oh yeah, speaking of the anime, we're now at the point where they retired Ash.
Yeah, this just recently happened in the background, I think
Yeah,
last
Pokemon
month.
ended.
Yeah, Pokemon ended and then began
Crazy.
again.
Crazy to think about. Pokemon's
God.
just over now.
Man,
Ash
There's a
became
new
a
one, but
full-fledged
Pokemon's over.
champion, and now they retired him.
Well, no, yeah, you didn't need to say that part.
and now they have supplanted, or well, not even really supplanted. They just have a new character now, and she's great. Holy crap! I've only seen
Go ahead
like
and
clips
switch
of
over.
the new episode, but it's fantastic. We will in just a moment. However, I do want to say, goddamn, Team Rocket should have gotten a better send off than what they got. Holy shit.
I have no idea what they got, but I'll watch it later.
Yeah, don't
It
worry
was
about it.
disrespectful.
But like,
That's
look
all
at
you
this.
need to know.
Look at this animation, though. Look at this. This
I will
is the
eventually
Sun and
watch it.
Moon. Look at this
Real
shit.
talk,
It's
I tried-
great.
Honestly, that's almost JoJo.
It's amazing. Look at
I
this
tried to
crap.
watch X and Y a couple of years ago to try and get through all of it, and I was like, oh, this is bad. This is like normal Pokemon episodes. I thought this was supposed to be good suddenly.
So
And it
while
wasn't.
looking
It's
up
just
that,
normal Pokemon episodes, and those are never really all that good, to be honest.
James looks like an actual monkey. I can't get it
you got
out
to
of
get
my
past
head.
like the first part of X and Y. It gets really good after that. So while looking up that picture there, I found this,
Nom.
and I don't know why,
Nom.
but there it is.
Visuals are better.
Nom 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 nom
Oh,
nom nom nom.
And lastly,
Now,
one more thing that I found in the process.
why are they transparent?
What is this?
Funny? That's what it is.
What
Children,
the fuck?
I swear.
What the fuck cursed nonsense is this? Actually,
Right.
It's the thumbnail. That's what it is.
is this cursed or blurst? I
It's
think it might be
cursed.
blurst because this is making me smile and I can't explain why.
What do you mean you can't explain why? They
It's
face swapped.
I
slowly.
should be disturbed.
What do you mean it's funny.
It's really good.
It's really funny.
Oh no. Okay, moving swiftly on. Moving
I wanna put more
swiftly
people's
on.
faces on Pokemon.
Oh
What happens if
my
I
god.
take Booker's face and I put it on Floette?
Oh my god.
No, please don't. But also,
See that?
so this
That sounds
game
hilarious.
actually has a map, and it actually tells you where your objective is at all times.
Yeah. This is the first Pokemon game to actually have an objective system, which, frankly, I thought I would dislike much more than I actually did. But
Yep,
like,
gone is the PSS and the other various things that are on the bottom of your screen that you're only going to use in certain situations. Now we have our
Rotom deck.
Rotom decks.
oh
I'll
god,
put a
can
picture
we
of them.
talk about this?
We can,
is-
I
and
want to talk about this.
It's a
now
mini map.
before before Curry gets into his thing, I'm gonna pull up a picture so we can all admire him. And while we admire him, I do want
When
to point out one thing.
he
It is he, that's true. Um, this Rotom is very divisive in the States. In Japan, he's exceptionally popular.
everyone
Yeah, I'm not a
loves him in
huge fan
Japan.
of Rotom decks.
Honestly, I really just the thing that I don't like about Rotom decks, it's not really the design. I'm fine with it. Like I find it kind of hilarious that Rotom is just ubiquitous in the Pokemon world now. It's basically just like a
Yeah,
trained
like it used to be a
dog.
rarity.
Yeah, it
Well,
used to be rare, and then they just started shoving it into everything because it's like, wow, this is actually a ridiculously
well,
I,
like universal Pokemon.
I think it would be pretty cool if we could catch a Rotom Dex and use that in a fight instead of it being ubiquitous.
I mean, this is fair. But like the thing that I don't like about the Rotom decks,
how
if
did
I'm
you get
being
the
Yeah,
Rotom?
but
honest,
what typing would a Rotom Dex be though?
Ghost Electric. But like
So then
the
there'd be
thing
no
that I
point.
can't stand about it
It's normal electric,
is
so you can
it's
touch
a
it.
gameplay thing, right? Cuz see, I don't mind the idea of a Rotom Dex. I don't mind the idea of like a living Pokedex. That's not what turns me off of it. That's not what its design is not what turns me off to it either. It's the fact that when I like try to use the map or
Yeah,
like use anything in like the lower screen, I have to like click through and wait for dialogue from this damn thing before I actually am able to use it.
Yeah, that's a little annoying.
Like
He
it's
talks
just
too much.
it's slightly irritating. It's just irking because like when you're like, oh, I actually need to look at the map to see where I need to go. Click text, click click click, skip text, whatever. Like that is the
Yeah,
only
speaking
problem
of
I have
clicking,
with Rotom decks, but it is really frustrating sometimes.
I
this
mean,
is
I'm not really sure I understand. I just click the map and it pulls up the map.
Like if you click on it, then he'll pull up like a text box, and then you have to click on it again to like skip the
No,
text box and pull
so
up the map.
the way it works, and they explain this once ever, uh, and I imagine most people click through it. If you tap on the middle of the screen, it gives you a hint as to where you're supposed to go next. If you tap off the center of the screen but still on the map, then you open up the map.
Oh, yeah, no, I
But you
never
were
knew
opening the map
that.
with the touch screen?
Yeah, you just poke it with your finger. It's really
Yep,
easy. But like, I
that's
guess that I
so.
was just type. Well, you poke the exact middle because you would
Well,
think that that's what you need to interact with, right? Because there's the map right there in the middle. That's
yeah.
weird. Why
So
did they set it up like that?
I don't know why they set it up like that. You would think that that would be like. It would be nice if they had like a little help button or like a talk button or something.
Yeah.
That's what they should have probably done, but they made it the middle of the map. And then I
Okay.
think
Yeah.
the way they explain it means that a lot of people didn't realize that that's the case. So a lot
Hmm.
of people just kind of.
I'm actually gonna open my game and try that really quick because that I'm just very curious about that. Hold on.
but yeah, this is
Yeah, I
also
always
the
open the
first
map the regular way like you do in normal Pokemon games.
No, I just click the screen.
this is also the first game that has fully fledged cutscenes, and they did it in the worst possible way by making them unskippable.
Well, I
What?
don't necessarily have I think that it's kind of annoying when you have to do a cutscene more than once, but and yeah, it should be skippable more if you do it more than once. I think the first playthrough, though, if you're only ever playing through the game once, then unskippable cutscenes aren't going to matter.
Well, I mean, still, I mean, it should be. You should still have the option to skip the cutscene.
I think you should only have the option to skip the cutscene if you've already seen the cutscene.
No, because
But
then that
Pokemon,
would.
there wouldn't be a chance for that.
Man, that's
Uh,
actually
well,
strange. Okay, so I
Yeah,
pulled it
because
up
if
and
you have a new
I'm
save file, then it's still gonna be like you've never seen the cutscene before.
well, I'll be
yeah,
damned. Yeah, okay, Dosha is right. It matters where you click. So if you click in the dead middle of the screen, it gives you like a
Rotom
hint.
Tech is the one who told me that.
If
Don't
you if
credit me
you
for it.
for some reason if you click on the top half of the screen, he does tricks. Or excuse me, if you click on the top left or top right corner, he does a little trick and he'll do like a flippy and do all of that. If you click on the dead middle like top between his eyes, it pulls up the Pokedex If you hit the middle exactly, it gives you the hint. And then if you hit on the bottom screen, then it pulls up the map. Why is it like that?
I think you just have to tap on the map, but not the middle of the map.
No, like, I'm tapping on, like, the very bottom of the screen, and that's what's pulling it up. Because, like, even if I tap
I'm sure
slightly...
that does. I'm saying you can do it other ways, too.
Even if I tapped, like, slightly inside of the screen, it shows the... It shows, like, the hint. It's like, hey, you should go and do this. That's so weird. Okay, yeah, I never noticed that.
It worked when I did it. I just tapped it a little bit to the side, but still on the map.
I am doing that right now, and I'm just getting nothing but messages. Okay, maybe... Okay, so it's just any lower outer edge of the map that opens the map,
you can also
and then
touch the
anything
upper
in the
edge
middle.
of the map.
No, that opens up my Pokedex.
Huh? It doesn't for me. I'm doing it right now. It's opening the map.
Are you using a stylus or your finger?
Well, I'm using a stylus.
Oh, that might be why.
If I use my finger, I bet I can still do it, though.
Let's see.
Yep.
Eh. Okay.
Anyway, so
But anyway, moving on.
My only issue with Rotom Dex is twofold. You can only have 6 Pokemon in your party. Where is the 7th one coming from?
It's not in a Pokeball.
Well, presumably, I mean, see, the Rotom Dex introduces a lot of world-building questions.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it can speak.
It can speak. It's helping you despite being like a Pokemon that's known for being like a trickster.
Incredibly mischievous, yes.
Right?
Did the Pokedex itself, was that device it went into, did that, like, tame it?
I mean, it is possible that, like, you know,
I mean, maybe
mulligan Pokemon
it's
professors.
supposed to be like a prototype device. It's not a full release. So I guess the idea is that maybe it's Kukui's Rotom.
It could be.
Yeah, in the game,
yeah.
it shows this piece here, and this is going to be a very low quality because the best I could find. They showed this here, which is the Pokedex plus the Rotom.
It could be that this specific device was designed so that once Rotom was integrated into it, it automatically translates the Rotom. Because, like, the thing that's unique about Rotom, as opposed to a lot of other, like, Pokemon, is that it integrates into whatever it's, you know, whatever it's fused with.
Devices.
Like, so if it interfaces with an electronic device that has, you know, a language processor, or that has a, you know, an information bank or something, it can just gain access to that knowledge, and it can speak using the language thing. Like, that doesn't seem too out there of a concept. So it's able to talk because the computer knows how to talk.
Out there, the concept.
So I was looking more into the Rotom Dex thing. We actually learned something interesting, though it could be a mistake in the animation. In one of the episodes of the anime, Rotom Dex is shown to be monoelectric.
Oh, that's interesting, actually.
Well, that could be true. I mean, why not? Just
wait.
That could
Also,
still
did
be
you
electric
know
normal.
there's a Rotom Dex plushie?
Why
Yes,
is it the back?
Makes sense.
Why did you bring up a picture of its ass?
That's the first thing that came up.
I mean, you
I will
said
find
he
the
was
front.
popular in Japan, so
He's popular in Japan. Hug the backside of your Rotom.
That's right, and also don't forget to hug the front side. There you
Okay,
go.
that actually is kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. In a like, so many things get more cute when they're made into a plushie.
Yeah, but a Rotom Dex wouldn't be soft.
What if it's like fleshy?
Oh.
What if it's like an entirely like an organic computer system?
No, hurry, stop it. No, bad. Stop.
Okay, well, let's just move on. By the way, it's also a camera.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll probably talk about
We'll
that
get to
later.
the camera function later. I have a lot of pictures of the Pokefinder.
Okay. Anyway.
I hope you're
Anyway,
not sharing all of them.
So, while we're talking
I
about
am.
specific characters, I already kind of
No.
half mentioned Lily. There's a bunch of really good characters in this. Like, right now on screen, there's like How, who's the quote unquote like classic rival. Like,
Is he really classic as a rival though?
he
I
has
mean,
Kind of the
a...
opposite of a
ones have
rival. He
actually
picks
been
your
trying
opposite
to
type.
rival
Yeah,
you.
I guess not classic. Maybe he is the quote-unquote rival in the game. This also is yet another game where it's like your quote-unquote rival takes the Pokemon that's less powerful than yours because it's like the poor type matchup.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
very strange.
This is the first game where the main rival does that. But I mean, like what I'm trying to say is this game's rival behaves more like Shauna from Generation 6 than he does like any of the previous rivals.
I
Yeah,
guess
I've
more
seen
of
a
like
lot of people
a
suggest
friend.
that we're the rival.
Yeah. I like that. I really do like... I remember that coming up when this game first came out. But yeah, no, there's a lot of really, really nice characters in this game. The gym leaders, I would argue, most of them are very memorable. The Kahunas are very memorable. It has some of the best antagonists in the entire Pokemon series. Like there's a lot of good designs and good choices and good writing put into this game. Oh, and of course, there's
There are a lot of
also
really good, well-designed
A lot of
Pokemon
good
from this
music.
game.
what is his name? The masked wrestler?
Oh, the masked. Yeah, I have some pictures that we'll talk
Master
about when we
Royale.
get to
We'll
him.
get to
Yeah, the masked
We'll
royale.
get to, we'll
Yeah,
get to him. We'll get to him.
he's important, but man, yeah. Oh, and Nebby.
Yeah.
How can we forget Nebby?
Yeah, go ahead and switch it over to my stream here.
Hi,
So he
Nebby.
says pew.
He does
Look at
indeed say
him.
Nebby is the best
pew.
character in any Pokemon game.
Honestly, yeah.
Nebby is a
Look at him.
precious little bean. Look at him.
Who needs to get into the fucking bag?
Get into the bag, Nebby.
Get in the bag.
Get in the bag.
Get in the bag.
Get in the bag,
So-
Nebby.
Just get exponentially more and more
If
like
anyone
deeper
who
and
is
more mean.
somehow watching hasn't noticed, take a look at the bottom left side of your monitor,
I
and
will
you'll
say,
see Hurry's wonderful creation.
no. I cannot take credit for this. I did find that on Google. I could not find
Oh, I
who
thought you created that, my
originally
bad.
made it. I could not find who originally made it. If you did originally make this, I will gladly give you credit for it. But yeah, that was just... I couldn't not put that there. It's so good. Get in the bag might actually be the most memorable thing from this game. I don't know how that's possible.
With the second most memorable thing being the bottom right side of the screen, which we'll talk about when we get there.
Oh yeah. But no, it's like this entire game just is... It's so good. So much personality to it. I love it.
Yeah. So, now that we've gotten to that starting area really quick, let's just go over one thing really quick. What starter did you pick going down the line? You can switch it over again. I picked this thing, the water dog with the pink nose,
He's so cute.
and then I threw it in the trash, and I picked another thing, and I put a fish in the team.
Man, you heartless monster.
And I named it DIY Kyogre.
Of course you did.
Thank you.
Well, I also picked Poplio, and I actually ended up putting its final Evo on my team. I always really liked Primarina. It's such a neat design. It's
I like
really
the
good.
noises it makes when it does its attacks.
Let me see. Ark, what about you? Who'd you pick?
Well, we saw him pick
Oh, is he not
earlier
here?
in the footage here.
I
It's a
picked-
Rowlet. Oh,
Yeah, I picked the Rowlet because I never used Rowlet. I'd never joined the Rowlet hype train.
Rowlet was, I think, far and away the most popular starter when the game came out.
Look,
it's
the
so
most
Did you
round.
enter
Of course it's
Pokemon Refresh,
popular.
and then did you give it a nice rub?
no, what I
Round.
did was I named it Game because it's spherical.
Okay.
And if you don't get
Yes.
this reference, we can never
Okay.
be friends.
Okay, fair enough. Dosha, what about you?
Also Rowlet. Also haven't used it. I went with Litten my first time through. So
And-
this
and-
time I'm doing a Rowlet. And I think on the next one I'll probably do Poplio.
And it
I
stood
also
up.
did Litten the first time around when I first got the game.
God,
First time around, I did the water dog. The reason that I
dog.
picked water dog again to switch it into another water type
Dog
is
with
on
water.
Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I am taking the Owl Ball, which I have shiny hunted the starter for.
congratulations, you did it. Also, this is a quick aside, but I really do want to bring up the fact, since none of us picked Torocat, Incineroar has become like either infamous or a fan favorite. I can't tell, but he is the result or the thing that resulted in the "don't stand up" meme.
Yeah,
Everyone,
but
Yeah,
he's also
I
the
was
one
so
starter
upset
that
when
went from
Jin
completely
denied it.
unusable to a OU staple just because his hidden ability got released.
his hidden ability is stupid. But like, it, here's the thing, right? There's no way in hell that he was originally supposed to be a dark type. He was supposed to be a fighting type. There's no way in hell he was not meant to be
He's
a
a heal.
fighting
He's
type.
supposed to be a dark type. That's the whole point.
I know,
Honestly,
that's the argument, but like
I
all of his
I
moves, he's a
believe the fact that he was
wrestling
always
Pokemon.
intended to be dark.
Also, I want to point this out really quick. Can you pull up the shiny version versus the regular version of Incineroar? Because this is something that not a
Sure,
lot of
let me
people
get that
know.
here.
So the thing with like Incineroar versus like shiny Incineroar, right? It is it's a very good reference because it's I believe it's Tiger Mask. I believe is what they're referencing. I might
Yeah.
be misremembering that, but like they have the black tiger mask for the regular one signifying the heal, but the shiny version is the white tiger mask
Okay, go ahead and switch it over.
signifying
Let's deal
the
with these
thing.
two.
So yeah.
So we have normal, and then we have shiny.
Yeah. And then you have like the white version, which is the shiny version, which is the what's the opposite of heal? I've forgotten the word.
Uh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Well, whatever it is. It's like the good versus the bad. Basically,
Yeah, but I
Tiger Mask. It's a
I
really
did want to
good
point out really quick
reference.
because I was curious. And you,
Small one in you. Go to later on, maybe.
are you
Are you?
national defense?
Fair enough. Intimidate on this
Yeah.
thing is really good though, because that means it can actually check its weakness. Or one of its weaknesses.
Hmm.
It's so strange. But anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to point all of that out because there is a lot swirling. Oh yeah, and there's one other thing I want to bring up about Incineroar. Everyone was weirded the fuck out when they put him in Smash.
Yeah, like it was okay. So I get why they did it
Yeah,
because they
that was
wanted to
weird.
save Decidueye for the Pokemon fighting game.
Yeah. It's so weird that he's in Smash Brothers. It's so out of
And he's
place.
got a better. Honestly, I don't like his shiny, but he has a lot of better. It's a better. He has better
And
colors
Prima
in
Marina got
Smash.
left behind in both of those scenarios.
He got a butter outfit. Cat with the butter on him percent.
Here we go.
Cat with the butter.
Yeah, I really like the full black one is one that I use in Smash. You can
Like,
switch it over.
yeah, in Smash you have to switch around and get stuff. I actually find it hilarious that they did in fact include the real shiny. It's a little bit darker, but yeah.
Most of the Pokemon do have the real shinies. There's like one or two that don't.
It's a very interesting touch. But
Pikachu being one
this
of them.
reminds me of something that I keep wanting to bring up that I think that would really benefit Pokemon. I think I might have talked about this on previous podcasts where it's like I want shiny Pokemon to have more than one version of themselves, but I want you to have the ability to like if you get a shiny version and it's not the one you want, there's some like exorbitant way to switch it to the one that you actually want. Or
Maybe
it's
some
like
shiny currency you can only get by turning some Pokemon away from being shiny.
it's it I think that the idea that I had for it was like there is a scientist who's like fascinated with shiny Pokemon and he finds out that like there's a way to like switch them out. However, it takes an exorbitant amount of money to like actually change it, but he makes it cheaper for you each time you do it. So like if you get one shiny, it's like 9,999 Poké Dollars or something like that. Like it's just an absurd amount of Poké Dollars to get it to change, or you have to like train it up or max the friendship or get it to level 100 or something like that. Like some very steep cost, but still giving you the ability to get the version of the shiny you want, especially since it would be like randomized now instead of just like getting a rare chance rather at one shiny, you have a rare chance of getting a shiny that could be like any 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. versions of itself. I think that would be a really neat idea, and it would also like give people the ability to differentiate and express their teams and their favorites a lot better. It'd be quite
Yeah,
neat.
but here's the thing. You're forgetting Nintendo doesn't put that much work into their game.
I hope that one
Yeah.
day they do again, but I will agree that the last few games they've put out have been very lazy.
So anyway, we've picked our starters, and as we can see on the stream right now,
It gave me
good old
chicken
Art.
skin.
Did
Yeah,
anyone
that too.
mention that this is the best opening for any Pokemon game ever, and I wish they'd do it more?
Yeah, I agreed.
What do you mean?
It was very
Like
good.
the whole like slow. You're just kind of moved to a new area and you're getting used to it, and meeting all the people
Yeah.
and stuff.
Like they actually take time to like show you around, and they introduce characters to you very organically. They show what's all about them. Yeah, I agree. This was a wonderful introduction to a game. They
It's
also
nice to go home and see your mom every night.
It's slow and I hated it.
well, you
It's
also hate that you
always-
can't skip the cutscenes.
Well, they're not cutscenes. There's dialogue, but there's a lot of dialogue, right?
There is quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's super slow and I hate it.
To each their own.
To each their
Yeah,
own. I think there
yeah,
probably are a
Hui-
lot of people who don't like this, though.
Hooey, that gave me chicken skin. Yeah, speaking of the intro, we got some pictures from the intro here. Might as well run through those really quick. She was copying, I believe it was Kukui here, and I'm just trying to imagine in my head her trying to speak in Kukui's voice, and it's not working.
Oh,
Yeah,
The friendship ceremony is what I wanted to highlight.
I could not even try to copy Lily's voice even slightly, but I imagine that
Bring
it's
me that
like,
great new trainer. Woo!
"Hey Lily, bring me that great new trainer." Whoop, like something like that. It's
Um,
cute. It actually works, and
so
this is again why Pokemon doesn't need to be voice acted. I fucking hate those
mhm.
arguments.
I mean,
Well,
I think having some voice acting is good.
I
they
think it
go out
would
of
be
their way to make
nice,
not.
sure.
Pokemon seems to go out of its way to make it harder to argue that it doesn't need voice acting.
Let's see. Anyway, continuing on.
Yeah, so in the intro, after we go through a little bit of getting our starter, and then first we save this girl who has a Pokemon on a bridge, and then we almost die because of it. We get saved by a god or something, who knows? And then we get our little starter, and the starter
Casually.
picks us, and we say something something Lion King, and then
It's the circle of life.
we do a little battle with Hao, and he says, "Hey, that gave me chicken skin, ooh wee," and then we go back to Kukui's, and do we do the catching tutorial before or after we go into the Kukui's place? Do you remember?
I believe we get the catching tutorial immediately. Like, we do the battle with Hao, and then we, oh god. And then it's like, no, we go home for the night. We go home for the night, and he comes and gets us the next day. That's what it is.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
that's how you do it.
Okay. So yes. So I guess let's talk really quick about that catching tutorial. Did anyone hate it?
It was a catching
'Cause
tutorial.
Catching tutorial.
Like,
I have heard people complain about this one.
Wait, what
What's different
tutorial?
about this one as opposed to any other?
Yeah,
Is
it's-
just they
I don't know.
it's the
I do not know.
exact same catching tutorial that
Maybe
every
it's
fucking
because it's
Pokemon
still another
game has.
unskippable catching tutorial.
They have
I mean-
okay. They have to have the unskippable catching tutorial because they sell this to basically everyone from 1 to 99 years of age. So they have to include a like unskippable catching tutorial because if there's any like little chillin' who picks up the game and they're not told, hey, you have to use a specific kind of item to catch a Pokemon, then they won't figure it out. And everyone just complains because they put that in there, but it's necessary. I don't
Mhm.
understand why people still have a chip on their shoulder about this. It's just like, it's in every Pokemon game for a reason. It's probably the most important core mechanic of the game.
But you can, I guess, switch it over to the catching tutorial really quick. So yeah, I guess we can talk a little bit about the battle animations and the new HUD and all that good stuff.
Oh, I love the
Um,
HUD.
yeah, I think the new HUD looks great.
Yeah, it's really expressive. Like, so many of the menus here are very expressive. Like, when you save, when you're finished, you get like a little bookmark that just goes like phew, over the
Yep,
front of it.
Mhm. Yeah,
It's
the themes are really strong
fantastic.
here. It's very much
I'll pull up a picture of the
very
HUD
tropical, Hawaiian,
since this won't be in
vacationy.
the stream.
Yeah, it's really flavorful. I think that they really did nail down the flavor here. I remember
Here we
watching a
go.
what is it? I remember watching a oh, hold on. Like a little not a podcast. What would you call it? A little informational video, a little behind the scenes that they released where like they actually showed Pokemon Company employees going to Hawaii and
Subtling.
studying culture and like going to museums and going to festivals and whatnot to try and actually gain a understanding of like what they could bring to the game, which I think is really neat. Like, a lot of companies do this, like Disney does this for a lot of their stuff, and any
Yeah,
creative company will send like the game directors to a place that they're basing something on so they can experience it
yeah,
firsthand. It's a really
yeah,
smart
yeah. I
idea.
heard they sent the game directors for this game to a wormhole just to make sure.
Yeah,
So
100%. They sent them to an alternate universe.
yeah, but yeah, this HUD looks fucking beautiful. And then if we scroll up to the top
I
here,
really love the little feet on
normal
the run
battle looks
button.
great too. Like that tiny little like blue lines behind your characters or your
Yeah,
Pokemon's box. Like that's great.
very decorative.
hmm You can switch on over there. Okay, so yeah, if we go back to Kukui waving his hand still somehow.
Yeah, indeed. Well, this is the catching tutorial, but I really do like the. Well, this isn't the first time that this has been implemented, but I don't know if we ever kind of praised this before, where you have like the item reuse button. Like, if you're throwing a Pokeball, you can just
Oh
hit the
yeah,
Y button
and
and throw the same Pokeball until you run out. Like,
yeah, that is nice. And also having the repel reuse button when a repel runs out.
it is, yeah. It's really like that kind of implementation is really nice. There's a couple of other what would you call it? Quality of life improvements that I feel like this game has. Mainly, the biggest one that I actually really do want to talk about, the ride system. Oh,
Oh boy, the ride system. Well, oh my
I
god, I have a lot to
HMs
say about
are
that.
100% gone.
it is
Goodbye.
so
They even
good.
actually mention it in the story. There's a character that says using fly as an HM is banned in this country.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I really like this idea because like this started something that I think that aside from like remakes of previous games, they're just gonna keep doing, which I think is just a great quality of life improvement overall because this means you don't have
It,
to have a dedicated HM slave or force
yeah,
HM moves onto your Pokemon. It is one of the nicest things, and you have a button that just dedicates to opening all of the ones you need. You select the one, or you can just go up and like to use surf. You can go and click a body of water, or you can use the Y to open and select which version of it you want. It's such a nice addition to the series as a
or just stand in front of
whole.
the body water and press one of the D-pad buttons
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
got set for it.
It's
I
so nice.
like
So
the
good.
technical implementations of it. It makes it a lot easier, like you just said.
Mhm.
I don't like the lore-wise implementations of this one.
Flavor, you hit a
You
button and a
your
Charizard flies to your
one of your
location.
friends, and
Yeah, but how
you
does the Charizard fly to my location when I'm somewhere like far away from civilization?
it gets teleported the same way that it does in a trade.
Yep.
How? Okay, wait. Now that brings up another question. How the fuck does trading work?
It is actually
You
showed
throw it
in.
really hard.
It is shown in several versions of the show. The first version
Well,
actually
I've seen it in
utilizes
one
like
version of the show where they
a
use like a
machine.
PC.
Yeah, they use like I remember it's the episode in
Like
the original
Krabby.
series of the no when they're on the SSN Prior
Yeah,
to
the
the
crab.
SSN sinking, no, he trades a Butterfree for Eradicate, or Ash trades his Butterfree for Eradicate. And it's like this machine, it's like a big blocky machine with two tubes coming out either side, and you put a Pokemon on either side and the tube sucks it up, and it does like the game like where they cross over thing, and then they plunk
Yeah.
it back out, and then now you've successfully traded a Pokemon.
Yeah, Ash
Mhm.
and Dawn did that in the Diamond Pearl Platinum anime.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I remember that for a Buizel. But yes, it doesn't really make too much sense. They just appear out of nowhere, and they're like specifically trained Pokemon.
It
So is there there like like a park where there's just a bunch of trained Charizard,
yes.
Well,
Also,
the
do we as the main character hog them all because they just come the instant we want them and we never have to wait?
or is there
I
just very
remember.
few people who have access to the ride pager?
I don't actually remember where the Charizard comes from, but pretty much all the Pokemon we meet are or that we can call with the ride page are Pokemon we've already met through the story.
Yeah.
It's Hala's
Tauros.
Tauros, for example, and then it's Hapu's
Mudsdale.
yeah, it's Mudsdale, but also isn't the Herdier also?
Herdier? I don't. No. I
I
think
don't
that
think
it's
Mallow owns the Herdier, no.
No,
Oh,
isn't it
Mallow?
the green hair girl?
Yeah,
She's
that's
the
It's
one who
Mallow.
gives us access.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one where people make so much memes about press F to mash and
Press
things
A to
like that.
pound. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. No, I think that some of the Pokemon are Pokemon that we've met, but I think others are not.
Don't
So
know.
the
I don't
Charizard
remember
is just there.
Lapras, Sharpedo, Herdier are not ones that we actually meet via story. Charizard we don't meet.
Huh? No.
Machamp we don't
No.
really meet.
It's Grimsley's Sharpedo.
Yeah.
It literally doesn't show up as part of any
Okay,
story.
well, I don't really
It
think that's
does.
important. The important point is that it's Grimsley's Sharpedo.
Well,
We know
actually, we don't.
Grimsley.
He doesn't say it's his Sharpedo. He just says, "Here, I'm gonna add this to your ride pager," and then fucks off.
No, he says
Yeah.
my Sharpedo.
Oh man.
He says, "Here, I'll give you the pager information for my Sharpedo." That's what he says. So
I will
it's
pull it up.
Grimsley's
Man, I can
Sharpedo.
see why people complain
But-
about this this catching tutorial. It really does go on forever.
Yeah, it really does. But yeah, so that makes the situation even worse, honestly, because if there's only one Pokemon of that specific thing that we're taking, how?
They
Uh,
have.
I don't think that it's just one okay, 'cause look, suspension of disbelief. You hit a button, you summon a Pokemon. For the sake of gameplay, that has to
Oh.
be a thing. But it's also realistically possible that they're just stationed all over the island.
I bet realistically, it's like calling an Uber. You have
Yeah,
to wait there
exactly.
for like 20 minutes.
Like, you push a button, you're like, I need a Charizard ride.
So I went to the Bulbapedia to try and find some more information. I just found something out I have never heard about.
Oh.
Did you know each ride has their own unique encounter rate?
Wait, like
As
while
in,
you're
Tauros
riding
has a
them?
minus 50% encounter rate, Stoutland minus 45, Lapras minus 80, Mudsdale minus 35, Sharpedo minus 85, and the others are unchanged.
Oh, they changed the rate at which you encounter Pokemon in grass.
Well,
Yes.
wait, that doesn't make any sense because
Oh.
why would you encounter less? You encounter less Pokemon overall while riding a water Pokemon in water, but there's no other way for you to encounter overworld water Pokemon, and yet they reduce the spawn rate by 80?
And 85 if you're using a Sharpedo.
Huh, that's
I
interesting.
bet they just haven't matched the grass encounter rate, and then they were just like, to make it match other games, we're just going to add a negative encounter rate to it.
I mean, I guess.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe
Like, they're
that
doing
was
that.
also technically a quality of life improvement because I bet that people were tired of like running into Tentacool over and over and over again.
Yeah, also, this is a good picture.
That is a good picture.
Oh,
That was one of the pre-order bonuses you got from Sun and Moon.
Oh yeah, wait,
Mm.
I think I actually have that poster somewhere. I tend to like hoard all of the posters I get for like games that I purchase.
An institution called Alola Transit seems to be involved in the administration of ride Pokemon.
See, so there's a bunch of different ones, and you just call a trained one.
So they're just somehow appearing, and then they're just expecting us to treat that Pokemon with respect. This wouldn't work in real
Look,
life, come on.
Look,
This is Pokemon. You just gotta remember, Carrot. This is Pokemon.
Yeah.
Everyone loves Pokemon that aren't evil.
See, this is the question though. Can you just game this system super
Yeah,
easy?
how do they know we're not evil? We just got
No,
there.
like one member of Team Skull gets a ride pager, and they're just like
Well, that's
stealing
easy.
Charizards.
You have a face that makes old ladies want to give you candy. They also want to
I
give
have
you.
got that picture in the file. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Okay, fine, yeah. Anyway, back to
But
Kukui
yeah,
waving.
so we finally get through learning about ride Pokemon, and we're still in the catching tutorial. So after the catching tutorial, let's just go ahead and just go through some of my pictures since Kukui's still waving his arms.
Oh, okay,
Um,
yeah.
the coolest feature of the game, we can go sniff people's beds.
This is so stupid.
There's
Yeah.
some times when
It's a
they
little-
like your character says it smells like him, like
Oh my god, it's fucking.
so.
It's funny.
Around this time, you unlock a new feature, and I'm curious. I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only one who actually did this every
The
day,
new
multiple times a
feature
day.
is the restraining order.
No, not this feature. That we'll talk. We'll get more into that. No, no. Okay.
We're
The
not getting more
next
into
feature,
that.
however, no, is the wonderful thing that I can't remember the Festival Palace, whatever the fuck it's called.
Festival
I
Palace?
Festival Plaza.
Oh,
Festival
I
Plaza.
completely
Yeah,
skipped
so
Festival Plaza this entire game.
So when I went to bring over my Wishy-Washy, I traded it over from my Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon copy. And in doing so, I forgot that it made me link up with myself in the Festival Plaza. So every couple hours, I would get a pop-up saying, "Hey, go to the Festival Plaza. Nep Nep wants to talk to you." And sometimes they'll have various different dialogue, like, "Hey, I want to go to a shop. Which one should I go to?"
Yep.
One of them is, "Hey, I have a secret. Do you want to hear it?"
Yep.
What do you think 2016 me set my secret to?
Oh, it's probably something embarrassing.
It's probably something.
I
My
will.
secret is I want to
Oh
have a purpose
no.
in life.
Your secret is
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed.
That's
That's
so.
not much of a
I
secret
didn't
anymore.
hear it. What did you say?
It's
Oh
on
no.
screen. It's my secret is I want to have a purpose in life.
Oh,
Oh no.
that's a secret, huh?
Anyway.
Well, no,
Not
Speaking of
anymore.
secrets, let's go. Wait, whoops. Let's go, kneecaps.
What? Oh right, that's just like a kid that you randomly encounter.
Yeah.
The Pokemon is nicknamed Kneecaps for some reason.
he's a shorts boy, so yeah. Kneecaps.
Let's
But
go,
yeah, no.
kneecaps,
I did the
yeah.
Festival Plaza every time I could, and
God.
I got actually a lot of festival points for it. And I have a picture sometime later on that I'll show when I get to
Oh
it.
yeah.
'Cause I got
Speaking of
a shiny building.
Nice. Anyway, what?
speaking of unused features, did anyone use the island scan? Because I didn't.
I
I
didn't.
I looked at it. I did not use it. I'm going to be using it a lot in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
What does it do?
It allows you
So
to find
you
Scan a
Pokemon.
scan
QR code.
Pokemon. Yeah, you scan QR code to get Pokédex entries, basically.
Oh yeah.
And then if you scan enough, you get a free encounter of a Pokemon you normally wouldn't be able to get.
Yep.
That is actually probably part of the national dex.
I used QR codes. I didn't go online with any of this.
Well, you don't have to be online to use it. It's actually it's strange. It's in the game. You don't have to be
clear, what I
online to
mean
utilize
is,
it.
I did not go online and look up QR codes to use it. That sounded like too much of
never
a
mind.
hassle.
Never mind. I mean, there is just a very neatly organized website wherein you can just scan all of the ones you can per day.
It is
Also,
important to know, I think you got QR codes with the game.
you did, yes. But
Mhm.
it's we'll talk about I'll talk about
Too much effort.
more about it when I do Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, because I'm like 3 members of my team
Yeah.
are going to be island scan.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that when we
Jesus.
get there, I guess.
Why, Curry?
Because I am apparently a masochist. Actually, I've heard that it's not nearly as hard as people think, and you can also soft reset, so it's not that big of a
I mean,
deal.
you can soft reset, you can skip. There are ways of skipping time,
Yeah,
especially in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon,
this was before they started implementing like redundancy for that.
and patches and stuff.
But anyway,
So, continuing on to my pictures here. So after we get through like this opening area with, oh right, actually no, this is important. This is the first Pokemon game where you kind of get an on-screen notification right before you're gonna get into a battle. Like you can avoid it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
yeah.
she
Oh,
was
right.
that says,
Thank you.
battle happening
I
somewhere.
almost
I'll
forgot.
pull up a picture of it. Actually, I'll pull up a video of it.
I wanted to mention there is a feature that I did not notice until this second run through of mine, wherein if there is like a character doing like a sit up or something, if they lay down, they don't see you and you can run by.
Yeah, and when they look under the legs when they're stretching, they can see you.
Yeah, like it's so interesting because there was another feature like this. It was in black and white where trainers could see you in a mirror behind them or behind them
Yeah,
in a
Oh yeah,
mirror.
in X and
speaking
It's
of
like
Y.
that
which,
kind of a thing. I think that's
there's
cool.
literally a trainer that that has eyes in the back of his head.
Is there?
Yeah, no, because he had turned around. I went by him, and he immediately got like I got into the battle. Like it started the thing, and then he turned back around and walked to me.
Oh, that happens sometimes if they start the battle, but they're in an animation that causes them to turn around.
Yeah.
There's also characters with animations that cause them to look in directions you wouldn't expect. There was a lady doing calisthenics, and I
Mm-hmm.
was walking behind her, and I thought I was safe because she was facing away from me.
Yep.
But when she bends down, she apparently looks
Yeah,
at
that's what I just explained.
her legs,
Yep.
and then that starts the battle.
Yep.
It's funny.
Um, it's a pretty neat thing. So after that, we go on to the next smaller area, which is the trainer's school, and we get told go beat up all the students. So we
Man,
do.
I feel like I have done this. Okay, if we count both Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and Regular Sun, Regular Moon, I've now done this 3 times. I can never remember where the last one of the 4 people you have to fight here is. Never
I
remember.
I, I got them all pretty quick.
I always have to either walk around or look it up because I've completely forgotten multiple times.
Um, on the topic of characters in this game, so in Generation 6, when you go to battle an NPC, it was this nice 2D splash, and now we have static images of 3D models.
I think that that's also fine. It's not bad. They have like a little animation before they do the like dramatic freeze frame
Mhm.
after image, which really it looks perfectly good. Like there's
I
nothing
think it looks
wrong
a
with it.
lot better in Gen 6.
It
I
does
think
look
it
better in
looks
6, but
better as a freeze frame compared to. I think Gen 6 looks better compared to a 3D freeze frame. I do like them still; they are charming. I do think that the Gen 6 sprites are better.
Mhm.
We already
So
talked about that though last time. I remember.
speaking of the students at this school, this smug piece of shit.
smug piece of shit with his greased back haircut.
Yeah,
Various
you
rising
wanna know
stuff.
why I wanna be the strongest? Because it's cool to be strong. Duh. So, this is a PSA for Dosha, by the way. PSA for Dosha. Great
Uh,
balls are better at catching Pokemon than normal Pokeballs.
okay, what do you mean? They're ugly, so why would I use them?
Buy Premier Balls. Invest in
First of
Premier
all,
Balls.
this game is the best game for people who want to use Premiere Balls out of any video game
Oh
that's
my
ever
god.
been made. Okay,
Here we go.
the best one. Do you know why?
Because when you buy multiples of 10, you get that many Premier Balls.
No, that actually wasn't implemented in this game.
And then
I
no, I
bet
don't know why.
the next one that does that because it wasn't in this one. I thought it was, but anyway. So on the second island, there is a supermarket. When you walk into the supermarket, You can buy Pokeballs for half price. When you buy 10 Pokeballs, though, they still give you a Premier Ball. So you can buy Pokeballs for the same price that you can sell the Pokeballs, and you net one Pokeball, Premier Ball every time. So you just buy Pokeballs in multiples of 10, and then sell them back, and you can repeat ad infinitum.
How many times did you do this, Dosha?
I didn't have that much money, so I would have to sell it more frequently than I would have liked. So I stopped at around 175.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, Dosha.
What the fuck?
I wanted more.
Look,
I
the
mean,
only way I
fair.
would do something like that is if you got a bonus Cherish Ball in game. I would love to get Cherish Balls in game.
Cherish balls do look nice. That is why they are event exclusive after all.
But
But
yeah,
anyway,
so
continuing on.
this teacher, I actually lost this fight, I'm pretty sure, because turns out Wishy-Washy is very bad
Again, she has a
before he gets level
Magnemite,
20.
right?
Yeah, so I went into
I mean,
this. So let's talk about this really quick. So at this point, I have two Pokemon. I have DIY Kyogre the Wishy-Washy and Gun Gun the bird thing, and
Yep.
they are both weak to Magnemite.
Yep. I had the same exact issue, but I was able to crit it, so I did succeed. Because I had
I had to go
Poplio
stop and
and
level a little bit to get
Picky
past it.
Peck.
But yeah, you can go ahead and switch it back over. I think Koopy might still be waving at us.
He might still be waving.
Oh my god, he's still there. I'm glad he
Yeah.
waited.
He's waiting for us. It's a good old time. Look at
Whew,
him
man,
go.
he's really a good character.
Look at him go.
Actually, we could talk about that. I think he's one of the best professors.
Yeah, I really like him.
He's got a
Also,
lot of character.
both he and his wife are both good professors, which is
His wife
interesting.
is neat.
I really like
I like her design.
both of them. They complement each
Professor
other very
Burnett, I
well.
believe.
Brunette.
It's
Yeah,
hard to
she's the
tell, though,
Dream
if she
Radar
really likes her
professor. That's
husband.
what it was.
Yeah.
She loves her husband.
What
but she
the
seems to
heck
love
is
the
that?
rest
Okay,
of
we don't have that
Yeah,
pulled
she
up, but
really has a hard-on for that Masked Royal guy.
man, the Masked Royal, he is such a mysterious lad.
Once we get to that area, I'm gonna have to do a side-by-side comparison with the Masked Royal and her husband because she has a type, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
we're not doing that. We are not doing this.
What are you talking about?
But yeah, so that
Oops.
Professor Burnett, she's got a
Sorry,
neat
I forgot it
design.
wasn't
If anyone who is watching didn't know, she is the professor from the Dream Radar.
Yep. She's
I would
really
no. I never did the Dream
She's the
Dream
professor.
Radar ever.
she's just a really neat just design, and she complements Kukui very well. She's also the one
Yeah.
that tells us about wormholes.
Wormholes.
Or
That
Einstein
will not
Rosen
like they're like,
bridges, or
hey, did you
whatever
know
the
there might be
hell.
wormholes? And you're like, oh, okay, bye.
But
Anyway, so yeah,
he's
so
still going.
after he's still going. So after we get past that, I'm curious how many people actually did this. When I first started playing, for at least the first like 10 or so hours of my playthrough, I took a lot of time and care into this to make sure that after most of my battles, I would go ahead and switch it over, take care of my Pokemon and brush them and clean them and
Okay,
make sure they were clean.
this is a question that I actually want
They
to
stay
pose to all
dirty
of you.
because they worked hard. They deserve to show it.
Okay, this is my question to all of you. Do you feel like using Pokemon Care to cure status conditions is cheaty?
No, I think it makes sense.
No,
I
not
think
at all.
it'd be more sense if you could use Pokemon Care to use like a antidote.
Yeah.
But
Like I
A
heard,
little bit,
I
yes, but I don't
Look,
complain
this just
because most
saves
of the time,
trips to the
what it-
Pokemon
well,
Center.
yeah,
That's what this
hold
does.
up.
really is just saving time.
yeah, I borderline want to call it a quality of life improvement, but at the same time, I feel like it makes these things superfluous.
well, you can only care for one Pokemon per battle. So if multiple
Yeah.
things get status, you still have to use them.
I mean, fair, but that's still one per battle. So if you have 3 Pokemon, right, and they all get poisoned, you can just go and fight 3 random overworld mobs and then just care for each one of them. Which, I mean, admittedly is work, but it's still free. Like, you don't need to use an item for it or anything.
I mean,
Mhm.
a Pokemon Center is literally free.
Yeah, it is, but you have to like fly to it or walk to it and interrupt what you're doing, which is like that's why it's free because you have to go out of your way to go and full heal your team.
Actually, except for one part, there is one place in this entire game where the Pokemon Center
Yeah,
is not
that
free.
place is great.
We
I
will
love that.
talk about that later because I have so many good things to say about
Yeah,
that.
that entire place is
So
great.
many.
Anyway, yeah, so I liked Pokemon Refresh. I stopped doing it near the end because it was like I got kind of tired of it, but it was nice to clean my Pokemon every once in a while.
Yeah, they deserve
I
it.
generally don't use it just because it makes Pokemon too strong to use it. It has the same problem that Pokemon and Me had in the last game, where right now, for example, my owl has the
Oh shit,
ability
he's
to
done
go.
waving. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
My
Yes.
Decidueye currently has these abilities. It can shrug off status
By the way,
ailments. It
Hold up,
gets
hold up.
that whole thing
increased
of
critical
waving
hit
was
chance.
unedited.
It has a
Hold up.
chance to survive a attack that would KO it, regardless of its HP. Um, and it gets increased experience points.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
the increased experience points is partially why I stopped doing it.
I'm just like
yeah, that's one of the earliest ones you get too, is the increased experience points.
it kind of
So
makes sense because you're like bonding more, so you get more experience from a battle.
I feel
Mhm.
like they want to reward people for using the system, but it seriously, the game's already easy. This is disincentivizing me from using it when you do
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely where people are starting to say the game gets really handholdy.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well,
it did this in the last game too.
this has been happening since like 5 almost. Like 5
Uh,
started to do it,
So,
and then 6 dove
5 wasn't
straight in.
handholdy.
5 was handholdy in a lot of ways.
by the way,
what was handholdy about 5?
I like
Yeah,
Pokemon.
what was handholdy about it?
Wait, what are you saying, Dosha?
Well, Pokemon Refresh was completely optional. It was in a menu somewhere. You didn't have to do it. Whereas with Pokemon Refresh, it is like, hey, you just finished a battle. Your Pokemon got dirty. Do you want to clean it?
Yeet.
Your Pokemon has a status ailment. Do you want to like wipe it off?
It's more in your face about it.
You just gotta like dab about it. Well, no, it's pretty subtle because you have like the little care tab
Oh,
that
that's
pulls up after you win a
It
fight.
doesn't show up after every battle. I've noticed though.
But yeah, so I enjoyed it for a little bit. I like feeding my Pokemon. I just learned while looking it up. There are a few Pokemon you can't feed Pokebeans to. Those Pokemon are Metapod, Kakuna, Pineco, Silcoon, Cascoon, Shedinja, Spoopa, and Cosmoem, which is very
Cosmo.
fascinating.
Is it
Um,
because they don't have mouths?
I think it's because they don't have mouths.
Most of those were people Pokemon, aren't they?
Yeah, Metapod, Kakuna, Pineco, Silcoon, Cascoon, Shedinja, Spoopa, Cosmoem. They're all pupa, except for
Mm,
Cosmoem.
I didn't know that Pineco counted as one though. That is news to me.
Did anyone do any of the Pokepelago stuff?
Pokepelago? Yeah, I did a little bit. I enhanced the islands and I sent them out on expeditions, and I built some other places and I didn't end up using most of them. Um, although, since I was doing some hatching, it would have probably been easier for me in the long run if I would have used the hot springs for friendliness.
Mhm.
And yet, I did not. Oh well. But it's a good system. I don't like that it's not active. You know, in the last game, in this game they have that training one, right? And you put Pokemon in there, and they train stats. But I don't know how many stats it does. It doesn't tell me really how many stats EVs it
Mhm.
gives for putting them in there. And yeah, it's not active, so I'm not actively doing it. I don't know how much they get if I pull them out early. It
Yeah,
just
I
makes
have no idea. I didn't really interact with the Poképelago.
you, of course. There's also stores in the what was it called again? The thingy
What thing?
with the castle.
Oh, Festival Plaza.
Yeah, Festival Plaza. You can also EV train Pokemon that way. But that one's more like I think they're basically potions, right? Or the vitamins. There we go.
Hmm.
Right?
I I got on every time to talk to my character, get points, because I was curious how many points I would have at the end. I didn't really interact with my shops.
Oh, I mean, the whole point of getting points is to use them in the shop, as far as I'm concerned.
There was not really anything in my shops that I had available that would give me anything that was worthwhile.
It was a Pokeball set. I just thought it was
Yeah,
kind of.
I don't really need Pokeballs.
You didn't even get your fortune taken.
I did once or twice.
Did it tell you any?
I did a little bit once I started it, but I didn't
I'm back.
very early on. I just stopped using it.
Hmm.
Behold me, the
Welcome back.
returned one.
All right.
But
Is that
yeah,
just in time for us to get to the second island?
yep.
Fantastic.
No, I'm kidding.
Anyway, Curry, did you have anything to say about Poképelago?
No, I mean, it's a handy implementation. I didn't use it this run, but I used it so much my first run through.
Hmm. But yeah, okay. So after we've defeated the school, as we're walking past the area, our good old handy Rotom says, "Hey, I'm a camera, by the way," and we go take pictures of Pokemon for like 2 hours. It's great.
You do.
Um,
I
uh,
took one picture and
yeah.
walked away.
So I actually played with this feature for a grand total of like maybe 6 hours
Hmm.
in the entire playthrough. These are good pictures.
They are very cute. I
Yeah,
do
it's a
like that they
very
kind of worked Pokemon
The
Snap into it a little bit.
Yeah, the first time around when I played the game, I only knew like 2 spots, so I tried to keep an eye out for more of them. I had fun using
Mhm.
it, although getting to level 4 is a pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of for level 4, I just whenever spot I'd find, I'd take at least a couple pictures and I'd stop. Once I got too close to the end of the game, I just grinded it out so I could say I hit level 4.
My record, I think, is in the 4,000 likes. What's yours?
I have a picture of it later on. I don't have the remember number off the top of my head.
Okay.
But yeah, I actually found a super rare picture. Let me see if I can find it in my pictures here. Yeah, okay. So later on, you can find this Morlul, and it's just a normal thing. I was like, hey, look, it's a great picture, 5800. In the same area, you can find a Gudra.
Hi, Goo. How you do?
I didn't even know you could find Gudra in this
Oh
forest,
wow!
let alone
I thought
find
there were
pictures
only
of
like
them.
I thought there were only like 2 different modes of picture that you could take.
Oh no, there's like at least 4 Pokemon in every area that I checked.
Wow! Every time I did it, it only swapped between one of 2, so I usually stopped taking pictures after 2.
Very
Mhm.
rare. These
Like in
be.
this area, there was also the spinny flower chain. Um,
Yeah, Comfey.
yeah, Comfey. Yeah,
Comfy.
that was another one in this area. But yeah, this one, for example, that was a 12,274, which is pretty good points. I think that might have been my record. I don't know, but anyway, I'll just close those out. We got through that. Um, okay. So anyway, after we test out the picture thing, we get to the end game of the game. We've beaten it. Now we're on to the end game, which is buying clothes.
Yep. The first thing I did with all of my money was buy a cute outfit.
Yeah, so me and Dosha were in voice chat, and I just heard him saying, like, I was playing a game, and I just heard him saying, "I'm out of money again," and I asked what he was doing. He said, "I bought more pairs of socks."
That's not true. I didn't say that. I said I bought every pair of socks.
That is what he said. That's true. Um,
Stop
Yeah,
making
so
me laugh when I
he
have
wanted
a
to go buy
mouthful
every
of
clothes to
goldfish.
try them out. I bought most clothes to try them out, and I actually normally, I probably would have had struggled a lot. However, I accidentally money farmed, which I'll explain later. Anyway, the first area didn't have that too much clothes interesting, so we can just move on after that. Um, one of the most interesting things that I, at least for me personally, because in previous playthroughs of most Pokemon games, I didn't really talk to the NPCs. In these playthroughs that we've been doing for this channel, I've been talking to every NPC that I come across, and that's how I found out that in this game, the NPCs in most Pokemon centers ask you to go on missions.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's usually one or so, and they want you to catch a Pokemon, and then they'll give you money.
Yeah, which is
Yep.
pretty neat. That actually incentivized me to go out and catch a rare Pokemon.
There you go. We finally did it. We have finally entrapped Carrot into doing the basic Pokemon thing.
That's right, and I did it for every single person that I came across, and I came to regret it later. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, I found it
Ugh.
pretty neat. They would give you like 3,000 Poké Dollars. It was pretty cool, pretty nifty. So at this point, we're in the major city in this first route,
Yep.
first
Yeah,
area,
isn't it
where
Hollow?
yeah, Howley City. We're gonna mispronounce these places for this
Hollow?
entire recording, by the way. So,
Hollow?
just so you know.
Are we? Who knows?
Um, yeah, I don't know. I think we will. So on this area, we're going to very quickly get to the first major story point. Before we do, did you know that petting a fluffy Pokemon is pretty much the best feeling ever? Pretty sure I'm not wrong.
Also, Howley has the best music of any town in Pokemon. Don't at me.
It has good music. Yeah,
It
most of the
is.
music in this game is great,
Yeah.
honestly. Um, but yeah, so this NPC in Howley City said this, and while I'm here, this was my shiny building. Apparently, this is a normal thing you can get.
Yep. It's
Found it
rare,
pretty
but it's
fucking nifty.
hilarious.
So now we get to, and I'm glad we can finally talk about them and their arm wavy bullshits. It's time.
Ah, the lads. Team Skull is the
By the way,
best evil team in any Pokemon
for some
game
reason,
ever.
It's time.
I didn't connect the dots until just now, but I remembered that Howley is actually it's a word in Hawaiian. It
Hmm.
means basically it's a expression of joy, a rejoicing, to be
Mm.
glad.
That makes
Howley.
sense.
Yes,
Oh
let's
yeah, we didn't
rejoice
talk about the
over
fact
the
that we have to
flippy
say
flips of their
Alola.
arm.
Oh yeah,
Look
they
at
say
him go flippity flip.
Alola instead of
Yeah.
Alola.
Isn't Alola hello and goodbye?
Yes. Same as in Hawaiian, whatever the word for that is.
Aloha.
Aloha. Yeah, that's what it was. Aloha. But yeah, so anyway, what do you guys think about Team Skull?
Best evil team in the entire series.
Wow, really?
They're
100%.
Why would you call them
they're,
evil?
they're
They're
so
clearly
full
not
of
evil. They're
character.
The
misunderstood.
best misunderstood vagrants in the entire Pokemon series.
They're probably the best troublemaker. I don't know if I'd call them the best evil team. I mean, arguably they're
They're an
not the
evil
evil
team.
team.
Well, yeah, but that's like the double bluff, right? So it's like you go here and it's like, hey, we're just fucking lazy gangsters who just walk around and do shit. We're not really like actually horrible people, except when we really should be. These are the
Well,
actual bad
they
guys.
steal people's Pokemon. That's what they're doing most of the times you run
Yeah.
into them.
They like steal a kid's young goose and like it's like walking up to someone and taking their lunch money.
But they're horribly incompetent.
It's just hilarious.
Well, they still
However,
manage to do it. The ones that have Pokemon are mostly stolen.
I think that we could also agree that at the very least, if you don't think Team Skull is the best like team in Pokemon, you gotta agree that their leader is the best leader in all of Pokemon.
Guzma is
I'm talking
great.
about
I don't know if
Guzma.
he's the best, but he's
It's
great.
your boy.
It's
Guzma.
your boy Guzma.
I gotta be honest, I like Giovanni better, but I'll tell you what, he's destruction in human form.
Indeed. He's
It's
gathered
your
all the
boy,
Buggin' Z.
Guzma.
Um,
It's destruction.
so since we're here, I do want to talk about the recurring joke that I really enjoyed, the Grunt A and Grunt B.
Yeah, like just be like, I don't remember you.
and they're like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? My name's Grunte." Like, it's great.
It's really it's a cute thing. It's just so
Another thing, I
stupid.
really like the Team Skull battle music, specifically the admins, because
All
there's a
of
nice
the
violin riff.
man, like almost all the music from this game is really good, if not good,
Yeah.
decent. Like I don't think there's a single bad track in the game.
It's creative. It's varied. Yeah,
Just
Yep.
very
Yep. Yep.
very nice. So it's like yeah.
it's a fun theme.
I also just
We'll
love
try
like
in its lane.
man, whenever Team Skull pops up, it just feels great. Like they're so non-threatening that you can't take them seriously, and it just
Like,
makes me
that's why I
smile.
recorded this, because they are trying so hard
Like
to
look at
act
this.
like
They're
thugs.
as threatening as a cocker spaniel.
Yeah, it's like oh my god, it's so cute. It is just so
Yeah,
cute.
it's mostly bark.
Yeah. It's not even bark. It's like God, what did I compare this to while I was like playing through the series? It's like watching a kid try to tell their parents what to do.
Yeah, I could see that, honestly.
It's like it's just this really it's hilarious how much they lean into like the we are like the most harmless harm that you could possibly come across. Like yeah,
They're just, like, commissioned to do evil at this point.
they steal Pokemon, fair enough. That's not like a cool thing. But at the same time, it's just you can't take them seriously at all. But they don't care. They're gonna keep doing their thing.
Like they have
Yeah.
their own vibe and everything. They don't care how much
Yeah.
it weakens them.
That's a really good word to
Yeah.
describe it. Vibe. Like the vibe they give off is just it's pitch perfect. It's wonderful.
I
Like,
can
they make-
absolutely see Guzma walking up to someone and saying, "Vibe check."
Yeah.
Look,
Vibe check.
They may steal
GG
your
no re.
Pokemon, but they do it in style, and that's all they care about.
It's not even really
Yep.
style. They do it in their style. Moving to the beat of their own drum, Guzma just walking up like, I'm Guzma, Lord of Destruction, slap slap, GG Nori, ratio. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that's pretty canon. Anyway, so after we kick their asses, we go into the first major fight, which is Captain Ilima with this beautiful fucking screen, by the way.
It's a really nice background. Too bad I really don't like this character at all.
Look, he's a forgettable character with really weird design, but I
He
like
is-
the background, okay?
I
This is
borderline,
just kind of like
I borderline
bland.
call his like aesthetic unpleasant. I don't like it at all.
I feel like I like pink. I love pink. I just don't think it fits him.
I have nothing against like the color. I'm nothing against the clothes. It's just like putting all of it together. It just looks so. It, it looks like
Punchable?
someone who has it's a very punchable face, but like. What did I say earlier that you were like,
I don't
what do you
dislike Emo this
mean?
much.
I think I said that it simultaneously looks like pretentious, but also like, oh my god, it almost looks thrift store, kinda. Like it looks like it's
I
like
don't see that at all. I see like preppy school kid.
it's just it looks pretentious, but at the same time it looks half-assed. I don't know how to accurately describe how I feel about this character design, but I find it incredibly unappealing.
hmm
But anyway.
Anyway, so I guess since we've been doing this for every major fight in previous games, did anyone have any problems with Captain Ilima?
Oh, I beat their ass. Fucking.
I didn't remember fighting them. I think I might have had a little bit of trouble.
Fair enough. One thing that I do like about this game is since they show them in the 3D models, you do get to see that he has an Ultra Ball. Like that's just straight up an Ultra Ball on his hand. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, so after defeating Captain Ilma and as Ark would say,
A lot of
stealing his
the
lunch money,
a
we
lot of
move
the,
on to. Go ahead.
a lot of the Team Skull Grunts also have they use nest balls.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That seems to be pretty common for them. And then you'll notice that certain trainer classes tend to use certain Pokeballs. Like
Yeah, it's a pretty
Catch
neat
balls.
touch.
I like it a
Um,
lot.
Yeah, like previous games had it as well, it just wasn't that noticeable because like the balls are there very quickly. So after defeating Captain Ilma, this NPC says, "You've got a real sweet kind of face, don't you? I bet ladies like to give you candy." What does that mean?
Well, what it means is when you go onto the ferry to the next town, you find it. You talk to the first old lady you see. She gives you candy.
I mean, fair enough,
She gives
but
you a rare candy.
she does. Yes, that's true. I did collect that rare candy.
Set up payoff.
Yep. Yeah, this game has a lot of setup payoff actually. A couple in a kind of negative way, which we're going to get to right now. So, after Captain Ilma, we're set off to go north, and he wants us to go into some weird cave. We'll get into that cave in a minute, but first, there's a cemetery. It's weird to have a cemetery so early in a Pokemon game, but even weirder is how depressing it is in that cemetery. For example, there's an NPC. He is standing in front of a grave, and if you talk to him, he says one of his Pokemon died. When you defeat his other Pokemon, he says, "No, you can't sleep too."
Uh, there. Okay, I do want to go into this a little bit. I was gonna wait, but this is a good a jumping off point as any. The Alolan Pokedex is really fucked up.
Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of fucked up entries in the
Like
decks.
Sandygast's one in particular is one that I remember.
Yeah, he
It,
sucks up souls.
yeah, it. There's a
I'll pull
lot
up the
of
actual
just
dex entry. Hold on.
really. There's a lot of really sad or really dark Pokedex entries, which is kind of a running theme I've noticed. Where it's like, if you go into Scarlet Violet, or not Scarlet Violet, Sword and Shield, there's like a ton of like stuff in Sword and Shield that's just out of nowhere. It's like you have this like relatively upbeat game that can be played for anyone from like kids
So,
to adults, and then you just have this random Pokedex entry that's like, no man, this Pokemon legitimately brainwashes and kidnaps people and then eats them. Yeah, that's just what it
yeah,
does.
so I pulled up the entry, and it actually has a very drastic change from Sun Moon to Ultra Sun Ultra Moon. So let me read these really quick. From Sun. Born from a sand mound, playfully built by a child, this Pokemon embodies the grudges of the departed. From Moon, it takes control of anyone who puts a hand in its mouth, and so it adds to the accumulation of its sand mound body. From Ultra Sun, it likes the shovel on its head, so Sandygast will get serious and fight any children who comes to take it back. Like, that is such a stark, like, fucking, like,
Yeah,
whiplash difference.
it's very strange the way that they did it because it almost feels like they doubled back on it, but there's still plenty of dark entries in Ultra
Yeah,
Sun Ultra Moon.
so actually, they took both of those entries I just read and combined them in Sword.
Mm-hmm.
Grudges of the Dead have possessed a mound of sand and became a Pokemon. Sandygast is fond of the shovel on its head.
Yep. It's so wachum. It's just you go
Yeah,
from one end to the other in like no time. It's
yeah.
so weird.
Yeah, the dex entries in this one are fucked. Anyway, so in this area, there was an NPC, and I really liked this one because me and Dosha can confirm that this was us. The NPC says, "I think I finally nailed my hairstyle, but now my makeup doesn't seem to match. Hmm,
If you
Dosha,
choose to
is this
specify
you?"
a haircut, then you can't wear hats.
Yeah, that okay. That's another thing. You can't wear hats if you want to have a specific haircut.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I think that some haircuts in here are just better than the majority of hats. Like
Yeah,
I
I didn't
have a
even care
hat.
about looking at the hats. I wanted the romantic tuck. The romantic tuck is such a good hairstyle.
Like I don't remember what I went with. I think I went with the long and wavy one. But yeah, it there's a lot of stuff you lose out on by like forcing yourself to just have these clothes and nothing else.
Yeah. I enjoyed I bought a lot of clothes, and in the end, I pretty much stuck with some that I found early on. But the hairstyle, gotta love the hairstyles in this game. The romantic tuck specifically. However, I do have a problem with the color, and I might as well talk about this now. So in these games, the biggest problem that I have is hair color is locked behind progression. You can't get red until you become the champion.
Oh.
Eh, I just went
Wow.
with like a standard like dark color. I knew that
I
they
just stuck
left
with
eye
black because I
colors
think black
behind
is
that,
cute.
but mm,
Yep, I stuck with black. I think black is pretty cute, especially with like Moon, whatever her actual name is, Serena. I think her black hair is really cute with her. So anyway, after this debacle with the girl, we meet up with Grunt A and Grunt B again.
we
This
still don't
time, this
remember
time
you.
they want to steal some berries.
Oh my god.
So now we get to talk about the next feature this game has: berry trees.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I
Eh,
like it.
it's not as good as last time's. It's it's definitely a downgrade. You get these piles of random berries that just appear on the ground, and oftentimes you have to fight a crab for it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they were his berries though, so I mean, makes sense.
This isn't as good as it is in the next generation, and it's not as good as it is in the previous generation.
Hmm.
Overall, this is probably the worst way to do berries. It's not like that bad, but
It's very reminiscent of what they did in like Johto.
no, that's not true because Scarlet and Violet uh, have a there's no way to farm berries other than random shinies on the ground. So I think that's probably the worst one
Hmm.
since they've introduced the berry system.
Hmm.
But this
Um,
is so the berries that you get under these trees are completely random, which doesn't
but you
really
get a
make a lot
lot.
of sense. Do what?
But you get a lot of them.
You get like 3 to 5 per bunch, which is fine, I guess, but it's what per day, per 6 hours, something like that.
Per extended period of time, yeah. But really, I didn't
Yeah.
feel like I needed mini berries for this run through. Usually, I have to go out of my way to get a few, but this time I didn't really need any.
I
Well,
usually never go out of my way to get any berries. Like I went to do all the trees because I wanted to fight all the crab brawlers, but
I didn't go out of my way to get berries mostly because they aren't really. I can't guarantee I get a leper berry every time, so
mm. Most importantly, hey Dosha, can you read what this NPC is saying for us?
let's get figgy with it. Watch while I nab me some berries.
Thank you. So now that we've
So
had our fun, now it's time to stop having fun.
it's so
Who wants to talk
important.
about the hand-holdiness in the game?
This
Uh,
game gives you so many free
I think it
things,
was a little bit. I didn't
but
notice a lot of it, other than they
honestly,
heal your Pokemon frequently. But a lot of times when they heal your Pokemon, it's in a context that makes sense to do so.
yeah, because here's the thing, right? One thing that this game kind of does correct in this sort of handholdiness, which it is pretty handholdy, like you get free revives and free all this stuff. I don't think it's egregious, but the thing that I like most about it is that Lily is just like, I don't want anything to get hurt, and I buy healing items. I am your white mage, and she just will heal your Pokemon after like
There were at least two
encounters.
or three times where I fully max healed my entire team, and then Lily, like I walked 2 steps and Lily heals my team again.
See, I
Yeah,
kind of learned to expect it, so it just
my
didn't bother healing.
hand holdiness in the last game doesn't necessarily extend to this one, mostly because the last ones that we did were remakes. So I had something to compare it to. Um,
But like obtaining 3 revives at this point in the game.
yeah, that is excessive. I agree. That's definitely too much. But it's yeah. I mean, I kind of wish that you could buy revives that early.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, so after we get 3 revives, so you're meant to go into the next story progression, but I went back into the cemetery because there's a couple of people in this Pokemon Center
I feel like
specifically that want you to go there.
I feel like
One
they
of them,
do revives early on because there's a lot of just wilderness in the game.
Hmm, I suppose.
You're not
mhm,
always that close to a Pokemon Center.
they give you
Sometimes
fly really early though.
oh, sure, they give you fly early, but often, like half of the first island is like cave.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah, I guessed. So in one of these people in this area here, they want you to go save a Drifloon from the cemetery. and there's another person talking about it, how Drifloon will kidnap children.
Yeah.
Someone explained to me why the fuck they thought this was an okay line.
That is the weirdest localization I've ever seen. That has to have some kind of context
What did they say
in
just before
Japanese.
that?
Like, God. Anyway, another character in
We
the
talking
same
about
Pokemon
Drifblim?
said, "What?
Is it referring to Drifblim?
Yeah, they wanted me to save a Drifloon, but they were talking about
The what?
yeah, they
The
wanted me
what?
to save a Drifloon or a Drifloon rather. They wanted
Uh-huh.
me to save a Drifloon.
Okay. But they were saying that you shouldn't say the Drifloon?
No, they were talking about Drifloon, and they said this.
So they're saying that the Drifloon is kind of creepy?
Yes, because it kidnaps children. That's pretty creepy.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Fair
next
enough.
question. What's a daughter?
What's a daughter?
A daughter. Daughter is like an elderly person, I think.
Yeah,
Daughterly.
an old person.
Yeah.
You
I
doddering old
see.
fool. You've never heard that before?
Nope.
Interesting.
Speaking of doddering old fools, back to the cemetery. This person's husband died, and a car crash where he sent his Machamp out just right before the
Yeah.
crash.
This is the most like straightforward, sad story that
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was just so
Yeah.
blunt, right in your face. Hey, my husband died. My Machamp will never drop me.
It's really
The
funny.
Machamp kept screaming. God.
Wow.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so now you can go ahead and switch it back to the footage because now I don't have any pictures until we get
And
to
then
the
she
next
gives you
island.
fling, right?
Fair enough.
I think she gives you something, yeah. I don't remember what specifically. But yeah, so after doing all that, we're now tasked with entering the first trial. So this game doesn't have gyms. This game now has trials, which I find are pretty fucking cool.
I think
Yeah.
that the Trials idea is really fresh, especially when this came out, because like I was like, yeah, that just sounds like a neat idea. Because I had been saying since like I think Gen 4, I want them to try more things with
Uh-huh.
like the quote unquote gym system. Like you shouldn't have to
Yeah.
dedicate it to be the same thing every time. So I want them to do more shit
Mhm.
like this going forward.
Yeah, like it was a really unique idea, and I like how they bluntly explained the rules are you can't catch any Pokemon until you win the trial. Like simple enough. I like it. It's blunt, straight to the point.
Yep, it's pretty good.
So yeah, this first trial, we enter and we gotta go scare off some things and some like uh burr holes, and there's some team grunts, whatever. Regardless, after that, we walk up to a pedestal. And interestingly enough, we hear a big loud rumbling noise. Depending on the game you picked, you're either going to see a gigantic Gumshoes or a gigantic Raticate of the Alolan variety.
Yep.
We could also talk about Alolans after we talk about Totem Pokemon.
Hmm. I didn't
So
realize that it changes on the version. Mine was a Gumshoes, of course.
mine was Eradicate.
Mine was Raticate. But yeah, so the totem Pokemon, they're much more bigger than regular Pokemon, with one big downside, they can't be transferred.
They are indeed. They're one of the specialty Pokemon that can only exist in one game. It would actually be kind of interesting if they ever redid this, if they were just redefined as Apex Pokemon or something. Because it's interesting that
Yeah,
you can transfer Apex Pokemon from Legends Arceus and it's fine. But these ones,
we'll
they
see
just
what
didn't have
happens
the
when
ability
Apex
to.
Pokemon reach Sword or Scarlet Violet.
It's really interesting. I like it. I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, so on that note, I guess we could talk about this is the first game where they introduced regional variants.
This was a big deal.
Yeah, pretty big deal.
Like
How
I
you found out about it? They showed off one Pokemon that looked like kind of weird. They're like, is it a new Pokemon? Is it just what's going on here?
Yeah. Well,
Which one was it? Does anyone remember?
God.
I
Was it?
started I took a 2-year break, so I have no idea.
Was it Diglett?
It might have been Diglett. Who knows?
I don't remember what it
I'll see
was.
if I can find a picture of it.
Oh, maybe it was Alola and Raichu. I'm not sure.
No, Raichu was one of the earliest ones. I remember that, but it wasn't the intro one. Because the intro one was like a base form change. It wasn't a final evolution. But anyway, like, I really think that this idea is one of the most, like, key ideas that Pokemon has ever had that could, like, preserve it going forward. Because they can just remake older Pokemon in a newer version, because it totally makes sense that certain Pokemon would evolve in new ways.
That was the first one!
Which one?
It was Alolan Executor!
Oh, right! This son bitch!
Look at him!
Boy!
Look at him!
Look at this lad!
Yeah, it was like, whoa, what
Grass
the hell?
Dragon.
My favorite. I fucking love him.
That was the first one shown. That's amazing.
I fucking love him. Oh, he's so good. But
They showed off a couple more in this trailer too. Vulpix. But yeah. Anyway.
There was a lot of them. It's such a good idea because you have the ability to take Pokemon and give them like a new form or new ability. It really allows you to refresh older Pokemon and also make cool new designs. And lore-wise, it works great. So it's just
That's
like
why
a silver bullet solution that they came up with.
Yep. Overall,
Yeah.
probably
So
the best
the whole
decisions Game Freak's made in the last 10 years.
Yep.
yeah. So the whole totem mechanic is pretty cool, but we get into the now. I don't know how popular or unpopular it is. I guess go ahead and switch it over because we now have. Let's talk about Z moves.
Voop, 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 voop.
You can use once per turn a Z move, or once per battle a Z move on any one of your Pokemon.
Goofy as
Which
fuck.
they are
love it.
goofy.
I
They
love
look
it.
goofy, but they're powerful.
They're really silly, but at the same time, it's just like this entire game is built in silliness, so it really does work out. I guarantee that when they were like making this up, they were like, I really want to input like kind of a hula kind of thing. What do we do? It's like, how about we have hula moves? You know, it's like, that's just fly on the wall kind of thing that I wish I could have seen.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like Z moves. It's kind of weird when like you don't get all of them from doing like the main story stuff. You can actually skip some of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I still like Megas better.
Well, Megas are still
Yeah, I
better,
think
but
Megas are definitely the best ones for sure. So yeah, I don't really like Z moves because they kind of took over Megas in the sense that they just didn't have Megas until you beat the game.
I did find it interesting that you could use both.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, they're all
Put a
here.
Z stone on your fucking Mega Rayquaza.
Yeah, you can technically Mega Dragon Ascent and then do that. It's so weird.
Z Dragon Ascent.
Yeah, Z Dragon Ascent.
You can.
God, that's insane. So really quick here, I did forget I had one picture, or video rather. I don't know why, but they did decide to have him in the background, just doing his arm motions. They just decided he's just gonna keep going.
He's just
gonna go.
He's gonna
All right.
go.
Anyway, so after we get our Normalium Z, we go throughout the island. There's a couple more minor things we can do, and then it's time to fight the Grand Kahuna Hala.
Oh boy.
I don't have any pictures for this one.
There we go.
So we go fight the Grand Kahuna Hala. So at this point, I am curious, what are our teams looking like?
I had 2 Pokemon.
Would you like to elaborate?
The 2 Pokemon I mentioned I already had. I had Poplio, which had evolved into its second form. I can't remember the name of it. And then the second evolution of Pikipek.
Yeah, Trumbeak.
Yeah. So I was able to deal with his entire team very easily. he's not particularly difficult as far as like the big boss goes until you get to the end. Once you get to the end, he's actually kind of a problem. But his intro team is pretty easy to beat.
Yeah, especially because I had a Trumbeak, of course, but my wishy-washy didn't really show much in these opening areas because it was a wishy-washy that couldn't school yet.
Hmm.
How about you, Dosha and Ark? What team did you have fighting against Hala?
I don't remember. Do you know how long ago that was?
Weeks.
It was over a
Like,
month ago.
literally weeks. Oh,
Anyway,
man.
did anyone have trouble fighting Hala?
No. I'm pretty sure
I'm
I
pretty
had
sure
my
I-
Rowlet, and I had, I think, maybe Pikachu at the time.
All right, so we beat up Grand Hala, take his lunch money and his Tauros, and then we leave.
Yep.
We don't say anything, we just leave. And then we land on the next island. This game is island-based, where we're going to one of 4 islands. There's maybe 5 if you count the Pokemon Institute, but is that what it's called, Pokemon Institute?
The Aether Institute.
Thank you. The Ether Institute. But yeah, 4 major islands, and we're on to the second one. When we get to the second one, Hal says "Land ahoy!" and we've already landed there. And Lily makes sure to be confused with the cute face.
It's a bit late to declare
Flick that
land
over.
ahoy.
Flicker over.
Yep. Already
Isn't it a
tired.
bit late to declare it after you've already arrived on shore? She's very cute.
Lily is quite adorable.
Yep. So, now that we're on the island, there's a couple major things that happened on this island. First, I do believe right when we land, we meet the green-haired girl Mallow.
We do indeed,
Does
yes.
she go back?
She does not go wet. I am very sorry to disappoint you. However, right after, you can flick it over now, we meet 2 characters that we know from Gen 6. It's Cinia and whatever the guy's name is.
Dexio.
Dexio.
Thank you. Except they're different because they have sunglasses this time.
Also, they're not.
And they're on vacation.
It's probably the only character we get to see compared between their chibi and their regular.
No,
model.
we get to see Colress.
Chorus was a sprite. He wasn't in Gen 6.
I guess.
Lotus
I
is
guess
just
sprites
here,
aren't
by the
technically
way. He's
chibi.
just present.
But they're the only character. Cinia and Dexio are the only characters that were in both Gen 6 and Gen 7. So we get to compare their chibi 3D model to their adult. Well, not adult. Their normal 3D model.
Yeah. I mean, I think they look good. Their sunglasses are a bit silly, but they look okay.
Look, they just don't want to develop cataracts. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Eye protection is very important when you're in the tropics.
However,
Or-
they're here for one very important reason. They can say they're on vacation, but they're here working hard at work because they want to collect Zygarde cores.
Oh, goody. We're
Did anyone
finally to the
collect
point.
Zygarde cores?
I picked him up when I saw him.
I picked them all up. Yes.
You can get them pretty. You can get a 10% Zygarde pretty early. By the way, there's a 10% form now and 100%.
Yep.
Well-
The 10% is a dog. The 100% is like a Dragon Ball Saiyan form.
It turns out Zygarde is actually made of a bunch of tiny creatures, and the one you encounter in Generation 6 is actually 50% form.
Yep. It's a
Yep.
Zygarde
However,
that
this is not
only
new information to this
50%
game. This was
power.
actually confirmed in the anime of Gen 6.
Yep.
Oh,
Because in Gen 6, there's a very big character, a very cute character that one of the main cast dubs Puni-chan. Anyway, please enjoy the following. This is Puni-chan.
Hello. Hello, Puni-chan.
Puni-chan is one of the main cast.
He's just there.
He is just there, and she loves him.
Isn't that
Anyway,
There's a pet.
one of the gym leader's sisters?
yeah, that is the electric gym leader's sister. They're
Yeah.
all on the. She is the Misty of this generation.
Yeah, okay.
Is she? I
Anyway,
thought Serena was the Misty of that generation.
so okay, Serena. Yeah, so okay, Serena and her right there. I forgot there are two girls.
Yeah,
Hmm.
she's the max of this generation.
Yeah, she really
Fair
is.
Max. Then
Who's
what's
Max?
the gym leader of that generation? Okay, whatever. We're getting off topic. Anyway,
Max is from
so
Max.
after
Wait. I'm sorry. When were we ever on topic? What?
we've been going pretty steady on topic. We're already on the second island. It's only been 2 hours 4 minutes. So
Wow,
Yay!
clip.
That statement exhausted me totally and completely. Okay.
anyway, don't worry. We're actually zooming through now. We're on the second island. We talked to Zinio and the two people from Gen 6, and they're standing in front of a hotel. And I went through the hotel. There's not really anything interesting. We don't need to switch over to this. I'll just read this. There's a book that says, "Let's see. Most of the people on the list have been waiting here for up to 10 years. That is one hell of a wait time." So after
Hmm.
that, um, I will preface this picture is bad because I was in the car at the time on
Oh
the way
my
to a
god,
doctor's
why is
appointment.
this? This is really bad.
I was on the way to a doctor's appointment. I was
I
in the
get
car.
you,
This is
but
a bad
like,
picture.
man,
However, it's very important because Malo says it's so rich and creamy when you use it in white sauce and other things. Anyway, she is very happy. She is very cute. Mallow is a very cute character, by the way,
yeah.
which is very important. So at this point, now when I got into this, I thought Wishy-Washy evolved, or not evolved. When I got the Wishy-Washy had his schooling form at level 30. It happens at level 20, which was very exciting for me. You don't need to switch it over, but yeah, look at my boy. He's a big lad, and he's got many fish.
He is big fish.
Also,
I
it is
love.
at this point uh, that NPCs actually have full restores.
Yep.
Because I have in my notes, NPCs have full restores at Paleonia Ranch, and also fuck them.
I didn't really
Yep,
have that
fair
much of
enough.
a problem. Like I knew that some of them would heal, but I kind of killed them more or less immediately. So,
Yeah, I don't think I noticed anyone using a full restore. Maybe because I had a Wishy-Washy.
Trainers have items.
they do. Oh yeah, unlike current gen games, trainers actually heal their Pokemon.
Yeah, that was weird about that. That was the
Scarlet
really weird
Violet.
thing about Scarlet and Violet. Anyway,
Yeah, moving on. So in Penny Ranch, we have a rival battle. Doesn't really matter. It's a small rival battle. It's how you've already got a Pokemon stronger than his starter.
Yup.
Anyway, um, Penny Ranch is where we get to the daycare, and in this game's daycare, I can finally talk about the fact that this is where I broke my circle pad on my original 2DS because of Tauros.
Fantastic.
Breeding with having using Taurus running in a circle just is not good for your 2DS's lifespan, it turns out. Anyway, so at this point, we can go up and we can go head off to the first of 3 major element trials in the area. On the way, we meet a couple of trainers that say 1 plus 1 is 2, but it could also be 3 or 4. I don't know what that means, but they sure think it does. Um, Speaking of 1 plus 1 is 2, we get a grunt, and we get a female grunt this time saying, I guess it's no surprise a homeless kid would turn out spineless too, huh? And what homeless kid are they talking about? Nothing else but Gladian. How do
Yep.
you feel about Gladian, boys?
Gladian is Edgelord McEdgy Lord.
He
Gladion.
is. Oh my god. Like
Gladion.
the like poses he makes when he goes into battle.
He is like a classic 90s angst character. It's fantastic.
I just pulled up a picture of him from the anime and like yeah. However, apparently there's a picture of him in the anime from when he was younger.
Yep.
Like, does that look like Gladian to you?
Yeah, it looks still like
Yes.
Gladian. He just looks like he's
Yeah.
mellowed out.
God, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so that's Gladian, and he's got this weird Pokemon called Type Null.
It has
Yeah,
a
what is
box on
that?
its head.
Come on. It's a
It's
weird
this weird Pokemon that may or may not be legendary, which we'll get into later. So so the team Skull Grunts say he must be a spineless homeless kid. Anyway, we go on to the next trial area, which is in the water. We meet this NPC that says they crammed Pokemon in their backpack, bounced around, and now they're here. And we're like, same though. So it was at this point where I basically paused the story for about 2 days. Not to take a break from the game, mind you. I had to pause the story because there was an NPC in the Pokemon Center that said, go catch a Feebas. I regret doing that because he only gave
There-
me 3,000 Poké Dollars for it.
It took me.
Mhm.
It took me like maybe like 15 minutes, half an hour.
It
By
didn't
the end
take
of it, I
long.
had 68 pearls and 50 big pearls.
You were just checking the bubbling spots, right?
No.
Oh, well, that would explain why. You're supposed to only check the bubbling spots. They
Yeah.
refresh themselves
The-
after you get
yeah.
to a different area.
But anyway, I got
Sure.
with those pearls, I had enough money
Man,
to carry me up the rest of the game, so it was okay in the end. Um,
just do an all water team. Use it,
Yeah.
load it.
It's
Get
not like
get
I'm
rid-
going to be doing that, lol.
yeah. Anyway, so you can patch it over to the playthrough. So now we're back onto the trial. Before we get on the trial, this girl in this
Oh my
blue
God.
outfit says, "Hey, can you help me really quick? There's some weird Pokemon things that are happening. I need your help." So we go find, and there's this weird small fish named a Wishy-Washy. What's going on here? We beat up the Wishy-Washy.
fishy
Another
fosh.
Wishy-Washy. What's going on here? There's another Wishy-Washy. She says, "Oh my God, there's more bubbling over there. Let's go." And we go and we ignore the trial gate that we pass under, and we fight
She
this
told me.
gigantic totem Wishy-Washy, where she says, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm the trial captain. Have fun."
She told me that it was Kyogre.
She lied.
Yep. I
She
mean,
lied.
it was
She
pretty
lied.
close.
Why
Like,
would she do this?
No,
it's about as big as a Kyogre.
I do like the way that they kind of laid out this
Like-
island. Because it goes from one into the other, and you're rewarded for two of the three
Yeah, like
of
if you aren't
them.
paying attention, you won't notice a trial.
Yeah. It's a nice way to,
Also,
like,
Lana-
initiate a trial.
Yeah, Lana is cute.
Lana is very cute. All the
She's
characters
no,
in this game are cute.
horny. She is not cute. She is
Uh,
horny.
He is very
Yeah,
horny.
no,
Oh my God.
Wait,
she's
what?
You didn't see it? Like 5 or 6 times throughout the game, she kept on making horny jokes.
No, I did
I have a
notice
couple
that,
of pictures
actually.
of it. We'll get to them when we get to them, I guess. But
jokes.
anyway, did anyone have trouble fighting the totem Wishy-Washy?
I
Nope.
think I probably did.
I beat it pretty easily, honestly. It didn't take very much.
Yeah, I beat it with my own Wishy-Washy.
I don't remember some of the trial Pokemon here. I think I did have to. Did I ever do it more than once? I don't know if I did. Maybe I did only do it once.
Mm.
No, wait.
Anyway.
I did only once. Yeah. I don't think I struggled that much, but I think I got close to losing my Rowlet.
Hmm.
Eh,
So at this point, we now have a
Well,
second
Dartrix,
Z
that's fine.
Stone. And I want to point out, because I actually found out this isn't something that everyone knows. So later on in the game, I had 2 Pokemon that had the Normalium Z equipped. Apparently, some people don't know that you can have the same Z Stone equipped to multiple Pokemon.
yeah, it's a key item, basically. You can think of it as
Yeah.
a TM. You just use it over and over again. Which makes
Your
sense.
whole team can have Z Stones. You can just only use 1 per battle.
Yep.
Anyway, we get the Z, Waterium Z. Oh yeah, the names are stupid, by the way. God, they're
What
awful.
the
Anyway,
Okay.
so then we go down a pathway. On that pathway, we meet an NPC that says, when I think about it, you too are all alone in the world. Anyway, who cares about that? It's time to go for the battle royale. Now,
Oh
please
yeah,
note the level differential here.
thing. And Gladion shows up.
They're just
Right.
everyone's here.
And then who's there? Is it the
Master
It's
Royal
the
and Hal.
Master Royale, How,
Royal
and
shows up and he's a super big.
Typenol.
I was very excited.
Yep.
And he's like, "Woo, we're gonna do a battle royale, kids."
Yeah.
He is
So,
excited.
since we're here, we can finally talk about it. So, these are the two people that Professor Burnett really has a crush on.
Like, it's
Like,
really
I
she
can see the
definitely has a
similarities
type.
for sure, for sure.
She
There's a-
definitely has a type.
I don't know. Are they like related somehow? I don't see.
think they're related. Like,
I
you
don't
can
know.
tell, like they've
But-
got like a similar skin tone. She might have like that, like a kind of a similar build. Not really though.
Like
Like
it's
Master Royal is definitely more bulked out.
it's
He's a bit
implied
more
that they
bulked
know
out,
each
yeah.
other because that one guy gives you a mask to give to Professor Kukui.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
Yep.
He
though.
well, maybe they're just like maybe
Maybe
they
it's a
met when doing a maybe they met. Yeah, maybe they met.
Maybe,
It's
maybe.
interesting.
I mean, like
I
if
don't know.
Master Royale is a moves master and he's a moves professor, then maybe they collaborate sometimes.
Yeah, honestly, I could see that they like grew up together.
It would make sense, yeah.
Like I don't understand how people get them confused.
Like they're very
Yeah.
like side by side. It really is uncanny. Like my
I
god.
just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean like if you can tell very closely. For example, if I zoom in here, Professor Kukui, nothing on his arm. Okay, Master Royal, something on his arm, completely different.
It's a different thing, yeah.
It's different, yeah.
One's wearing most like a jacket, and the other one's wearing nothing.
Da-da-da.
Yeah, man.
Man.
I don't know. I don't think we'll ever solve that
Neither's
mystery.
wearing boots, okay? It's not
Yeah.
even close.
So, in this battle royale, did anyone have any trouble fighting?
Nah.
No.
Nah. Honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and save you a lot of trouble and everyone a lot of time. I had 0 battles in this game where I had any issue aside from the battle against the teacher with the Magnemite. Every other battle I had in this game, I was able to just, like, either check or go through, because turns out, like, once you get past the first part of this game, my particular team had coverage for basically everything, which is different. I just put together a team of my favorite Pokemon from this gen. I didn't really put much thought into it other than making one deliberation for the 5th and final member of, or the 6th and final member of my team. But, like, I had 0 issues with fights basically the entire time after the intro island. Like, everything else just went down like that.
I had most fun. Like, I had a lot of fun with my team. I just didn't think about the fact that it turns out my team gets countered very hard by a Alolan Raichu.
Yeah,
I just didn't consider it.
Was difficult to deal with by my team too. It's
So it actually made the rival fights actually difficult.
It's very fast, so
Yeah.
it can cause a lot of problems. And it's got a pretty good move pool, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not
Uh-huh.
bad.
So, after that first trial battle royale where it's just defeat one Pokemon, then you get kicked out, I went back in because I wanted to try it again. And if you see this again, I'm showing it up. Everyone else is level 50.
Yep. It goes up
Am
real
I not
quick.
supposed to go back?
It goes up real quick.
That's going to happen, and that's why I don't go back to that. But I didn't expect them to actually do it if they are like, "This is unlocked for you."
I could totally see myself, younger me, being really pissed if I had saw Primarina this way.
I guess, but I don't know.
I think it's exciting to see new Pokemon revealed in ways like this, but
at the time, I would have had a Poplio, so I would have wanted to see it when I evolved it.
How would you have a Poplio still by this point? You would have at least had a middle evolution.
You think? Yeah. So you don't even remember the name of it.
Well, no, I don't remember the name of it. Like, there's a lot of middle evolutions that I just frankly don't remember the name of, because
By the way,
there's
Dartrix
like
and
4 good middle evolution starters.
I remember Dartrix. I remember Torracat.
I remember.
I've never used Poplio, and I don't know anybody who uses Poplio. So wait, I just remember what it is. It's Brione.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Briona. Okay, so like Dosha said earlier, there is a thrifty Megamart on the same place. And if you did the side quest to save the Drifloon, he's in this building.
You buy absolutely everything that you can. The sale ticket. Oh my god, it's so valuable.
Look, he's right there.
So
That's
if you talk to the Drifloon that you saved on Route 6, he gives you a lemonade.
He's like, yeah, I stole a lemonade. Here you go.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly. But yeah, so the half off deal is pretty cool. I kind of wish I would have thought to come back eventually, but I didn't.
they don't have a particularly good selection. I don't know if it gets better if you go back. I know that
I mean,
what
you
they
can buy
have-
those like idols.
Yeah, you can buy those and you can use them to like store money basically.
Yeah.
Have a savings account.
I mean, yeah,
Teaching
I
kids
suppose,
about
yeah.
savings accounts.
Important stuff.
That would be Gen 2 though.
Yeah, I mean, teaching kids don't give your drunk mom your money. She'll buy everything.
Teaching kids about a commodity market.
Anyway, so after we get through the 50
To buy
Megamart and
collectibles,
somehow
you
make
buy
it out with our wallets
security.
intact,
Isn't
we
that right?
go ahead and head up to the Whala Park volcano. Onto the Whala Park volcano, we meet an NPC, and actually, I forgot about this. This is important. Yeah, I found a visual bug. So look at the shadow on the so where is? Oh yeah, okay. You see the shadows moving correctly. Correctly, shadows. Now, if I go over to this third one here, shadow disappears. You see it under the guy? Under him? The guy with the black and blue. If I go back to
Slight.
here real quick.
Yeah, that's a very slight
Yeah,
visual
some
bug.
pop and stuff.
Pop.
The
It's
game
pretty
is
interesting.
famously, perhaps famously, just because of the exposés that happened, but this game is just not very well put together.
This is the
It's not nearly as bad
I
as
don't
some.
Sloppy.
this
An authentic Alola experience. Look at her be cute.
Yeah, I really like so that trainer class is interesting because they only use Pokemon that have Alolan forms, but they use the regular form,
Yeah, they like
Yeah,
put
it's
it in
pretty
there
interesting.
specifically for the Pokedex.
which is a neat idea.
So we're on Whala Park volcano, so you know what that means. That means it's time to meet this guy.
He's
I
here.
really like Kiawe's design. I'll pull up the picture of the guy. I'll pull
Kiawe.
him up. What's his name?
Kiawe.
Steve?
Hiker
He's in the
Steve.
corner of the
Or no,
shot.
Dave. Hiker Dave. He's here
He's
with
right
us
there.
right now.
All right. So if for some reason you have been watching this series and you're somehow this far and you don't know what is about to happen, let me explain. So for this trial, you're watching 3 Alolan Marowak dance. You got to pick out the one that is not the same, and once you do, you fight it. Well, at one of them, he says, pick the one that's not the same, and your choices are the following. And instead of saying, oh, my Alolan Marowak, he says, oh, my Hiker Dave. And then he goes to attack you and says, Hiker, or something like that.
Yep.
It's funny. It's
Hiker
great.
Dave is
Everyone loves
just
Hiker
such a good character. A tour
Hiker
de
Dave.
force if ever there was one.
I wish I knew what I did with that one picture I made. It's not in here, is it? It wouldn't be appropriate to show on screen, but
Oh.
What did you make?
What?
it was funny. Okay.
It was funny, he says.
I'll see if we can find it.
Okay.
It'll take a while, though. Probably.
That's fine.
But yeah, anyway, so we go ahead and we meet up with Hiker Dave, and he says, "Hey, battle me, whatever." I don't know. So Hiker Dave, we get through that. We finally get through the meme, which you see on the bottom right corner of your screen there, and then we meet the totem Pokemon of the day,
Oh, good.
and I really like Salazzle.
Salazzle as a Pokemon is really cool. That's why there's one on my team, and I spent a long-ass time finding a female one.
So I would love to talk about that. So when I first played this game, and so in most games, I'm very what's the word, stubborn. So I don't look things up, and it was a lot worse back then because when I first played through Sun Moon, I had a team. On that team was a Salandit. It was male, and by the end of the game was a level 70 male Salandit.
Well,
I didn't know that it had a gender exclusive evolution.
well. That is a shame.
Indeed, because Salandit's like fire poison is a great type combination unless you're going against the ground.
Oh, and its ability
And its
is
ability is cool.
adorable.
It can poison steel types.
Specifically with Toxic, it's interesting. I would think that they would just go ahead and make it so that poison could just hit steel and just deal neutral damage or something. But no, it's only status effects.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, it is indeed nifty. So I guess did anyone have trouble fighting this trial? Because I did. I lost.
Copy and paste my answer here. I one-shot it.
Yeah, I don't think I struggled. I think I had Aquarianid at the time, so I just used Bubble Beam and I won.
At this point, I was actually underleveled, and I somehow lost. At this point, I realized that most of the totem battles are actually really difficult.
There are a couple that are just really annoying, especially like when you get to the later ones because they will call in like really strong like support Pokemon just
Yeah, it's a
randomly.
very interesting dynamic. Do you
yeah,
kill the call Pokemon first? Oh my god, we didn't talk about calling.
it's fine.
So calling is, in the last game they had horde battles, which was a new wild encounter type. In this game, they didn't have hordes, probably partly due to the graphical difficulty of it, the fact that the game was already lagging. So
yeah,
they decided, let's have it so that wild Pokemon and I guess also totem Pokemon can call in a random helper, and it becomes a 2v1 battle when this happens. These are called calls.
yeah. It's a really neat way to go about doing these things because it's especially cool for shiny hunters because you can just keep okay, there's an item in the game, I think it's called an adrenaline orb, that you can use to basically make a Pokemon once it's at a low enough point just continually SOS, which means that you can chain multiple times throughout the same battle, which is really interesting, especially when you consider the fact that, well, basically this is just the start of making shiny Pokemon really, really easy to get. I remember
Yeah,
chaining for one in this game. It took maybe not a Salazzle. Getting a female shiny Salazzle is pulling teeth. But I remember chaining for a shiny Pokemon just to see how long it would take through horde battles, and it didn't take any time at all.
yeah.
My
So
God,
I've
no
never
time.
done horde SOS chaining, and I plan to in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon because I think I've said it in older videos. I'm doing an only shiny run in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon. However, this is important because I completely forgot about this. So in the shiny hunting community at large, there is someone who wanted to catch a shiny Salamence from a chain, which is a 1% chance. If you find a Bagon, which is a 1% find, it would be very annoying to have to reset that chain. Please enjoy the montage of every single shiny Bagon they killed so they could find the shiny Salamence.
They finally got him.
Wow.
It took
Every
so
single one of
long.
those Bagon were killed.
Just
Damn.
get bonked, son.
Was it worth it?
It was. They were very happy. They named him Bagel or something like that.
Okay.
Bagel.
I don't know. I'll look at the comments later. But yeah, yeah, SOS chaining is pretty cool. I've never done it before. I'm excited to do it in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon. Um, so yeah, after the Whala Park volcano, we head on down the road and we meet a familiar face. Why is Colress here?
Hi, Chloris. How you doing? Or Colress, whatever I never pronounce his name correctly. He's just, yeah, hi. I'm here now. What's up?
Yeah, he's just here now.
He's just present.
So after Colress, we just pretty much can go right into the next trial, which is Mallow's trial in the lush forest.
Mallow's
Now,
trial
I
is
actually,
probably pretty standout as opposed to like so many other of the trials because it does involve some fighting, but it's a scavenger hunt, which is really interesting.
I got lost in the trial.
Everyone gets lost in the trial at some point.
Yeah, I think if you don't know that you can go certain directions, then it's easy to just not.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is actually the hardest fight that I had in the game. I lost against this trial like 5 times.
The Lorantas?
Yes.
I destroyed it immediately. One shot
My
into
team
oblivion.
my team at the time was not ready to handle one. It was just essentially that Trumbeak was the only way I could handle it, really.
Well, okay, so
Yeah.
here's the thing about this one. I did one shot it, but I remember the first time I did it because it summons healers. It's insane how difficult this thing can be if you're not prepared for it. Luckily, I was this time, so we.
Yeah, so one thing that I learned, the Pokemon that it first spawns isn't set.
Yeah, it's random.
Every time you redo the fight, it's random. One time it summoned a cast form, one time it
Yep.
summoned a Trumbeak.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
It is quite crazy.
Eventually I managed to take it down. Now we get to the meme that Ark mentioned earlier. Let's start off with Kiawe and his thick club and rare bone that he brought for the dinner.
He brought some ingredients. I
He
love that
did.
one of his ingredients is literally a bowl.
Yes, Lana brought some fresh water and a rocky helmet. The usual rocky helmet, rather. And Mallow says, grab the thick club and rare bone and pound it all to a pulp. Ark, if you're still here, yeah, we are children.
It's
I don't think he's
so.
here. Anyway,
It's so easy.
we are going to press A to pound,
Why is it so easy?
and we're going to keep
Press
pressing
A
A to finish the food.
Why does it have?
And
And
then,
the ingredients fly them around the screen while you're doing this as well.
yeah.
Why is it such? It's so easy. They shouldn't have made it this easy.
Now, you know what you need to say when you use the Grassium Z, right? It's grass.
Grass K.
It's so. It's so weird.
Mallow is really cute. And then just Lana existing.
Yeah,
She's there.
she's there. She lick.
She
Mum.
really decides to just say, hey, the flavor from the rare bone seems to fill my whole mouth. They really... who
It's
translated this
just.
game?
It's so. It's such.
You think it's just me who sees the lewd part of this?
No. I
There's
see
nothing-
it too. I didn't
I mean,
realize this is what you were talking about. I should
It's
have realized it.
vaguely suggestive, but like not in a way that's not, like if somebody's talking about eating a hot dog, it's the same kind of thing.
I mean, I guess. Because it's like, you can make a
I mean,
pretty
her saying
easy joke about
bone
this.
the part.
Like this.
But it's like, it is pretty.
Or making a bone broth. I don't know.
This is.
not weird to me.
Someone knew what they were doing here.
They
I
had to have.
think it had that
Like,
little-
it was... I don't remember who she mentions, but it's somewhere around here that she calls a hunk.
Wasn't it a Muncho? No. I'm thinking of something else.
I don't know. I don't remember. But anyway, so after the trial, and I will say I'm kind of moving along very fast. If anyone needs to cut on in, they can go ahead.
Yeah, you
After
are
the
going
trial,
90 miles a minute.
So we finish that, and then we immediately come out, and then there's a town.
Yeah, we're at a town yet again.
By the way,
wait.
can we talk about the route design for a second? Just in general.
It's
Over the last two games, it's difficult to think about the progress in this game for me, partly because, first of all, it's not structured with gyms, it's these trial captains. Most of the game is wilderness, and the routes are really windy. And that's
Mhm.
I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing. It's I think partly a reaction to a lot of the criticism of the previous games. The last two have had really, really linear map design.
This
So in this
one,
one, while the game is still very linear, the map design itself, if you look at the map, you cannot predict necessarily which direction you're going to go around the island to get through all of it. And then
yeah.
on top of that, no, go ahead.
No, I said yeah. I was agreeing.
Yeah. And on top of that, there's a bunch of optional areas, and that's something that's been missing from Pokemon for the last few generations. Really, is all this optional stuff. So on the first island, you have 10 Carat Hill, but you also have the hidden area behind the area where those yellow flowers are.
Yeah.
And then there's like a beach that's secluded on the. I don't remember any on the second island. I'm sure there are some. I know that there's areas that you can go back to when you get a certain ride Pokemon.
This
On the third
does.
island, there is a desert, a geothermic power plant, and a mountainous area that you can totally easily just completely skip.
Mhm.
I mean, the mountain technically you're on the route, but if you don't personally go out and do some exploring, you would never know that there is any wild Pokemon there.
Yeah.
It's
Nothing
really
suggests to you that there is.
it's really easy
You
to
just have
overlook
to
that
explore
particular
yourself.
area too.
Yeah.
Because like if you go up, like I saw the power plant and then I was like, oh yeah, and I completely walked by it and there was no reason for me like not to at the time. I went back
I,
and I did it later because I needed a TM though.
I think it's really great for a RPG of any kind to have areas like this where you can just totally miss out on this if you want, or you can go through it and try to see what's there. It's
Yeah.
always nice to have these kind of things to let you explore without the game feeling like it's railroading you. But
Hmm.
again, the game is still quite linear, very very linear. But I guess
Mhm.
that's not a bad thing because it's telling an interesting story this time around.
Yeah.
And the trial captains thing is a lot more novel and interesting than the gym leaders. As much as I like the way that gyms are handled later, uh, yeah,
Yeah.
it works for this game.
It does. It's really interesting exactly how many areas you probably wouldn't even think to look at.
Mhm. It's probably worth noting that personally, I don't necessarily see linearity as a bad thing. I know that there's a lot of people who do, though.
Well, there's a lot of people who are on a kick of like, well, the people have been on a kick of like, oh, everything should be open world, everything should be like, just go forth and do whatever, and people will
It's a
make
common
these,
sentiment.
yeah, people will make these claims which I would call completely baseless, where like you can totally have a linear game and it doesn't affect the experience. As a matter of fact, in a lot of ways, it can improve the experience. So I never really understood the whole thing where people see like a straight line as something that is like less valuable than an open area. Because like you can suffer for it, but that depends on the game. It's a game by game basis. Some games work better than others with this.
Yeah, I mean, like I obviously agree. I think that there is such a thing as too linear. Obviously, I mean, like nobody likes Final Fantasy 13,
Yeah,
mostly for that reason.
yeah. Like in situations where it's just detrimental, it's really detrimental because like it makes a problem and it takes a problem and magnifies it.
But anyway, Gen 5, probably the most railroady Pokemon game, or specifically Black and White. Black and White, railroady as hell. Um, X and Y, still pretty railroady, to be honest. Um, Worse than Gen 4, not quite as bad as Gen 5. But this game, we're probably back to. Because of the structure of the islands, it's kind of hard to compare it to other games' route design. I would say it's probably on par with like a Gen 3 ish title?
I mean, it seems like it's going on at a very good pace, and the route designs are not too long, and for the most part, they aren't too short. There's one route that feels like really abnormally short for no reason. I can't recall what it is, but it's like, or where it is, but it's this neat little area that has a lot of cool Pokemon in it, but it's just this one tiny little field, and you only go into it once to go and get Nebby off the other side of, and then that's it, and you're done. Like you never have to go back to this one ever again. So it's just, I don't know. It's some routes are a little too short, but overall they did a pretty good job with the route design, I think.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
we get to a town.
We do get to a town.
We get to a town that is what's her name? Is it Roxanne?
Roxanne? No,
No,
There's a bit before that.
Oh, there's something before that? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, it's where I catch my sand.
there is the area.
There's a
Behold the sand.
Look at how angry he is.
Return the slab.
He surrounded himself with Z power.
He's
He's so
He's,
angry, and look at
He
his
is
nickname.
now.
Acknowledge.
Yep. He is no
he is
longer
perfect.
a :0. He is now evolved himself into a greater than sign :0.
That's true. He did.
Look at him.
He was so angry.
He's incredibly angry. But man, it's Antigas is such a weird Pokemon. Like, it's a great way to do a I was going to say Ghast because that's his name, a Ghost Ground type. It's like, it's a very creative, like, just way to do
Yeah.
that. I like
A
it a lot.
haunted sandcastle, yeah.
Yeah. It's a neat idea. But anyway, so the bit before it, we go to the lab, right? This is where we, like, learn about the Ultra Beasts for the first time.
Yeah, so we first go to that little hotel area where you can get the sand.
Oh yeah, we have to go to the hotel.
Then we go to the lab.
The lab. Oh my god, it's time for Aether Paradise. Oh, oops.
It's time for this man's ugly as fuck glasses.
Yeah, they really are, like, outwardly hideous. I don't know what they were thinking.
I do find it interesting that Pokeballs don't work because a jamming signal.
See, this is something that's in more than just a few things. Like, there is a Pokemon movie in which, oh god, it's Destiny Deoxys. Everyone's in a city, right? And this city apparently has a Pokeball management system that once Deoxys inadvertently just messes up the entire security system, it makes it so the Pokeballs don't function anymore. So does that mean that, like, cities are like broadcast stations for managing Pokeballs, or is it like you have to have a Pokeball within, like, radio signal to use it? I never understood that plot point of the film. Like, I always thought that it just wasn't canon because it made no sense. And then something like this is like the inverse of that, where there's not a system that is like managing the Pokeballs, but this is a signal that just says, hey, you can't use them.
But that kind of breaks when you think about the fact that you have to return your own Pokemon back to their balls.
Well, they're already registered. I think it's saying that you can't use new Pokeballs.
Yeah, like, you can't utilize, or you can't open the Pokeballs, basically.
It can still shoot the laser out and go, but it can't. You hit the Pokemon and then go wop.
Yeah. Cool. I love that this descriptor, and we were all like, yeah.
So now let's talk about the best character in Pokemon, Lusamine.
Hello, Lusamine. How are you? Best villain in the game. God dang. I really love how, like, creepily threatening Lusamine is as a character. Because, like,
yeah, like her face.
yeah, she's really, like, she has the vibe of the, of just the bad person, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you take one look at her and you're like, oh, there's something off about you.
Yeah, like they set the seeds really early. Like this
Yeah.
face right here. Like this is just why are they zooming in so much? What's going on?
I mean, of course, it's like she might as well be like mustache twirling by the end of this scene, or like by the end
Yeah,
of the
by the
time
end
you
of this scene,
leave Aether
because
Paradise.
right after we finish talking to her, a big hole opens up in the sky,
Oh
and a
boy.
big thing comes out of it, and its name is question mark question mark question mark.
Its name is Jellyfish or UBO1.
Yes,
That hole.
we go beat
That
up the
Pokemon.
jellyfish,
But no,
and then we
yeah.
get to the
Yeah.
mustache twirl.
It's just like, it's so obvious. Look at this. However, it's like, once you really dig into Lucamine as a character, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this, since otherwise it won't make any sense. Her whole thing is, like, preservation, but obsession. Like, her whole thing is, like, anything that she finds beautiful or valuable, she wants to covet it to the point where she will legitimately cryogenically freeze it to keep it as pure and pristine as physically possible. Like, she is legitimately, that's already like manic. That's crazy. And I fucking love it. Like, it's a really subtle, like, kind of thing. It's like when, like, you realize the murderer was the one you've been walking around with the whole time. It's like, it's that same level of, like, not really horror, but like, oh, okay. So, like, Lucamine's whole shtick is basically, it comes down to this. She's a bad mom. That's her whole thing. The best villain in Pokemon is a bad mother.
She's a bad mom that everyone would say mama to.
Lusamine did nothing wrong.
It's because her husband died.
Yeah.
Or wasn't he like it went to ultra space and it was a bad experiment or something? I don't remember.
I don't remember, honestly. Who was her husband?
Fun fact, her husband is actually in the game.
Really?
Yeah, do you want to guess who it is?
Is it someone like an active character that we talk to, not just some random NPC?
Wait, no, you're right. What did
Yeah.
I hear then? I heard something happened.
I mean, I have no idea who it could be. Who is it?
It's the Pokepelago guy.
Yeah, if you talk to him,
Oh, right, I remember that.
And then, like, I can't remember if it's like this one or the next one, but okay, he has like amnesia or something like that, I think is the excuse. He's like, yeah, I just woke up and popped out of a wormhole. Yep, there he is. I just woke up and popped out of a wormhole, and I'm here now. Hi. And it's like, this is just really good, because this is why I say this has the most creative, like, no, I'm sorry, not the most creative. It has a story with character development. These characters are actually scarred by shit. Lusamine is the way she is because she lost the man she loves, and she's just what is this word? She goes into a oh my god.
Feel free to peruse that at your leisure.
Peruse. I forget what it's called. What is it called when you deal with grief? Not mourning. Like, it's a result of dealing with grief. Like a fundamental change to you.
There's a term for that?
I think there is.
I'm not sure.
At any rate, basically, Lusamine, she's basically just like, she wants everything to be perfect. She wants to keep everything pristine. And this is why Lily runs away from home. She's like, she sees her abusing Pokemon to get her way, and she just runs away to, like, with Cosmog to try and leave and protect it. And it's just subtly hinted at, just like, it's sprinkled in throughout the story. It's like, Lilia's never really gotten to, like, go out and do anything. Lilia's never really, like, gone shopping for herself. Oh, her mother always picked out clothes for her. Oh, her mother always chose her hairstyle. Oh, it's like this. This is slowly hinting at the fact that Lily was basically something that Lusamine coveted. She coddled her to the extreme to keep her like pristinely cute and ideal in her own way.
Yeah.
And it's
Um.
such a good storyline. It's like far and away the best storyline in Pokemon or the Pokemon games. It's just fuck. Lucamine is such a good
So
villain.
when looking for this picture of Moan, apparently someone drew really good fan art of them. This
Oh,
is
that's
drawn by
cool.
Kusuribe.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's really neat. Oh, it is also
Um.
very important to point out. I need to differentiate this. There is a different Lucamine in like the first Sun and Moon, in the second Sun and Moon, and in the anime. In the anime, she's actually a
She's
fine
like a good
character.
mom or something,
Yeah,
right?
she's actually like a good person in the anime for no reason. It's just like, yeah, she's
Yeah.
just like
So
Yeah,
really
really
bad
different.
I found
person,
a picture of her
but
in the
not here.
anime, but it's like Faba is holding like an old picture of them as when they were younger, and oh my god, look at Wick. Uh, eh,
Wiki. Oh yeah,
look at her.
that's incredibly cute actually.
Look at Faba.
God, her hair just grows longer, but it remains the cone.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like again, I love like the entire like Lily's entire family storyline. It's
Yep.
it's really really good.
Yeah, I actually really like the fact that, like, even though you could probably kind of try and piece it together, the fact that it's like, if you don't really think about it, like the Gladian twist is a neat twist.
Yeah, it's just it works. It's
Yeah,
good.
it's
Like
easy to overlook the fact. But yeah,
yeah.
so one second, we get that
Oop.
there. Yeah, she
Oh yeah,
evil though.
she's super evil. And of course, we'll get to the end when we get to the end. But like, I think this ending is is like a really good like story cap. It's really nice. But we'll save that for
The
later.
most important thing about this specific section of the game is you get the best item in the game, DM29
Yeah,
Psychic.
I love. Oh, I wanted to point this out actually. You, you and How are here, and Wiki is like, "Hey, do you want a souvenir? Guess what's in the
Oh
left and
yeah,
right
this
hand?"
one.
And she's like, "Here, How, you get a masala or a masalada or whatever the fuck it's called. Here, you get
Masada.
arguably the overall best psychic move in the entire fucking game."
Yeah, when he gets his Malasada, he's jumping around, he's super happy.
And then
When
he
you get Psychic, he
stops.
stops jumping and just turns.
He's just like, "Why did you do this?" Because I mean, as How is fine because the note that he keeps striking is at least what is the best way to say it? It may be
He wants to fuck a
repetitive.
Malasada.
It may be repetitive, but it's like he's a very simple person. He wants to fight, he wants to be your friend, and he likes malasadas. Or however you pronounce those. It's very much like Nemoda, honestly. Like Nemoda is in that same vein, but cranked up a few extra
Man,
notches.
Pokemon badly, am I right?
Well, he wants to beat his grandpa. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, his goal is to be the Kahuna.
I don't think his goal is to be the Kahuna. I think his goal is to beat the Kahuna.
I thought he said. Well, I could be
I
misremembering
thought you have
that.
to beat the Kahuna to get to this point.
Yeah, but you don't beat them at full power. It's like how gyms
Yeah,
in the
maybe he's talking
show.
about full power. Yeah, fair enough.
Like gyms, I really do like the explanation of like gyms in the show have like dozens of different teams of Pokemon based on your skill level.
Wasn't that only in Pokemon Generations?
It
Well, no,
was.
that doesn't seem to actually be completely true because if you remember in Gen 3, what does Mr. your dad, damn it, Norman,
Norman.
what does Norman give Wally to mess with? Is it a Slackoth? Is it a Vigoroth?
No, it's a Zigzagoon.
It's a Zigzagoon. He doesn't use Zigzagoon in battle,
Well,
though.
Yeah.
I mean, we technically did just move into town, so maybe he's still setting up. But fair enough, I do see your point.
But yeah, it's like there are various different explanations, and a lot of this is like hidden behind various lore walls, and it's just suggested. But I don't know. It's pretty easy to suspend your disbelief in like the anime because technically levels don't really exist. It's more about like skill set and evolution.
Well, in the anime, they do reference levels once in Gen 1.
They reference it exactly one time in Gen 1, and that's it.
Yeah, it was really weird. Like 3 girls were hazing some kid, and they were like, "Which level does it evolve at?"
That's so strange. I don't remember that.
It was like some pretty girls' school, and there was some kid trying to get in there. I don't know.
Okay, now I've hit the record button.
What do you guys think about the other important characters that we end up meeting, other than Lusamine?
You
I
mean like
mean,
Wick and Faba?
Yeah, Chief Director Faba, and then there is Wick.
Wick
Yeah, Wick is cute.
cute as
Faba
button.
is not.
Faba's not cute? You really think so?
Baba's insufferable.
But he's like important and stuff.
It doesn't make you cute.
Did you know that he's the last line of defense for the Ether Foundation?
I did. Did you know that he shouldn't have left the door, and he wouldn't have been anyway?
No, you see, he's too smart, important to think about these things. Okay.
His
Too
glasses
big
are
and
about as big
important.
as his ego.
He is the most useless character. Oh my god.
If anything, he's just a Deus Ex
Not
Machina to get us through
useless.
that
If it
door.
wasn't for
That's all he
him, we
does.
wouldn't have been able to go to the basement.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But it's
So
like,
he
eh.
did that.
Actually,
It doesn't align
that
with his own goals, but he did it.
that reminds me, we kind of briefly touched on it. We didn't really talk about Ultra Beasts.
Yeah, well, God, I guess I'll take
Well,
over for a minute.
they're not really like a known quantity much at this point. It's just mysterious
but
being appears
at the
from a
very least,
tunnel. I'm like, that was
Nihilego.
weird.
Okay, so I want to talk about the Ultra Beasts just in general for a minute. Because regardless of how you feel about them in terms of like their battle strength or their ability or whatever, man, when Ultra Beasts first got revealed, like when they were being talked about, people were getting really hyped up. I remember there was this really it was this interesting concept that someone came up with that a lot of people bought into where like because Lusamine looks very similar to Pheromosa, that they were somehow humans that had fused with Pokemon or something, or like they were Pokemon that were masquerading as humans.
That was a pretty scarily close theory, honestly.
Yeah, it works pretty damn well, but at the same time, like just Ultra Beasts by themselves, there have been so many neat little things that have happened with them. Like the way they were introduced by basically being referred to as not exactly Pokemon already got people talking. But then when they were referred to as like Ultra Beasts, everyone was like, what does that mean? And they were given code names. Like they were given like, I think Pheromosa is UBO2 Beauty or something like that. Like each of them have a code name and it just made the whole thing seem really like mysterious and sci-fi, and it makes sense when you think about it because these are alternate dimensional beings. Like they are very perfect. They are very like obviously meant to be alien. They are meant to be something otherworldly, and aside from a couple of them, I think they do a very very good job with it. Like Nihiligo and Pheromosa, very, very cool designs. I love Pheromosa shiny in particular, but like you can see where people were drawing the comparisons. It would have made
Yeah,
total sense.
like so I was looking more into it, see if there was anyone else who made more theories about Faramine Lucamosa. Can you pull over my picture? Did you know? I didn't.
Perhaps lived in a polished, shiny castle in that
She just
world.
has a Pheromosa in Masters EX.
Yeah, I
Oh,
have
yeah,
her.
I knew that. That's like her main thing.
Yep.
Why not Nihiligo?
It's strange. I will give you that. Considering what happens, it's strange. Like very, very much so.
Yeah. But the main thing I wanted to talk about with Nihiligo
This
is
happens afterwards, okay?
Yeah.
I can never remember its typing. Being poison rock is so unique.
Look,
It
she was in
is.
the ultra space for a while. She probably caught more than one, you know.
Yeah, this is fair. But yeah, no, it is. Rock poison typing is incredibly unique. I remember fighting it for the first time because I had avoided all spoilers on it. Just desperately trying to hash out what the fuck its typing was. Because I remember
Yeah, it
it.
doesn't look like anything like that.
Yeah, I remember hitting it with like a super effective psychic move. And it took the hit and it was like, yeah, it worked very well. And I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this thing? That means it has to be fighting or poison and something that is neutral to psychic otherwise, unless it's just one monotype. And I remember just kind of like hashing it out. I switched to a water Pokemon and hit it, and it was also weak. And I was like, this fucking rock poison? And it was just
Yeah, it's
so.
fucking weird, isn't it?
It's bizarre. It was super bizarre. Specifically because
Most of them make sense.
Nihilego does not make any sense for being rock at all. Poison I can totally see because this whole thing is it corrupts people. That is the entire that is its modus operandi. Its name literally is a combination of nihilism and ego. Like that's its whole shtick. It makes total sense. Why is it a rock type? It doesn't look like a rock type. It looks like a jellyfish.
I looked it up, so I was curious what other people have said about it. Quote, for those confused on its typing, UB01's body is composed of a glass-like substance. However, it's constantly changing shapes, never setting on one. Now, obviously, it's based off a jellyfish, so the poison typing was predictable. The rock typing comes from its body. It may be jellyfish, but its body isn't squishy. It's glass-like, as the website describes. What's glass? Hardened, heated sand. Where does sand come from? Rocks.
By that logic, it would make a little more sense for it to be an Earth type, though, wouldn't it?
Maybe?
Or a ground type, rather, not Earth. But I don't know. It's interesting. Again, I have no problem with it, because, like, I believe that I am the resident Ultra Beast liker in the group. I think that I am very alone in that, and I am fine with that. I'm off in an alternate universe all by myself.
That's not necessarily true. Carrot's favorite Pokemon is an Ultra Beast.
It's not my favorite Pokemon. It's just in my top 5.
In your top 5. But no, man.
We'll talk about that when we get to Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
Yeah, it is. It is just a little bit.
I'll be right back.
Strange. Well, strange that it's rock type. But anyway, like, I guess, like, I'm just a sucker for anything, like, alternate dimension, whatever. Like, I'm a huge fan of, like, SCP and whatnot. Like, SCP is one of the neatest things that has ever graced the internet. So having this stuff is just really neat. And then Pokemon leaned really heavy into this, because when they introduced the Ultra Beast into Pokemon Go, they did so with, like, a found footage series. They did a series of they did a series of found footage films regarding the Ultra Beasts, and it is one of the neatest things that Pokemon has ever produced. It's so cool.
Yeah, I don't think we can show them on this video.
We cannot.
Go watch them.
Yeah, like, just Google Pokemon Go Ultra Beast shorts, and
put them in the description.
There's a collage. If I remember to put them in the prescription, if I remember to give you your prescription, it will contain Ultra Beasts.
That's true. Side effect.
Oh, man. But yeah, no, it's just, like, it's a neat little thing. Ultra Beasts are very cool. I like them quite a bit.
We'll get more into the specifics once we get to those specifics Ultra Beasts.
Yep.
Anyway, island.
Next island, ho! Oh, I just noticed. Is this paused? It is paused, excuse me. We've been camping on this cave for a little while. But no, wait. The next island is Island 3, and it is arguably my favorite island in the game because of one thing, but we'll get to that very, very quickly. Let me see. I forget what we do when we're immediately, like, start on the island. I think it was something along the lines of, don't we just have like a battle straight out the gate?
I'm trying to think. Wait, no, wait. We're not on to the next island. We have to do the grand trial.
Oh, right, we forgot that's what we were leading to, yeah. So you go to
Yeah.
this random
Through the Diglett Cave.
Asian-inspired thing through the Diglett Cave? Yeah, you go through the Diglett Cave, and then on the other side there's this like really ornate I don't know what specifically inspired it. I would assume Japanese because there's a lot of Japanese culture that mixes in with Hawaiian culture because there's a lot of people that moved to the US through Hawaii. So
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
it could be Japanese or Chinese, but yeah,
What caused that specific to happen?
because it is the closest point that okay, Hawaii is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So it's a stop off point for anyone coming from any country like in Asia, or if you're coming from like another side of like no, I think it's just particularly Asia is where most of it comes from.
Yeah.
Does it? Oh yeah,
That's
in
interesting.
Australia.
I
You
never
are
thought about
correct.
that.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a really common occurrence for people to go there, if not for like to move there. It's a really common entry point into the United States. Because again, it's an island in the middle of the ocean that is just happens to be a United State. So you can just go there and do a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't know what specific culture inspired this town, but it's very like, uh, just ornate and probably like Japanese or Chinese inspired is my guess. But it's a neat little town because you have a lot of cool shops. You have
Also,
like a stone shop.
I've heard this a few times, but that Japan is obsessed with Hawaii for some reason.
I
Why is
don't.
that?
Maybe obsessed is not a great word, but it's certainly like something that people are interested in. Usually, yeah.
Anyway, we're on we're in that town, and we can go to Fossil if we want to.
Yep. There are fossils. There are all kinds of stuff. I find it quite interesting because this is where I actually got my haircut for the first time. So I finally got my do. I got my long hair. It was really nice.
Why'd you wait so long for it?
I didn't have the money because I kept spending it.
Fair enough.
Understandable. Carry on.
I was just like, nah, fam. I don't need to waste like $5,000 trying different hairstyles. That seems bad right now.
You know, I can reimburse you if you want for. Here, I'll take the Tears of the Kingdom, and then since you got it for me, I don't want you to have to forego a haircut for it, so I'll sell it so you can get.
Oh
a
my
haircut.
god.
How about that?
Oh
my
yeah,
God.
we could mention that really quick.
Are we gonna take a Tears of the Kingdom break?
Not a break, just to quickly mention, that now everyone in this group has a copy.
Yep.
Wow.
It's awesome.
Including Ark, even though he's not really here right now.
He is in and out like a ghost.
Like a goose. I wonder what he's doing.
I don't know.
I'm not sure either.
He has been having issues with his throat. He had like a burn or something along those lines, so maybe he's just laying down for a bit.
Yeah, that's possible.
It says here that he's typing. I wonder what he's going to say.
Oh, he is presente.
I will transcribe for him. To go Arc, being tired and not much to say.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yep.
That
yep.
rhymed. I deduct 3 points from you.
What? What the fuck? Deducted points.
This will come out of your final score. Anyway, so Arc says Curry can deduct D's nuts.
Of course.
Thanks,
So
Thanks. Thank you so much.
So in this town, I like the fact that when we get to the place with that we're supposed to go to, a Probopass just says, "Mm," and then he's like, "Follow me," essentially,
Yeah, you're
because the girl
led.
just left. She's busy. She's gone. She's out of here.
Yeah, you are led by the nose by this thing.
That's true. Um,
But it's-
but yeah, there's not really that much to talk about until we get to the grand trial, I think. However, there is one thing. I'll go ahead and switch it over because this fucking piece of shit in the Pokemon Center, my god.
He got a Mewtwo via Wonder Trade.
He got a fucking
This piece of
Mewtwo,
shit.
mate. Lucky boy.
Lucky bastard. Okay, and it's probably a hacked
Honestly,
Thank
I
Mewtwo
would
you,
anyways. So
consider
we gotta
him
fuck.
Site.
unlucky.
.com.
Yeah, JennyWebsite.com.
Yep.
Nah, he is unlucky because Mewtwo, in my
Dot
opinion, is
sketch.
the worst legendary.
Oh damn.
What do you mean by worse? Like design?
Shots fired.
Yes.
In this game, what Mewtwo is like eternally in Ubers.
No, he
Yep.
didn't say playstyle wise. He meant design.
Oh, you don't like
I
the way he
disagree,
looks?
but still.
He's
I
super cool.
I have never liked Mewtwo design wise.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm a big fan of his armored form in the anime, but other than that,
Oh
like,
yeah, armored Mewtwo is so
Yeah,
cool. Hold on,
he
I'm
looks
pulling that up.
sick.
Armored
He
Mewtwo
looks
is cool,
super, super sick.
but his regular form just to me just doesn't speak to me. It really doesn't.
Did you know in
Crazy alien.
Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon, the card game, there's an armored Mewtwo card?
No, I didn't
Oh.
actually. That's neat.
Yeah,
You
there's
can get it
even
for $36.50.
there's even a
Neato
Mewtwo card
Frito.
where he is in his like incubation chamber thing.
Yeah, that one I remember. I want to get that eventually.
I'm gonna see if I can find it here.
It's a Dartrix.
Oh yeah, that's cool. It's a come on, let me pull it up here. Gib picture. This is good enough. This will have to do. Look at that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. Super, super neat.
Oh yeah.
One
Anyway,
more
I've always
gentleman.
liked Mewtwo's design. I don't know. Anyway, so I also fucking I don't know. I can't believe I've never heard about that one. Anyway, so after we get past this snotty-nosed brat who got a Mewtwo through Wonder Trade,
Oh my
we go
god.
ahead and head off.
I've been granted potato salad.
Oh shit!
Wow. That's amazing. Potato salad's very rare.
I got
Mhm.
me a good meal. Hell yeah.
That's true. Now, did anyone have any trouble at the grand trial against the girl who people will also say mommy to? There's a lot of girls like that in this game, honestly.
No, she was actually so easy that I didn't even get to see her Z move.
My
So-
team is not well suited to dealing with rock types, so I didn't necessarily do that well. I
What
did
is her name?
beat her first try. I just don't remember.
Olivia.
Thank you.
Olivia is one of the best designs in this game with one of the worst typings.
You don't like rock type?
No, it's overall a very weak Pokemon type. Like
Well,
it's
it's true. Rock type is pretty weak.
it's strong in terms of like the damage that it can put out, but it has
It's
so many
Bronx.
weaknesses.
One might call it brittle.
Yeah. For being as hard as stone, you can break it very, very easily.
It's about as brittle as stone too.
I mean, to be fair,
Um,
people literally train to break stones. So
Yeah, that's why
Mhm.
fighting type is strong against it.
Yup.
Mhm. So I never really looked closely at her design. That is
Although
a
it's
lot of
usually a
bracelets
trick,
around
to be
her
honest.
legs, arms, neck.
I love how busy her design is. It's great.
She's a jeweler, so you expect
Yeah.
ornamentation.
Yeah. So I also had the same thing that Ark had. She didn't use her Z move, but she had at least one turn to do so, but she decided not to.
She's also a bachelorette, by the way, boys.
A bachelorette.
Oh shit.
y'all can have her.
Go get her, lads.
Yep, she's never
She's
had a
not my
boyfriend,
type.
not once. Remember?
What is
I
your
don't
type?
remember.
Oh, it's a running gag that she's never been in a relationship.
Mm.
Oh boy.
the people in the town talk about it. She mentions it once, I think. She like makes a joke and then she's like, "Well, this doesn't really work for friend, but
I don't know.
I don't think it's a particularly funny gag, but it's true.
It's true.
You don't
Okay.
need no man to
These
keep her
facts
life
are true.
together.
She's too busy
So-
being a kahuna, okay? She's a career woman.
She's a huge career woman, yeah.
So this reminded me
Girl
of
boss.
one quick aside. So in this area, you can catch a Pumpkaboo and the pre-evolution of Pumpkaboo and the pre-evolution of Pumpkaboo's the pre-evolution of Phantom. When I got into this playthrough, I had an idea. The idea was maybe use the Z move that's unique to Trevenant, which is if you use Forest Curse, which makes the opponent Pokemon become grass, you use a Grassium Z with that, it gives you an Omni boost, which is +1 to every stat.
I did not know
However,
I had a move.
yeah, going into this, I decided against that. Instead, and I could have mentioned this earlier, but it's fine. I instead went for Splash, which is +3 to attack if you use it as a Normalium Z.
God.
Who learns Splash with a Normalium Z? Well, I decided I was looking throughout the entire game. There was a couple of options. Obviously, I could have done Magikarp. I heavily considered doing Magikarp.
Gyarados Splash
Well,
is scary.
that would have been very funny. Um, but no, instead I decided, look at how fucking adorable Boundsweet is. Oh my god.
Oh, yep, fair enough.
It's very
But
cute. I can agree with
however,
she
without
has
breeding,
evolutions.
it doesn't learn Splash unless it's level 1. So I found out just accidentally while I was walking through the game, there's an NPC that trades you a Bounsweet. So my Bounsweet is named Bouncy with 2 E's. Bounce.
Oh yeah, I traded that lady.
So I have a Bouncy, and
Bouncy.
that's my main Z move, or one of my 2 main Z moves this run. But that reminded me of that because in this area you can catch a Trevenant. Anyway, so I guess that's a good question now. We've gone through another grand trial. What are our teams looking like? For me, I'll just run through mine quickly. Wishy-Washy, Toucannon. I believe it's Toucannon at this point at least. Maybe, I don't know. So Wishy-Washy, Toucannon. My Bouncy, I think it was the middle form. I don't think it was the third one quite yet. And then I believe nothing else. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Oh, and my Sandygast. Yeah, 4. So my Sandygast.
Let's see. I would have had my Dartrix and Aquarinid. And then what else would I have had at this point? I would have had my Alolan Grimer, Armika, and let's see. I had at least one other. I was using a Masquerain at this point.
Mm.
My Pikachu. His name is Miserloo.
How did your Alolan Grimer handle you? I've never used one before.
It's all right. They're pretty tanky. They actually have a decent attack stat in this one.
Hmm.
Interesting.
What else was I using? Was I using? Oh, I had a Surskit that I
Were
was.
you doing like mono bug team?
Do what?
That's a lot of bug.
Bug.
I had 2 bugs, right?
Wasn't that the third one you just said?
If I said Masquerain, I was mistaken. I had 2 bugs.
Okay.
Oh, I did have 3 bugs though at the time because I also
Oh.
probably had a.
I didn't have bugs, no, but I did
wait,
though.
actually,
Pretty
okay,
sure
this
I
is
had a
important.
Rabombi.
Thank you for reminding me. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Charge a bug sippy juice.
Oh, of course. He do be the juice, you right. God.
Okay, anyway.
That's
Oh,
true.
God. Let me see. What did I have at this point? Where do you catch Komalas?
The next island.
Okay, then I only had my same team still. I had at this point I
Two
did have
Pokemon?
I had a Primarina, I had a Toucannon, and I had my Salazzle.
Oh yes, your Salazzle. I forgot about that.
Mm.
Okay, and then Art.
Alright, so I had Dartrix. I had I believe it maybe was a Shogun at this point. I'm not quite sure. I
Oh yeah,
had
I forgot you got a Bagon.
yeah, I caught it on the first island. The
Bacon
1%.
baby.
And then I also had the Pikachu that I bred to get Volt Tackle. And or no, I didn't breed it for Volt Tackle. The lady on the Coney Coney Island teaches your Pikachu Volt Tackle
Yep.
and gives you the Picanium Z as well.
Yep.
But what I did at this point was go back to the first island with the TM Thief, and I also picked up a Light Ball after a lot of grinding for it.
Yep.
Mm.
So I always had my choice of either using Light Ball or the Picanium Z. And
Honestly,
I found out Pikachu's way too squishy. So
Yep.
I
Yep.
was yeah.
You
So
can
at
give
this point I had planned to evolve it after it learns Thunderbolt. But that's not until later.
Yeah, I plan to use a Pikachu in the next run of Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, and not only can it not evolve, I wouldn't evolve it even if I could, but I'm excited to see how much trouble I have in the run.
Probably not much.
My entire team is going to be unevolved.
That's a little bit
You're probably
interesting.
gonna have one choke point, and that's only if your team cannot handle it.
We'll find out. I've got the team plan already. Anyway, was there any other Pokemon on the team, or was that it?
That was it. The 4 team members, because the 2 other team members are currently surprises for the audience.
Fair enough. All right. So then we go on to the next island, and in the next island, the professor says, "Hey, go this way." And then me and I'm sure Curry also said, "Fuck you, I'm gonna go catch my Kamala now."
Yes. I immediately
Yeah.
went to get a Komala because I wasn't having trouble in the long run beating these things, but some battles did take a little bit. Komala
Yeah.
really smoothed everything over because it could learn a lot of moves that were just neutral against everything, and it just proceeded to go and keep one-shotting.
Yeah, so me and Curry found out like right after we had finished the games that we both used Kamala.
Yep.
Like we just so happened. And I've never used a Kamala before. So it was a first time experience seeing how unique its move pool was.
It's very strange that it's that potent. Like, it's
Yeah, it's got a
good.
really diverse move pool.
Yeah, for a sleepy koala, this thing learns more moves than, like, it's just a basic normal type. I wouldn't think it would have this much coverage, but it do.
Yeah.
Really good ability.
Um
Yep.
yeah, its ability, it's always asleep. And I actually know what that's important. Yeah, let me pull up its dex entry because its dex entry is depressing. So,
It
this is a
doesn't
very
sound
important
like it's
question.
always asleep, but it's always counted as asleep despite not being asleep. So that means it can use moves that would require it to be asleep. But it is also completely unafflicted by unable to be afflicted by
Any
um,
other status?
status moves.
hmm
Status.
So this is the dex entry from Sun. It is born asleep and it dies asleep. All its movements are apparently no more than the result of its tossing and turning in its dreams.
I mean, seems pleasant. But, like, the whole concept seems very what is the word, existential in a way, because it's not so much like, oh, okay, this thing is being tortured. No, it's just one of those things where this specific species evolved in a very specific way.
Oh,
But, like, when you think about it,
oh,
if you have no basis for reality, what the fuck do you dream about?
yeah, that's a
Whatever
good
you want.
question.
Good
However,
vibes.
they added some lore to the Kamala in Scarlet Violet. Quote, A potent anesthetic can be made by diluting Komala's drool. This anesthetic was used for surgeries in the past.
Pretty
Oh,
neat.
that's actually neat. Some people would say it is cool.
That's downright tubular.
That's true. Anyway, so now that me and Curry have our Kamalas, which I'm curious, we can go over the full teams of nicknames later. What'd you name your Kamala?
Kamala, 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 Kamala.
A
I named mine
chameleon.
Carrot.
As in the actual carrot or your carrot?
Me, because I'm always a sleepy boy.
Carrot's a sleepy panda.
If we weren't doing this show, I would have just named it my real name.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
He who shall not be named.
correct. So now that we collected our cuddly bears that are forever asleep, it's time for some lore. Go to the library.
Oh my god. It's the standard
reading.
Pokemon trope of going to the library to learn about legends that no one knows about that everyone knows about.
Oh wait, actually, I am sorry. The library is right after this first part. I messed it up. First, we go to the place north of the library.
Oh, we go to the garden. Right.
Yes.
I mean, you go to this garden several times. They reuse this area so much. It's strange. I mean, it's a very nice area. But like, you
Yeah.
meet the professor here, and then the second time you fight Guzma here, it's
Yeah, and then we talk with you're gonna switch it over. We talk with Hal about he's gonna go on a hot date with a Malasada shop,
I got a hot date with food.
and
Same,
his
to be
challenge,
honest.
instead of fighting, is visiting every Malasada shop.
Look,
I mean,
at
that's
least a Malasada shop won't cheat on you.
it's like visiting every donut shop in an area to determine which one's the best one.
No.
So after Hal and his journey to visit every single Malasada shop, he asked a question. I don't remember what it was, but I just like his face.
I haven't finished the question yet. He is unimpressed.
Like this man is a bottle of happy, and now he is the big Angie.
He doesn't look that angry from here.
Oh, he's got a downturn. Yeah, a little bit. It's hard to
So-
tell because I mean, 3DS is not known for its fidelity, so every character looks kind of rough as a result.
Yeah. So, after this, we meet the most important character lore-wise. Are y'all ready for Alolan Oak?
Oh yeah,
Oh god, get rid of Samson right
Samson
now.
Oak.
I found this to be the dumbest inclusion in the entire game. It's
Honestly,
super.
they should have just said he was Oak and he just got a really bad suntan.
It's super
But he's
unoffensive.
Professor studying regional forms of Pokemon.
Oh, I just
So
wanted
he
to
has
be
to be
known.
a regional form of a professor that already exists.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh no.
So he has a very unique gimmick
I
in
like
the anime.
Oh god, he's in
and
the anime?
he is, and his gimmick is very simple. In every scene he is in, every single time he references a Pokemon by name, he makes a pun. He makes a
Oh
pun.
god.
He makes a pun.
Oh god.
He makes a pun.
Look at how expressive it is.
I mean, I'd rather
I
him
really
be very
like.
expressive.
Wait, there it is. I really like this one.
Ah.
What
Is that supposed to be a Gibble?
I think
I think
so.
it is. Yeah.
Is it?
But yeah, he makes puns in the Japanese characters. I don't know how they translate them.
Probably not very well.
He's got a nice shirt though. I like his
do.
shirt.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
a wishy-washy shirt.
I need more Hawaiian shirts. I own only one.
I have like
Here's one of
20.
his puns.
Nutcracker. Oh wait.
Nukrar to meet you.
Nutcrar to meet you.
I'm assuming that really doesn't translate in the subtitles either.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a trapinch. How do you translate that into that?
I don't know.
Oh no, it makes sense to me. Like that's probably some of the more prominent features of a trap inch there.
Well, I mean the pun specifically.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so that's his gimmick in the anime. In the game, he says,
Maybe it
"Hi,
makes sense in Japanese. But I
Alolan
don't know.
forms exist, just like me.
Yep.
In case you somehow haven't noticed, or you're new to the series, I guess." And
Remember,
then,
kids.
When people first saw him, they thought that he was just regular Oak, that he just got a really bad suntan.
Yeah, I mean that's
yep,
he
he does look
is
like it.
he is Oak with suntan. That's all his character is. They didn't bother differentiating him at all.
I mean, maybe they're
Don't,
twins.
yeah, don't worry. He's not the next one, at least.
He's not Samuel though. He's
Not the
Samson.
next one. What's the next one?
Oh, you mean you don't know Pokemon Home's version of Oak?
Grand Oak, yeah.
I forgot about Grand Oak.
What? How
Who
could you?
the hell is he?
Tells you every
What?
time.
I forgot that he existed. I have descended into Severus
I
Snape from
still
the
don't know he
memories.
exists.
Congratulations, you are better off than most.
Don't need to remember. He's on screen right now.
The cooler Daniel.
Why did they even?
Okay.
Why did they make him Grand Oak? What is the point there?
I have no idea. I'll look at more into the lore as we're doing this, but
Like Samson Oak makes sense to me. Grand Oak doesn't make sense to me.
Merchandising,
Eh.
maybe?
Any of the Oaks don't make sense to me.
You think he's gonna be a popular character? This old man with long hair.
He's going to make exactly one Pokemon card of
I mean,
himself.
we are talking about him right now, so it's doing something.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's like more weird than it is funny. It's like, why does this exist? Kind
Look,
of. All the other,
all
every other-
publicity is good publicity.
every other Pokemon professor that handled the bank was a girl.
Yeah, I think
Pokemon
I
Bank's
preferred that.
girl was actually super cute.
Yeah.
So what was it? I think Lanette was the first one for Box on the GameCube, and then I don't
I'll pull up the box
remember.
one after I pull up the one from Bridget. This is Bridget.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bridget. And then
Bridget.
yeah, the one for Bank is
Yeah, Bank is Bridget, and Box is also Bridget.
Oh, Bridget does both? I thought one of them was
Yeah,
Lynette.
Bridget is both actually.
Oh, wait, that's right. It's the same character. She just does. She has an upgrade, basically.
But they decide that, sorry, Bridget, we're going to go with Grand Oak this time. Why?
I don't know.
What did Bridget do to get fired?
She was
Maybe she
too
made Pokemon
popular,
Bank too cheap.
Vegeta.
Man. Anyway, so after we talk to Alolan Oak, we get into the library and we get a couple of things. First things first, flying is illegal. This person who is a tourist said they were banned from trying to fly without a legalized Charizard that knew it.
Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier.
Yup.
You
I
think
just
that's
wanted to point
making
that
up
out.
for the fact that in Gen 1 Charizard didn't know fly, so now they're forcing it to be the only flyer?
I think it's because Charizard is popular more than anything else, but yeah, probably that too.
Yep.
But yeah, I remember. So when I first got to this point, I was kind of upset, kind of like in the reactionary, "Oh, it's change, how dare change." But then I thought more about it.
Yeah.
Things were changed, and I'm offended by this.
Exactly, now you get me. So,
Anyway.
then we would go ahead and meet a new character.
Who could it be? It's a mystery.
It's Acerola, and I did
Hi.
not remember the fact that she has royal lineage.
She's
Yep.
a princess.
Well, I mean, she would be if they still had royals.
She's just like
Yeah.
she's descended from from royalty.
they have is
And in
master.
response to this, she wears robes that she stitches together out of garbage.
Yep.
Oh
She's
god,
great.
She is
She's-
the princess of garbage.
she is a great character. I really do like her.
No, the Princess of Garbage is the Trailblazer.
Princess of garbage.
No, she's the queen of garbage. Get it right.
Ah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Put some
I gotta
respect
put
on
some
that
respect
name.
in her.
Are you simping for Trailblazer right now?
Why
Aren't
not?
you?
No, Trailblazer is simping
Yo,
for
I play a
trash
boy
cans.
Trailblazer, alright?
A fucking trash
That's your
panda.
fault.
Trash panda is best waifu. Also Snuffy.
Debatable, not really.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
Snuffy's a good pick. That's true.
Acerola says, give it a read. So we do. Well,
You go back.
That's what happens.
You go. You
Yeah,
open.
sure, let's give
You
that
open the
Gibble
book
a
and out
read.
pops Samson
I
Oak
want to
like.
preface
"Rawr."
this. I have the pictures pulled up on another screen so I can make sure I have them in the correct order.
Oh, that's
And
funny.
I forgot. I put these here. Hold on.
That is
Okay.
so
We're going
good.
to talk about what Samson Oak does in the game.
Sure.
He's there.
Absolutely nothing.
No, he does stuff in the game. If he tells you he wants to see an entry for a regional Pokemon, if you have it in your Pokedex, he gives you an apricorn ball.
Yep.
Oh,
I remember having to do this and getting all the apricorn balls.
that is interesting.
That's
I
how
never
you
knew
get
that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So that's his purpose in the game, primarily.
Confirmed.
Acerola
Samson
handles
Oak
the
is
book.
the first incarnation of the ball guy.
Oh god, fucking ball
Look,
guy.
we're not talking
I have
about the ball guy
PTSD
till
from
we
the
get
ball guy.
there.
We'll talk about the ball guy when we get to the ball guy.
Isn't he
Ball
playable in
guy.
Pokemon Masters right now?
Yes, he is.
We're not talking about the
That means
ball
I'm never
guy
playing
until
Pokemon
we get
Masters.
to the ball guy.
Okay, so she says, read this book, and it says, the empty sky broke asunder, a hole appearing where had been none. A single beast appeared from in it. It was a beast that devours the sun. And I
So
really like
Galea?
that as someone who likes the whole the green alchemic lion who eats the sun thing. Again, I'm not gonna spend 10 hours describing why it's called that. Look into it yourself. Anyway,
It's Nito
The
Frito.
only thing I have to say is, if he eats the sun, why is he weak to the sun?
This is very fair, actually.
that is a good point. We'll just move past on to the next Acerola quote. I know I don't look like it, but my family used to be pretty much royalty. Yeah, I did not remember that. Anyway,
Yeah.
so we were just given a we were given a mask, and Kukui has a question. One more thing, cousin. My name's Kukui. Who's this masked royal you're talking about? See, I don't know why someone mistakenly like thought he was a masked royal.
Yeah, it's really hard to mistake the two. They're
Can we
clearly
just not? Can we
they're-
just not?
they're clearly
I don't
like very important characters, but like
Yeah, like I don't know. Does the masked royal even have a goatee?
I don't know.
I don't think he does.
Look,
Anyway,
I know what
um,
Kukui's team is, and he doesn't have any of Master Royal's Pokemon, alright?
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. And you know you're legally only allowed to have 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Also, he literally does.
I don't know what you're
Man.
talking about.
The Master Royal has a Rockruff, and when you fight Kukui, he has an evolved Rockruff.
Yeah, but that's not a
well,
Rockruff. That's an
obviously
evolved
they're
Rockruff.
different, because if you go back and fight Master Royal, it's, still a Rockruff,
Anyway,
right?
so I did jump the gun just a tiny bit. After that whole bit in the library, we get sent up to the mountains. And this is where we get to a part. I think this is the first time we get to this in this playthrough. Birds jumping out of trees.
Oh yeah. That spooked the hell out of me. I forgot about this. It was just a
Yeah, I
Firo.
did too. Did you do that side quest with the girl and her stuffle?
I did not. I skipped it.
There was a couple of actually really well hidden stuffle, but she doesn't really give you anything good for it.
Yeah, I did all of that. I don't remember what you get. I remember it wasn't much, though.
Yeah, I think it was like 5,000 Poké Dollars or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's
But
not a lot.
anyway, time to go up the mountain, which we are now at the top of.
Oh, actually, wait.
And
There's one more thing I wanted to point out with this. Whenever you get attacked by a bird in a tree, it is the shadow of the Pokemon. It is not just a random shadow. Like if you are
wait,
attacked
really?
by if you're attacked
Yes.
by a Skarmory, you're attacked by a shadow of a Skarmory.
I
Also,
want to see if I
one
can
thing
pull that
to
up.
note:
Yeah.
if you're in a randomizer, it does change the shadow of that as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
So it's not pre-programmed to an encounter. Yeah, it will actually show the randomized encounter's shadow.
Huh. Okay.
That is very interesting. I didn't notice that. Then again, I think the only ones I saw were Fearow, so
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm glad we all harmonized there.
Just
Anyway,
everyone
so
erupts into fear.
anyway,
Very good, class. That's what a Fearow sounds like.
Speaking of, on my thing, there is a Spearow.
Sparrow!
No.
Anyway, so at the top of the mountain, I'm going to skip one picture here.
Bird.
I caught my next Pokemon earlier on in the
Oh no,
playthrough.
wait, hold on. This is important. This is very important.
What is important?
Weep. Weep.
What's important? What are we doing? What's happening right now?
Weep.
What do you
Weep.
mean?
Weep.
Weep,
Weep.
In what context? What?
weep,
Weep.
weep,
Weep.
I've just
Weep.
given up.
Weep. It's only fun if everyone does it. God damn it. Anyway,
All right.
That's the
Anyway,
whole
Go on
point
ahead.
of not participating.
that's a shame.
all right. So there was one main Pokemon going into this playthrough that I knew I wanted to catch. Like out of everything on my team, I wanted to catch a Passimian. Why did I want to catch a Passimian? Well, when I played in a Nuzlocke, I think it was Pokemon Sun or Ultra Sun. I don't remember which one. But there's a trainer on this island or on this mountaintop. They have a Passimian, and I thought it was very hilarious because I played in French. And what is the French name for Passimian? Quartermac. I don't know why I just found that name to be very, very funny. So here's my Quartermac versus their Passimian.
So
You
it's
can
like
fade it on over.
it's quarterback and macadamia.
I just like that a lot. I don't know. It's just
Just-
cute. It's
Oh my god, I'm just sitting here like my quartermack academia for some reason. That just really tickled me, and I don't know why.
I don't know. When I heard the name Quartermac, I was thinking like the sandwich.
A quarter pounder
like
Big
a
Mac.
quarter mac. That would be like a Big Mac made with quarter pound patties, right?
Believe so, yeah.
Be a big sandwich. I think
Are they not made with quarter pounders?
No, I don't believe so. I think a Big Mac is just
it's
two
made
regular
with-
patties.
Yeah, it's made with so they're 1/10. So in total, it's a 1/5 pound.
So I actually did have this Quartermac for the fight against Olivia. Do you know where you catch a Passimian?
In a forest?
It's in the lush jungle. Why are they in the lush jungle? I feel like they should be much later on.
There's
Makes
lots of
sense.
berries in there, so they eat the berries that are in there.
It makes sense, I guess. Also, it sucks that their abilities are mainly just for doubles. He's a fun
Yeah,
Pokemon, though.
Yeah,
It's
but
pretty
also
cool.
Orangaroo is really good in doubles.
It's really good in doubles with the cheese that happens in Sword and Shield, which we'll talk about when we get to Sword and Shield. Anyway, so that was my Quartermac. So yeah, we got that mask from these two guys, which one of them just so happens to
My
be
quarter
the
macadamia.
guy who runs the festival plaza. Are you okay?
yeah, I'm fine. I'm just kind of
Okay.
enjoying myself before I inevitably sink into my least favorite person in
Sorry,
this
it was
game.
my fault. I think.
You don't like him?
I don't. No, the Master Royal is fine. I don't really care for either of these characters.
You don't like Sophocles?
I like
No, he
Moline. I don't
sucks.
really like
I
Sophocles.
don't really like
What's wrong with
Sophocles at all.
They both suck. They can die
He
in a
is
hole.
What? They're fine.
Why
They're
don't you guys like
really
Moline?
inoffensive.
Moline is just like,
He does nothing.
I don't like the
Or
fact that it's
Moline, rather.
like, here's the thing, right? He strikes me as very lame. I do kind of like the thing is like, oh well,
That's
you
fine.
you fight him, and then he's like, oh hey, yeah, I'm actually the one who gives you the Stellium Z, and it's kind of hilarious in that instance. But at the same time, I'm just sitting here like,
When I see him as that little, like, he's a cute, lovable old man. Like, look
No.
at that smile.
No.
I mean, he seems like an
Also,
he just strikes me as like very strange. I don't like his outfit very much. It's fine. He's fine. I guess it's really Sophocles I really don't like.
mhm.
Why don't you like him? Do you just like? Do you hate the plaza or something?
I don't hate the plaza. I don't really like the plaza that much either, I'll be honest. Like, I have no problem with it existing. I just don't really like
I just don't
his,
know
his
how you
character.
could be so inoffensive.
I don't really like how he like
Well-
presents himself. I don't like his design. I don't like his personality type. I just
He
don't
also
like the
comes
character
off
at
as
all.
rude.
Yeah, like just look at him. I really feel like I just don't like this design
He
whatsoever.
looks like the spoiled, rude kid that you never want to talk to.
Spoiled?
You have to.
He looks like a brat.
He doesn't behave like that even a little bit, though.
Okay,
I
but
don't
he
care.
looks like it.
I mean, I guess I kind of get what you're saying.
I'm just like,
Yeah, I mean, I
I
can
don't like him.
understand him looking like he has a punchable face. What I don't understand is I have a
I thought
friend
you were the one who
who
didn't
hates.
understand the concept of punchable face.
I don't understand the concept of a specific person with a punchable face, which we'll talk about in the next generation.
Okay.
Oh, that's foreshadowing.
So,
Yeah.
and speaking of foreshadowing, this is about the same
Mom
person,
calling on me.
or the same friend of mine. So this friend of mine hates Sophocles as well. And why do you think that is? If you can even hazard a guess.
Is it his pants?
No, he says he looks too much like a Digimon character.
He does.
How?
Yeah. Yeah. You
He's
told
got-
me this earlier, and I was like, yeah.
No, he just gives off, Digimon aura.
I don't really get it. I don't see it.
Like 100% correct. I cannot proffer any kind of an argument against it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. He looks like a Digimon character. I can't disagree with that.
Mm, yeah, I don't know. I don't really see it.
He's
So I do want to.
Probably, he's like if Izzy was fat.
If Easy was fat. You know, honestly,
Yeah,
that's
I don't know.
that's a really good way to describe him. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
So
You don't like Izzy? Wait, hold on.
Hmm?
I'm
Isn't
just
he that?
real- putting
He's
things
the
together
first
here.
generation, right? Or wait,
yeah, he's
am I
the
thinking-
one with
guy-
Kabuterimon.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I wasn't misremembering.
Do you not like Izzy?
There's not. Honestly, no.
Oh my
Why are
God!
we
Wait,
friends
really?
again?
I was just like,
Yeah, really.
I don't like him. I don't hate him either. I think Sophocles is like him turned up to like way too much, but I would not say I like
think-
him either.
I think I get it why you don't like him now, but I vehemently disagree.
I'm just sitting here like,
So-
nerd. No, I'm joking.
Ugh.
I'm joking. It's not like that.
So while I was looking for the pictures for these characters, I found 3 pieces of art that I want to share. First, oh my God, oh my God.
Oh, that's pretty cute.
And second, here, Curry, do you want the cursed one or the good one first?
You
What does that have
gotta
to do
go
with what we're talking about
cursed.
right now?
You gotta go cursed. Oh, fuck, that's very cursed. Oh no, that's incredibly
See,
cursed.
this gives me more of a reason to
Oh,
hate him and want to punch
why
his
in the
face.
fuck
This
is his...
hold on, guys. This is somebody who's like probably like a
I know
early-
that this is an amateur artist, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't want to make fun, but oh my god, that is incredibly cursed.
well.
They should be proud of that,
Things are
honestly.
making fun a little bit. Still, I get it though. Yeah, it's not like super.
Like, yeah, they are this I went to the artist's thing, and they are absolutely just someone new to art at the time when posting. Like they are trying their best.
They should definitely keep going with it. Actually, that's a
Yeah,
noticeable
I don't want to make fun of
improvement,
this.
actually.
They're a bad person or something.
See, here they actually got, like, a bunch of the shape correct. So, yeah. Keep going,
I
mate.
mean, they got the shape correct with the other one. The only thing, like, everything's good about this one here. It's just the face is cursed. Like everything
Don't
else
be
is really good.
discouraged, artist Kun. You can do it. Just keep going. And you'll get better.
Do it, bro. Do it, do it.
Anyway, so
Stop
now
being
the
improving.
last art thing that I have found when searching.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Why does Guzma just look like he's upset to be there?
He would be absolutely.
Oh my god.
All right. So now we have successfully gotten to the top, and we've got the Steelium Z. Now it's time to get the Electrium Z.
Oh boy. Well, okay, I will say this. His trial is not incredibly bad, but also because I was playing this at like 3 a.m., I had to trial and error it. And I found out that every time you get it wrong, he gets shocked. So I proceeded to try and get it as wrong as possible as many times as I could.
I try to get it wrong as possible every time, but I heard the audio. I just wanted him to get shocked.
It was just funny. I was like, oh, okay, this is actually pretty funny. Because I had gotten the questions all right the first time I played through the game. I had never even attempted to get them wrong. And when I got one wrong because I was just guessing in the dark, I was so fucking happy to see him get lit up like the 4th of July. That was funny.
But yeah, and then we get to, in my opinion, one of the coolest Pokemon designs of this generation,
Oh, yeah.
Vikavolt.
100%. Shit's neat.
Yeah,
Shit
like it's
is
a
neato
really
Frito.
well-designed Pokemon. It's interesting, when I used one in my first playthrough, and it loses a lot of speed when it evolves to Vikavolt.
It
it goes
does.
all into its special attack.
Shit
Yep.
hits like a truck.
Yeah, it's a really fun to use Pokemon. I think I lost this trial once because I was underleveled, and also my team sucks against Electric.
Hmm.
What's cool, a Vikavolt or Orbeetle?
Orbeetle is one of the ugliest Pokemon made that have ever been seen by man. It is a sin against God.
Okay. Well, I mean, does anyone else have an opinion?
Orbeetle's fine.
Yeah, but is it cooler or less cool than Vikavolt?
Less cool, far less cool, like immediately less cool, like inarguably,
I don't know.
inextricably
You thought about it for a while.
fucking. No, I was doing that to ham it up for dramatic effect. I genuinely think that Orbeetle's
Okay.
design is very disappointing.
Oh man, I guess I'm the one who kind of likes Orbeetle. I do think Vikavolt is cooler though.
Like Vigavolt's just great, wonderful design.
Yeah.
It's a railgun. They turned its pincers into a railgun. It's
Yeah,
so,
it's a very unique idea. It's cool as shit, isn't it?
or I guess it's more of like a taser head, but railgun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a fun trial. Did anyone else other than me struggle with it?
Second verse, same as the first. Put him in a bed so I can put him in a hearse.
Which one was this one? The
What
Mimikyu?
does that mean?
That is a Helsing Ultimate quote.
Sorry, I forgot which trial we were talking about.
We're talking about Totem Vikavolt.
Oh, okay.
Volte.
Let me think. Did I have any trouble with that? I think I got it in like 2 shots, and I didn't really take anything. I just hard focused on the. Wait, no. I think I actually KO'd like the bug, the charge bug 3 times, and I was like, okay, well, this isn't helping. So, but I didn't lose any Pokemon or anything. I didn't have any trouble with it. Not really.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So after the Vikavolt, and just like Curry said earlier, it's time to head back to that place and talk to
It's your boy Guzma.
Actually, yeah, here, if you patch it through Dosha, can you read this out for us?
Yeah, actually, you do the best Guzma. I await the response.
Dosha?
Hold on, what am I reading?
The
It
quote
has
I
been
put
sent to you.
into the stream.
Into the hold on. Oh, want to see what destruction looks like? Here it is in human form. It's your boy Guzma.
Yeah, boy, that's the good
There
shit.
it is.
But no, yeah,
That
Guzma.
shit.
Oh, he's so good. God, I love Guzma.
I hope I managed to capture what he sounds like in the Pokemon Masters. I think that's a good version. Oh,
He's a very good character with a great design that definitely just screams, yes, I am the leader of these, like, oh god, what do you even call them? Vagrants, I guess? I am the leader of this vagrant team of punks.
So here's a valid question.
Yeah.
I'm honestly unsure. How does everyone
good
feel
for
about
nothing
his
redheads.
main Pokemon,
I
Golisopod?
love Golisopod. Golisopod
Go
is so cool.
Cool design, interesting gimmick, very, very powerful if used correctly.
I
It is
always
wonderful.
felt like its gimmick was too hard to abuse.
Not really. Like, it's interesting because
I
you
mean,
have a lot of play
it can't
styles.
be. It just depends. Because so, like, what it does is its signature move, first impression, and then, but that can only be used on the first turn it's out. So it has a way to swap itself out.
Yeah.
Hmm. So I was curious, so I checked in the Sun and Moon metagame. It's an RU, and it uses an insect plate.
Get the most bug that your bug can bug.
Well, that's interesting.
Ark says, I like him until I saw his ability.
Yeah, I guess it's devility. Good lord, I can't talk today. I swear, I bit my tongue like 2 days ago, and I have tripped over my words every single sentence. It feels like, but no,
Hmm.
yeah, its ability is a little bit divisive.
Yeah. Okay, so we beat up destruction in human form, and Professor Kukui says, afterwards, we give him the mask, and he's like, he's gonna make sure to give that mask to the Master Royal, safe and sound.
Yep, he's a
So they do
good
know each
lad.
other. Confirmed. It is canon. They do know each other.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
He's a good lad. Like,
We
man,
never see them interact together though, which is kind of a
Maybe
shame.
there's like some DLC they planned, but they never actually put it in. Kind of like the GS ball.
nah, like he's a
You know, now that I think about it, are they ever in the same
God.
room at the
Whatever
time?
did happen with the GS ball?
It became the Celebi thing.
No, I'm like, did they ever actually do an event with it? I forget because it
No,
was
so
like programmed
they
into it.
planned to make it be the whole build-up was for it to be the Celebi movie. Then they scrapped the idea and then just forgot about it.
Oh, that's right. That's why it was so strange. But back then, it actually kind of worked because there was no way to like really confirm that. Like when that was happening, that was like what 2004. That was like the start of like internet. Like what would you even call that? Uh, not internet culture, like fan culture, like internet fan culture, I guess. Where it's like you just had people sharing news about every little thing, about all things. Like that was still developing at that time. So I guess it makes sense that they just were like, nah, fuck it, we can just drop it and get away with it. It's the same reason for why they were like, fuck it, they won't notice. It's just gonna run for like 2 seasons and then it'll never be on TV again. Little did they know that it would be preserved on like DVDs and stuff for all time.
Yep.
It's a strange thing.
I love how this simple picture led to a discussion about the GS ball. That's amazing. Anyway, you can patch it on back over to the playthrough. So now, at this point, let me try and remember. I think we just go ahead and go onto the mountains, right? Yeah, because we got that trial done. Yeah, then we can go to the mountains. So
We
we now have a Mudsdale. I like the noises it makes when you run on the rocks.
It's really nice, isn't it?
Clomp, clomp,
Yeah.
clomp.
So in the area with the Mudsdale, there's a small gap in the fence and an area, and you can find this small little building. In this building, there's a Magnemite. He says PPP.
Beep, beep, beep.
The reason he's saying PPP is I spoke to the man on the right. The man on the right was talking about how there's been some power outages lately, and the power outage just happened again. This Magnemite just had some dinner.
Oh. It's full. It hath gorged itself. That's cute.
Yeah, it was really cute. So also in these mountains, it's easy to miss. Did you know there's a hidden beach up here?
Yes.
All right, make of this what you will.
Good work, good work. Here's my pocket money. Oh, oop, I switched to the wrong thing. Here's my pocket money.
Why is he saying that with his pose? I just can't.
I don't know.
And then even make it worse. So, I mean, like, there's that line, and I'm riding a Stoutland, and then immediately after she says, "Hey, the fun ends immediately if you're too strong."
It's just over with, yeah.
Yep. Anyway, so after we get through the mountains, we get to like a camper park area, which is a
Yeah.
really neat design. You don't really see that kind of thing in Pokemon.
There were a couple of them. It was in Gen 5.
Was there one in Gen 5?
Yeah, like right before the bridge, there was a trailer that you went into, and there was a chef that you could fight.
Well, that was one trailer. This is a trailer park.
Isn't there only like 3 trailers just organized along
There's
the
like
walls?
6 of them, I thought.
Okay, I mean, fair enough then.
Anyway,
Fair enough.
after we get past them trailers, there's a couple of ways that we can go that we can't actually go. Up north, there is the desert. Up north on the other side, there is the mountain, which we will be there later. Instead, we're going to go ahead and go to the left. On the left, we go into a building, which is, we think, going to be where we're going to meet Acerola. Instead, Hal is being assaulted. Hal is being deadly assaulted by a young goose.
Young Goose.
Yeah. And he says, "Phew, so I won, yeah? Then why is this little fella still gnawing on me?"
He bite.
And then the young goose says, "Gurse." You
That
can
is
switch it over
indeed
to
how the
Gurse.
younger do or young
Yeah,
goose
that is
do.
true. He said
Youngers.
Gurse.
Youngers.
And also this is very important dialogue. Oh, whoops, not that. This one. I always really like this kind of things in games. It's a small touch. They never have to do it, but it's so cute.
Yeah. Foundation. It's really it's cute and phonetic, and it works very well here. Yeah, just good job.
So I also really like. There's just an Oranguru that's kind of just there, just looking outside the back. He's always turned around. I always thought that was kind of weird.
He is an employee.
He turns around later, during
Yeah,
a
like
cut.
once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so after we get introduced to the small children that Acerola is friends with or something, I don't remember how it works.
She works for this orphanage
Yeah.
or whatever.
There's Lily is outside and she's being assaulted, and we're going to save her, and they're going to say, "Oh, so we're following that script, are we? A trainer dashes forward to save the girl, huh?"
Yep.
Correct. Yes, that is what's happening.
That is actually what's happening. That's true.
Step aside or die.
Yep. All right. And then we save the girl. Yep.
Yep.
What happens next?
After that, we are distracted by something, I remember, and we leave. Oh, that's right. That's right. We are told that we can probably follow Team Skull back to their base. However, we need help from someone in a kimono. Go and find them. And then we are
Oh, right.
off to go and
Before
do that thing.
before that, don't we have to go fight Acerola's trial?
Is that before or after? I thought it was after.
I don't know. I have one picture before the trial, and it's just some NPC in the desert, so I don't know.
I think it is after. I seem to remember that you go and you fight Team
Let me look at my
Skull. Oh no,
pictures.
no, wait, no, you're right. You're right. We,
Yeah, because that's
yeah,
after you fight Team Skull again. They
yeah,
they
yeah,
go to they do the exact same thing, but again. Yeah, Arcs is Acerola's before. Okay, so
yeah.
yeah, you can switch it on over. I got a couple pictures for this.
Whoop.
So before I did the trial, I found a guy in the desert, and he's very distraught. But his text says he is not distraught.
You'd be surprised at how little I fixate on victory.
Yes, I would be indeed very surprised.
I mean, shocker.
He says, trying not to let his nose leak too much.
Yeah, more
So
or
then
less.
we go ahead and go into the Acerola trial, and she says, "This is this is the abandoned store. Go ahead and take a look. Have fun. No catching Pokemon." We find a little shaky thing, and it's ghastly.
This is
But another
my
shaky thing.
this
Yep,
is my
but
favorite trial. I love this thing so
it's
much.
super cute. Um, the Haunter. I was actually surprised the third one was a Gengar. I thought it'd just be another Haunter or something.
No, it's actually
However,
a little bit hard.
However, we get to the magnum opus when we're stuck in a box, and when
Yep.
looking around the box, you hear a "tur-tur-tur," and you can see pictures of Pikachu strewn throughout the wall.
Yep.
If for some reason someone watching doesn't know, Mimikyu, its whole gimmick is that it's very, very jealous of
It's
the attention
gimmicky,
that
you could
Pikachu
say.
gets.
Yep.
Anyway, we're up to another one of like this is one of the most popular Pokemon in the franchise. Honestly,
Yeah.
it is
Mimikyu
like
is amazing.
the merch for Mimikyu for like it's very interesting. I have noticed a very like Venn diagram that is a circle for Mimikyu and girls that like Pokemon even somewhat.
It really is like this is such an odd comparison to make, but I remember I used to hang out with this girl and she really liked what is that thing from Jack Skellington? The Nightmare Before Christmas. That was it. Like I asked her, "Why do you like this? Like what is it about it?" And she's like, "I don't know, the kind of like cutesy creepy aesthetic is really really enticing for some reason." And I was like, "Oh, that makes sense, I guess." It's the exact same
Yeah,
thing with Mimikyu. Like, look at him.
yeah, and there's the whole thing about like they're never going to reveal what's under the cloth because if you see what's under the cloth, you die.
Mm-hmm.
Dex entry quote. Um, its actual appearance is unknown. A scholar who saw what was under its rag was overwhelmed by terror and died from the shock.
Yep. It is a terrifying presence.
Oh my god. So its busted form has a unique dex entry that says, after going to all the effort of disguising itself, its neck was broken. Whatever is inside is probably unharmed, but it's still feeling sad.
Yeah. Mimikyu is
Oh,
an amazing,
oh,
amazing
oh
design.
no. Ultra Sun's dex entry. It stands in front of a mirror trying to fix its broken neck as if its life depended on it. It has a hard time getting it right, so it's crying inside.
That's its dex entry.
That is the dex entry for Pokemon Ultra Sun. I've got it right
Why?
here.
Why is that its dex entry? Good lord.
Anyway, so yeah, we get to Mimikyu, and you can zoom in pretty far with version 4.
You just zoom. That's even more unnerving because the pixelization kind of adds to it. It's like an old found footage movie.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's what kind they were going for there, because you have to
It's
use the Poke Finder for all of these.
it's really
Um,
cute, yeah.
so I have a story about Mimikyu, and you can patch it on back to the playthrough. When I first did this run of the game, I went in blind like you did as well. And I went in immediately thinking, all right, I'm gonna kill this thing turn one. All right,
Uh-uh.
Primarina, use your special Z move.
Nope.
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 Nope, 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 nope,
Nope.
nope,
Nope.
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 See, I remember when I first found Mimikyu, I found out that its ability is slightly broken.
Has
It's
its
really,
neck.
it's really, really good. Like, it just makes it so it's a perfect switch in. You can just basically, if you're scared
Yeah.
of some big attack, you just pop it out, and you're good. It doesn't matter what it is.
I did 3 rounds with that Mimikyu, and I lost the first one largely because I used my Z move right at the start.
Oof.
So I thought, well, I mean, like for me, it's like extra no brainer normally, right? Because it's like, oh, mine's a ghost type attack since I'm using the owl.
Yep.
So, and it's like, haha, well, you broke the disguise. Good job, I guess.
You did it.
Oh no.
Good luck dealing with the other half of this.
Also, it's a fairy type, which Ghost Fairy is a great combination.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Good Pokemon.
On top of that, its stats are actually really fucking decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, here, let me pull that up because its stats are really good. It's a powerhouse in competitive Pokemon.
Like, woo.
Mimikyu.
I don't know if it's a powerhouse. It's good though.
I mean, it has a strong stab priority move. It has access to the best physical fairy type, or the best physical fairy attack in the
Has
game.
a stat priority move.
It has, Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak has a base power of 40.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it strong.
Well, a stab priority, it goes first, it deals 40 physical damage plus whatever. That can end a game.
Sure. I'm not saying it's not good. You said it was
Damn,
strong
Swords
though.
Dance, Life Orb.
I would,
That's what-
well, I guess I refer to most priority moves as strong, especially stabbed priority moves, so I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
Well,
good.
Quick Attack
It's
is
definitely
strong.
good.
Shadow Sneak is strong because it's good against a lot of very popular types.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Ark says it also has Swords Dance. That's true. Yeah.
You get Swords Dance?
Yeah,
You
it
didn't
gets
know
short
that? Yeah.
When the hell does it get Swords Dance?
I mean, you can
Um,
do a lot of different sets with it. It's also got I think, a set that uses Thunder Wave.
Did I just
I will
ignore
check.
Swords Dance? I feel like I did. If I did, that's a problem for me.
I'm gonna check that really quick. Hold on. Gotta click on the generation that we are on, which is Generation 7. Sword. It is a TM move.
Oh, there's a Swords Dance TM. There's a Swords Dance TM?
Yeah, TM 75.
Most games have a Swords Dance TM, right? Isn't it the same one?
I didn't know it was in this
Yeah,
one.
so TM 75 has been, let's see, in Generation 7, you get that in Mali City for 10,000 Poké-Dollars.
Oh, it's a purchasable one. Oh, okay.
You get it in the town with the, you get it in this one.
Interesting. Okay. I did not know that.
Okay, so, did anyone else have anything else to say about the Mimikyu fight before we finish the story of that part of the Mimikyu fight?
Mimikyu song.
Mimikyu song?
Yeah. Never mind. If you guys don't remember, that's fine. There's some
Don't remember what.
fan song that was popular that was about a Mimikyu.
I don't think I've ever heard it though.
McCute.
Game did. Let's see.
There is one thing I'll talk about while Doja is going over that. The ending of this is actually really neat. It's like, you know, the spook is kind of meant to be PG. But when you go and you talk to Acerola again after you defeat the Mimikyu, she's like shocked for a second and her mouth drops open and she says, "Man, I feel really cold," and she just walks off. And then if you notice, in the bottom left of the corner, Mimikyu is sneaking away from the scene.
Yeah, so
Oh, and
she doesn't believe you.
Yeah, she doesn't believe you, and she says, "There's no room in the back." and then just leaves. It's really good. I like it a lot.
Oh, I guess the Mimikyu song is official. I didn't realize that.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll have to
The
listen
the
to that when
Lily
we're
Pichu
done.
one is a fan made one though. I think I remember that.
Okay.
Oh my god. So I was just trying to pull up a picture and oh my god.
A picture of what?
Can you patch this through because holy
Oh,
shit, that's one of the cutest things.
that is very cute. Yeah. Hi.
Oh,
She
it's
says,
these.
"Oh."
She's so cute.
Okay. So, yeah, that's ending story part was really cute. So now we go ahead and head on back to the um the place with the people, the god what is it called, the building with the kids with the young goose that assaulted Hal. We go back there, and when we arrive, Lily is being assaulted this time,
Yep.
and I need to switch my stream over. One moment to the second set, then move this one on to the front. Give me just a second. So, Lily is currently in the process of being assaulted. And how do we handle that? Doesn't matter. How we're going to handle it is by watching a video.
In the process of being assaulted is
Go
not
ahead
a
and.
good phrase.
It's not in hindsight, but let's just watch this guy do his hand wavy movements to ignore that, okay?
Alright, fine, fair
He
enough, yeah.
says for real Gorl, and then also this is important. Did you know if you never hit A, he just keeps shaking the bag?
Yes. He won out, let him out.
He just wants out the bag.
No, he has to stay in the bag, Nebby.
He
Stay in the
can't
bag,
though. He
Nebby.
want out. Okay.
He not
So
out.
after we save Lily again, we have to go find. I didn't get a picture of it. We have to go find Grimsley.
Oh yeah. So we go and find Grimsley to unlock the Sharpedo. Grimsley, I love Grimsley's design. He's really neat. Like, he has the aesthetic of like, yeah, you're gonna fight me later. So,
He's
But
the Elite Four member of Unova.
yep.
yeah,
I don't think
I
you
mean,
fight him in this
I
game
don't
though.
think we fight him in this game.
You not?
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you could fight him later. Or wait, am I thinking of Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon? I know you can fight
I
him
mean,
in one of
maybe.
them.
you might be able to fight him at the battle tree.
I think that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Here, hold on, let me.
Maybe you're thinking of the battle tree because I don't think you can fight
Maybe.
him.
I thought that you could. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but I'm kind of positive. I don't know. I guess
Also, it's side content.
we'll find that out later on. But yeah, no, you just go and see him, and he's like, yeah, I have a cool kimono. Here's a Sharpedo. Get lost.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it goes. Also, that Sharpedo is fun to run with.
It is. I really like using the Sharpedo. I use the Sharpedo over the Lapras.
Yeah, I did too. So since we're on the topic of Sharpedo, is it the next picture? It is. So we land on a beach, and this guy and his Golduck were distracted by their surroundings. What were their surroundings? That.
Fair enough. Yeah, the female swimmers in this game are actually really hot. Like, for no reason, like, really just overtly so. Like, usually the swimmers are a little bit risque because, you know, bikini or whatever. No, they're just hot in this game.
Yeah, I can see why he was distracted.
Whoop.
Anyway, yeah, I won't have any pictures for at least another 5 minutes.
Okay, then I get to take over as I talk about my favorite area in the entire game. Oh my god, Team
Gonna switch over.
Skull's base. Team
Yeah, Team Skull
Skull's
is
base.
great.
I love it so much. Team Skull has literally gentrified a town.
I don't
Yeah.
think gentrified is the right word for what they did to it.
They've taken over a town. I like the word gentrified though because it's really neat, but maybe it's not proper. Anyway,
I like how the entire town looks because they tagged every single thing.
yeah,
And the best part, oh my god, the Pokemon Center.
yeah. So you go to the Pokemon Center, and you are immediately inundated with a rap about how they is broke and they need money if they heals you Pokemon.
Yeah, how much does it? It's like 10 Poké
Yeah,
dollars or
it's
something,
it's 10 Poké dollars.
which is
I
great. I want
like
to just pay them a lot of money.
I did it 20 times.
Did you get anything extra? Any new content?
No, but it was still worth it because they now eat. I want to support these lads.
Could they, with that much money, they might even be able to afford half of a potion.
They can afford one single Pokeball.
Ark says they are the real homies. That's
They're
true.
the
They really
real
are.
ones. But
Um,
no, like, yeah,
but
they're
yeah,
great.
I also really like the design of the area. It's
Uh,
a really,
yeah.
really cool looking place. It's always storming, which is weird.
It's supposed to be dark and dingy and everything. It kind of shows off how you've been fighting Team Skull for a while now, just vicariously, and you go and you see how they're actually living, and it's like kind of a pitiable state. And it's just like it's really hilarious. Oh, also, I did want to point out this is where you can miss a Z Stone really easily. Like if you
Yeah, this is
ignore
where you
the
get.
the
Yeah,
giant bug, the
it's a
case
giant
of bug
pile of
rocks.
Bugginium Z, and you could just
Yeah,
walk past it.
it's really easy to miss it. I was surprised by that. I would think that they would be like,
Yeah.
"Here, just take this and leave."
Since we're at that Bugginium Z, I do have a couple of small pictures here. There's a Grunt A and Grunt B, this time Goral, and one of them says,
Oh my god, yeah.
OMG.
This is such an interesting thing that they just threw in. I remember
Um,
it so much.
yeah, they were like, "Are you wearing my T-shirt? It's got my name on it." And she said, "Our names are all Grunt. What's the point?"
It's very meta.
Oh no, there's some cute girl who heard everything we were saying. I'm so embarrassed. That feels like an interesting line for this kind of a game.
I mean, realistically, you've just kind of barged into a bedroom.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
we did.
yeah, you just like walked into a bedroom. Like, yeah, what are you expecting? It's a very
Yeah,
funny like interaction.
yeah, a lot of the grunts have funny interactions. Um, I don't remember if this was just after or just before. No, no, never mind. That was just after. Okay, so the next picture was just after. Okay, so yes, there's one more thing for this area, not a picture though. Before we can get to the Bugginium Z, we have to learn a little bit more about Guzma,
Yep.
which is interesting. And we have to, whenever he asks, "All right, are you confident in your answers?" We have to scream no, and
Yes.
that's the correct answer.
It's like the laziest form of the Team Rocket password I've ever seen, but it's perfect.
lazy. They went through a bunch of extra effort to. They put down 3 passwords and they put down extra stuff that I thought was just flavor, but you had to remember after all.
No, no, no. I mean like physically finding it. They're just like laying about. There's no one really guarding them. There's like one grunt in the way to get one of them, but you can just like kind of find them by roaming around. It's
I'm
like
pretty sure.
you don't have to beat a grunt to get one of the passwords. You basically just have to remember to say no. And that's the big thing, which is very cute and very on flavor. I liked it quite a bit. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's nice.
Well, I mean, they have like a whole rhyme about it.
let's see.
But yeah,
But
then we
yeah,
go fight Guzma again. He's the man of destruction.
you know him
Um
well.
he's sitting atop a mountain of Bugginium Z with the young goose that he stole.
He's just I love the fact that like of all the Pokemon they tried to steal, they just got this one kid's young goose and it's just kind of like camping there with the big boss. Like it's not just in the hands of like some random lackey. No, it's the boss is the one who is looking over it.
Like it's the equivalent of like Ash walking into Giovanni who just stole like a Caterpie.
Yep. It's really again, the entire thing about Team Skull is just designed to be kind of unimpressive in a way. So it makes perfect sense, but man, it's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, so that was a fun fight as well. I don't think I had any troubles with it.
No.
Because we just fought him not too long ago.
Yep.
So after the Bugginium Z thing, we head back to the area to return the young goose. When we get back, we're told, hey, Lily's been kidnapped.
Yep.
What? And then I believe this is the first time we meet, what is her name?
No. We meet her several times before this.
Oh, right, okay.
She finds you like right after you find the graveyard. She fights you
We're talking
like
about Plumeria?
yeah,
Yeah.
Plumeria. She fights you very regularly, actually. I think.
Well, let's see.
I think you find her twice.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, so she kidnapped Lily. Lily agreed to be kidnapped to avoid some issues. I don't remember exactly what.
I think it was like so the kids didn't get hurt or something.
Yeah, and it's at this point in the game where it's a big reveal. The Aether Foundation is evil.
Oh my god.
Oh no. They've been working with Team Skull all along to steal people's Pokemons for
For them to front their like actual proper
I'm not
rehabilitation
entirely
center.
sure what that's for, but
Yeah, what is their goal working with Team Skull actually?
I think that the goal was they get a regular stream of rehabable Pokemon to like have a front for their more questionable and ethical or like questionably ethical endeavors.
That sounds like a big roundabout way. Couldn't they just breed them?
I don't know. Like, don't ask me, man. I just work here.
Okay, fair enough.
I
Anyway,
mean, canonically
um,
nobody in the games knows how breeding works, so
Yeah,
yeah, they do.
canonically. Well, no, they
They're
know
breeders.
that egg make is made from two Pokemon, but they don't really
nobody
know
really
how it
understands the
happens.
rules for how breeding works.
But then the Pokemon breeder class.
Pokemon breeder class is about raising Pokemon.
Yeah,
But they
it's
usually have baskets of eggs in their art.
just because
Uh,
they can raise eggs doesn't mean they know where they come from.
I mean, they may be taking other people's eggs. Kind of like how the daycare man and daycare lady do.
People have eggs.
Mm,
They say,
I
"I'll
guess
keep
fair
this
enough.
egg if you really want me to."
I mean, aren't we just assuming that no one knows because I'm assuming the daycare people wouldn't want to tell you, hey, your two Pokemon you left us, they sucked.
No, because pretty much everybody seems to say it, including the professors.
Yep.
Mm, guess I do not
Canonically,
remember
no
that part.
one knows how Babby formed.
It is like the most legitimately. You can't be more blunt with your avoidance. It's just like we do not want to state that these organisms are having intercourse with one another. It's a magical thing that no one knows about, and that's it. We're not going into it.
This
Full
during
stop. Period.
I said this during the Scarlet and Violet stream. That that was the first time we actually, I guess, on screen really got to see what it is that the daycare people see. Because
Yeah.
you just have Pokemon, they're playing with a ball over there, and then you go over this picnic basket, and these two Pokemon, they're not even close to each other right now.
Yep.
But somehow there is an egg.
It really is just like the entire universe is formatted so that the reality is you genuinely cannot see an egg being made. It just spontaneously generates out of sight.
I think they would lose their E for everyone rating if they had anything else.
Well, of course, that's the point, but it's still
I think that's
funny.
true. I mean, lots of things involving animals are E for everyone. Watching a
Lots
lion
of
get
things
torn apart
involve.
by tearing apart his
I have to
uterus.
remember that we're recording because, man, I was about to make a Red Rocket joke. Good lord. I would have been really awkward.
That would have been really awkward. Man, how many dog sex jokes are we going to make in the stream? That makes 3 so far.
I thought we were going to cut that previous part out, or are we? You'll never know.
Anyway, so Now we get to one of my favorite parts, and this is the main thing that I remembered from Sun and Moon, honestly.
Yeah, the Aether
When you defeat one of the
raiding
Aether
them.
Foundation people, they're like fucking broken.
Yeah, they're like, oh no, I have failed. Well, I mean, when you think about it, Aether Foundation is really culty.
Is one of them trying to get extra money from you? Was that like their goal?
Like, oh god, I don't know.
I'm gonna break you open and see what you're made of. I bet there's money in there.
I look at this and I'm
Does
like,
that mean
pure clean white outfits, pure clean white building. It's really culty to me. So it's like maybe it's like this thing of, oh, we have to obey the corporation on like sort of a pseudo religious level, and that's why they're so disappointed. I might be grasping at straws there, but that's always the feeling I got from it.
Maybe. I don't know. When I just like I don't know, this picture alone, I could never forget it. It's just so distinct with how like insanely broken this character is.
Eh, they'll be fine.
They'll be fine, he says.
They'll be okay. It's not a big deal. They're dead inside. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So before we get to the big fight here at the Aether Foundation, does anyone have anything to say?
No.
nope?
Okay, moving on to the next picture then. So Hal says, "Whoa, there's like an Uku billion Team Skull thugs in this place. What is an Uku?"
Probably
I don't know.
something to do
Hawaiian
with wine.
something probably. Maybe
Probably.
it means big or a lot.
I have
There's
no idea.
there's a lot billion. Anyway, it's that time again to fight Guzma again. We beat him, and he says, "Hey, Dosha, can you give us your impression again to read this line again?"
Are you making me do the impressions for him?
Because you do the best
You've got the
Guzma.
voice.
Hey, what's up with you? How come I can't smash you?
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Got
so
my new
you do
ringtone.
great.
Anyway, so we beat up Guzma again, and then we make our way down the corridor. And at this point, I'm pretty sure it is now officially revealed that Gladian is Lily's brother.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
oh my god.
he was the one who told us like, go to Aether Paradise, you fucks. I can't believe you let her take them.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with you? You let them take
Yeah.
her and Nebby? You pieces of shit."
Like he's just sitting here like he's absurdly aware and we're just like, wait, what did we do wrong?
And
yeah.
then slash bread.
And finally, after fighting
Yep.
through
Slash bread, but I imagine him typing slash bread.
Yeah, after fighting through for a bit, we finally encounter Lily and Lusamine. And she further proves how deep down she's gonna go.
Calling me mother? I don't have any children.
She's just sitting here super spiteful because they both ran off, even though she's the root cause of it.
Certainly not any wretched children who would run off and reject my love.
Yeah, like full on villain mode, just
Ah, sweet Hal. So you came too? That face is great, by the way.
Lusamine is the best Pokemon villain, like seriously.
Yeah, we've got a couple Lusamine pictures here.
She's strange a danger.
The daughter who stole my Cosmog and the son who took my Type Null.
Even though I have 2 more in the basement, it's fine. Anyway.
How many... So now, the whole plot has finally come to a head.
Yep.
Lusamine wants to take the Ultra Beasts for her own. They are beautiful in her eyes. She is going to open an Ultra Wormhole and go there.
Yep. And she actually gets her way.
She does.
Sells itself.
She actually gets her way. She gets... she summons a Nihiligo and manages to just go to Ultra Space. And Guzma goes too, for no reason.
Nebby dies.
Yeah, and Nebby dies. And then
Nebby
goes to
turns
sleep.
into to a Cosmo M.
He
Yes.
gets better. It's fine.
He gets better,
He.
it's fine. So,
Yeah.
this is an important thing, speaking of Cosmo M. So first, if anyone for some reason doesn't know, this is the boy. He's
Hello,
cute.
boy.
How much do you think he weighs?
Doesn't he have
I
the
already know
density
this
of a
one.
dying star?
He weighs 2,200 pounds.
Mm-hmm. And
And are there any Pokemon that are heavier than him?
Uh,
I believe
that's a
so.
valid question.
Wailord, I think.
Wailord's actually
Wailord,
really light
yeah,
for its
Wailord
size.
is light, actually.
It's a
Interesting.
blimp.
Blimpy. But no, it is a really, really bloody heavy Pokemon. So yeah, he's sleeping. And
So one last quick thing before we leave the area. So when we arrive where Lusamine is giving her whole monologue, her villainous monologue about how you kids and whatever who blah blah blah
And your
in the
damn dog too.
background and the damn dog too. In the background, there are there are three Pokemon that I think Curry or it was either Curry or Dosha. I think I don't know. One of you mentioned that she likes to cryogenically freeze her Pokemon.
Yep.
In an earlier section in the game, I believe the library, we can read a book. In the book, it says, "Oh wait, shit, hold on." Here we go.
Holding.
In the book, it says, one day, Pikachu, Pyukumuku, and Slowpoke were busily readying their things to set out on their island challenge. Hey, hey, what do you guys think we should bring us with when we set out? When you are out on your island challenge, gentle reader, perhaps you'll see this plucky trio somewhere and smile.
Yeah.
Did you
Oh,
smile?
Yeah,
did you
Did you
smile?
smile?
they're there. They're
Oh,
there forever.
Just Dosha's, oh.
It's not very good. I just really like to imagine that
look,
Pikachu
they're
is
only there
just
because they're loved. Okay, it's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, they're
Pikachu is
deeply,
in
deeply, deeply loved
Pikachu is in
permanently
just
forever.
blissful unawareness. Pukumuku is just totally brain dead, and Slowpoke is just sitting there in the ice like,
I
guys,
need pants.
I need pants.
He probably hasn't even realized that he's been cryogenically frozen yet.
Yeah,
He
he's
probably
just kind
doesn't
of
know what
sitting
pants
there
are.
unaware, like, huh, it's kind of cold here.
Yeah.
Man,
Anyway,
nah, but yeah, no. Again, I'm Lusamine, best villain. Holy fuck.
great. Yeah, she's honestly one of the best villains in Pokemon. I love her design. I love her character.
Hmm.
She's like one of the kind of evil. Like, there's a good way to do evil villains. There's a bad way to do evil villains. She's one of the good ones.
Like she is,
One
she's
of the good ones. I mean, villain-wise,
she
yeah.
did nothing wrong. Anyway,
Anyway, moving
Meme
right
does nothing
along.
wrong for 21 minutes.
oh yeah,
So
and we forgot to mention in opening up the Ultra Wormhole, she also summoned Ultra Wormholes
yeah, all across
all
the
across
world, and
the world. Yeah.
every
All across
single
the region.
Kahuna was fighting a
Hmm.
different weird Ultra Beast.
It's actually a really, really cool series of cutscenes where it's just like
Yeah.
the Tapus are coming out to fight off the Ultra Beast invaders. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I really like the one with Tapu Koko.
Yeah. He's I really do love that like Hala gets it. He's like, "Did you come here to defend us or just kick its ass?" Oh, whatever. I'll support you regardless.
Yeah, exactly. It's great.
It's really good, yeah.
So after she does that, we decide we're gonna leave. And as we're leaving, I talk to some NPCs. And this one says, actually, it's a VLFS, or a very large floating structure to you, I suppose. That's what he's talking about the Aether Paradise.
Yeah, it's a giant boat.
It's a giant boat.
It is a
And it was at
giant
this
fucking
time that
boat.
finally, oh my god, it was so long, but he finally evolved.
Oh, congratulations, you did it.
I did it. And he was finally a good Pokemon. He was so bad until that point.
You have the ability to do
He
damage now.
takes so long to evolve, it's insane. Anyway, so at this point, we get to. I'll let Curry take this one because Curry likes Lily a lot more than anyone else here.
We
Oh, I
get
like
to Executor Island.
No, no, no. Lily 2.0.
Lily 2.0. Oh, right. After everything that happens with like Lusamine and everything, Lily picks up Cosmog and you all like you leave. And she finally is like, after all of this crap, rather than like break down because her mother basically just disowned her or because Cosmog is doing something that we don't really understand, she's like, no, I'm ready for this. And she gets a huge confidence boost by like just believing in herself for once. And she signifies this by going and getting a new haircut and a new outfit.
Yeah, and Z-powered Lily, as she puts
Z-powered
it,
Lily.
is super cute.
It's not as good as our original outfit, but
No one's gonna call me lily livered.
I'm gonna pull up a side-by-side for this one. You can switch it over while I get
Yeah.
that set up.
And, all of it's
she chose it, so that means it's better.
yeah. Actually, it's been a minute. I forget why they go to Executor Island. I just remember the really
Oh,
cute series
that's
of
because they have to
things.
go get the flute.
Right. They find out through. Oh God, who was it again? Wasn't it the professor just comes in? It's like, hey, have you heard about this magical, mysterious flute that maybe
No,
the
it was Wick,
Guardians
wasn't
used?
it?
Was it Wick? Somebody tells them, hey, there's a Deus Ex Machina that you can go chase. And, you go and you have to get 2 flutes in order to unlock the true power of something that we don't know what is. It's basically what's explained to us. So we're like, okay, where are they? And she's like, you have to go and fight a whole bunch of really tall boys.
Yeah. Okay,
She
so I
just
finally
sends us there.
found the pictures. Switch it back over to the playthrough so I can get these 2 pulled up
You
because
got
I
it.
have to do some
But
organization.
yeah, so you go to Executor Island, and you have this wonderful little exchange with Lily where she
Yeah,
reaffirms that
I've got the
she
pictures for
is
this.
confident and she wants to not only,
She is all of me.
she wants to not only prove that she can do what she wants to do, but also wants to go and save her mom. Even though she was a piece of shit to her, even though she was a terrible person, Lily is being the adult in the situation and realizing if we don't go help her, no one will.
Yep.
And she's just she's grown incredibly mature over the course of the game because she's like witnessed all of this crap go down, and she's it's a really really good character evolution, and it makes so much sense. It's not forced, it's very fluid. This is character development in a Pokemon game. Like, I know what I'm saying probably sounds like, from a storytelling perspective, very like mundane in a way, but like for Pokemon, this writing doesn't exist. I can't stress that enough. This is the first time in any Pokemon game we have had more development than, let's say, like, maybe I don't need to force my Pokemon to be the strongest all the time. Maybe I can just be friends with them. Like, this is actual full-on character development.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, go ahead and pull up the thing now. I got the side-by-side.
Yeah. And, like, look, even in, like, the emotion of the design, you see a difference, because she's very, like, stern and very, like, questioning in her first one. And in her second one, is just, like, she seems so much more, like, open and happy. It's
Yeah, and she
very,
picked
it's
her
very
own
good.
clothes. She
Yeah.
changed her hair. She's super cute.
It is astonishing to me that it took fucking... How many years has Pokemon existed at this point? This came out in, what, 2016?
Pokemon. This was it was either the 20th anniversary or 25th anniversary or something like that. It was a
Okay.
big number anniversary.
Basically 2 decades. It took 2 fucking decades of Pokemon games for us to get a character that has genuine character
20th.
development. It is hilarious to me that that is the case. And honestly, even still, though, regardless of that being the case, Lily is still one of the best characters.
I mean, Silver gets character development.
Again, like, aside from, maybe my Pokemon don't need to fight all the time. Maybe I can be friends with them. That's like every single rival in every Pokemon
Barry gets
game.
character development.
Does he?
He doesn't charge you money anymore.
He doesn't charge you money anymore.
He learns to slow down and take things at a regular pace.
I mean, I
Does he?
guess, but I don't think that really comes across. Well, it's like, and then there's the character development that happens off screen, which bugs me. Like, what is his name from Gen 3? The green haired
Oh, you
dude.
mean Brendan?
No, green haired dude.
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Reindeer?
Wally? Wally, that's it.
Wally.
Because, like,
Well, he doesn't
Wally.
have green hair though.
No, he does.
Yeah, it does.
He has bright
Is-
green hair.
Blonde, isn't he? Oh no, you're right. I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah. But, like, there
Like
is.
Emerald.
Oh, wait, have we had a video error? Oh, did we run out of footage?
Video error?
Oh, no,
In the
we're
first,
almost out
that
of
was the
footage, though.
first. Yeah, that was the first video.
Okay, apparently there was just like a cut for some reason. I don't know why. That's a bit strange.
Oh.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. With Wally, you have like a couple of steps where it's like he's some sickly kid who's like, hey, I really want to go and get a Pokemon partner. And he kind of gets better over the course of it. But then you get to like, halfway into him like developing as a character, and then you skip right to the end when he's like, yeah, I got better and I'm here to fight you at the end of Victory Road, which is terrible character development. That end, he really doesn't have much character, really. So much of it is assumed.
I am happy for him though.
I'm happy for him. It's
Yeah, me
fine.
too.
But like this is like far and away, this is the first time in a long time Pokemon has actually developed a character from start to finish in a meaningful way. Like, you fight your rival in Gold and Silver, like, maybe 5 times over the course of the game, and every time he gets more and more like, I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I'm the problem. And that's, like, so bare bones that it's not even funny. This actually has, like, depth and character interaction and what is the word I'm looking for here? And it intertwines itself with the whole of the plot and the main villain. That's proper character development.
Hmm. And so I don't know where I heard Lily 2.0 from, but that's what I've been calling her.
Yeah.
I forgot completely that the official name is Z-powered Lily. Her doing the
Lily.
Z-powered form thing is so cringy. It's cute.
It is the most awkward thing I've ever witnessed in a
She's
Pokemon game.
trying
Look, she's doing
her
her
best.
best.
She
Yeah.
is definitely doing her best. That is true.
All right.
But like, man,
She's
That's what's
so.
important.
Since we've gotten to the Lily 2.0, there's one thing that I wanted to mention earlier, but I had forgotten, but it kind of fits here too. So Lily's character, like for example, how Lucamine's character is completely different in the anime, Lily's is as well.
yes.
In this game, she doesn't really do Pokemon battling, but is there a reason?
She just doesn't like Pokemon to get hurt.
And she doesn't like
Right.
them getting hurt. And she's
In the anime, she is actually deathly afraid of being near a Pokemon. Like she
Yeah.
can't touch one.
I don't think I like that as much. That's like the Misty thing, but for every Pokemon this time.
I mean, it kind of works. It would make some sense, but like the Pokemon anime version of Lily, Lusamine, and Gladion are so vehemently different.
What is Gladion different in?
He's kind of the same character, but he doesn't have like much of a grudge, if I remember correctly. He's just like a loner who went off and did his own thing. But I don't think that. Well, actually, wait, no. It's been a while. Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like maybe I'm remembering him in like a later part of the show where I just saw screen caps of him like included with everyone. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'll withdraw
in
that.
Sun and Moon, he's edgy, but it's understandable.
Yes.
In the anime, he's edgy, not understandable.
Yeah, general gist, yes, that is what I'm trying to say. But like Lucy and Lucy, Lusamine and Lily are definitely wholly different characters. They're wholly different characters in each incarnation that they're in. They're different in both games, the anime and the manga. In the manga, Lily actually is like mentally scarred.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there's some shit that goes down. Like she has a PTSD
How
breakdown
much
on
of
the
it is
beach.
out? I haven't read it yet.
This was like 7 or 8 years ago, dude.
Huh? No, there's no way.
Like, I saw this when the game came out.
They wrapped up XY like 2 or 3 years ago.
I'm positive I saw a manga, like a full manga of Pokemon Sun and Moon. Maybe it was a fan made one and it was just good enough to fool me, but I'm positive I saw one.
Okay, well, maybe it was fan made. It doesn't sound like it was Adventures.
Here, let me. Oh, I don't think it was Adventures, but we'll take a
Okay,
look. Hold
well,
on.
then I'm not familiar with any others.
Let me see if I can find it really quick. Hold on. Go on ahead and continue while I look it up.
Okay, so really quick, I guess patching over the pictures because I got a couple since we skipped ahead a little bit in the Executor Island.
Boom.
Before that, we do meet up again with Hapu. We didn't really talk about it earlier, but that's fine. Hapu, and she's here to say, hey, Lily 2.0, no one could call you lily livered,
Hmm.
and then
Nice,
we
got it.
clap. And anyway, so then we get jump scared by her grandmother.
No, Lily is in Pokemon Adventures. It says so on the wiki.
Well,
Let's
Sure,
see.
but since when?
Let me look.
So
So
we
this
get
one.
jump scared by her grandmother and get given a Machamp. And the Machamp pushes rocks, and that's about it. We move on to the next part before we get there. Oh yeah, here's the Machamp. I think the pose of the Machamp holding you is kind of awkward.
A little bit.
There's not
You
It's
really
want that
any
really.
better way they
Executor
could have
Island?
done it.
If you got the Machamp, then you're past the Executor Island part, aren't you?
No, this is right before Executor Island.
Oh, okay.
Uh, it is officially the 14th chapter of the Pokemon Adventures manga.
And when did that come out?
I'm finding it now because for some reason the date is not on the wiki.
Okay. So now we head on off, and they talk about black sand, which is interesting, and then we get to Curry's favorite part of the game.
Let me see. Ah, yes. Where we venture into the wormhole. But first, we have to use the magical flute to wake Nebby up.
That's right. But before we can do that, we've got a trial somehow.
Yeah, it's just there. This is the
It's
dragon
just
one,
there.
right?
It's the dragon one.
Yeah, it's
But
just there, and it's
bef-
really fucking hard, actually.
before we do that, there is one more thing actually. So first, Lily's skirt got a bit wet because it was raining. Anyway, it's
Hmm.
time.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. We fight Hapu before that. Hapu is the stare of like a fucking battle scarred veteran. Look at this. Hapu is the most intimidating. Like, I borderline want to call her a toddler because she's so short. But man,
That's just rude.
she is so tiny.
To quote Curry, she's so tiny, she must be a toddler.
She's so small. But she has the threatening aura of like a JoJo character.
Yeah. Anyway,
Like,
after
yeah.
you beat her, did anyone have any troubles?
She's fine. No, again, having a water type is like super, super easy.
Yep. So after
Please do
that,
it for it.
she says, "Thud. That's the sound of your strength rocking me to my core."
Oh, holy hell.
Damn.
Hold on a minute. I've
So
almost got it. It's really hard to fucking find it.
then we found there's this weird NPC that just so happens to say the following: "Anywhere for the sake of research, just like my idol, Professor Birch." So for those keeping count at home, that is Generation 3 reference, Generation 5 character, Generation 5 character, Generation 1 reference. There's a lot of old gens referenced here.
Okay, I have the answer, finally. Good lord. It has concluded. The adventures portion of Sun and Moon has concluded. However, it started May 8th, 2018 and ended January 11th, 2022.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like it started late. I know it started pretty late.
Yeah, so it's just finished. Like, it's been about a year and a half since it finished. That's really recent, considering these games came out in 2016. Or wait, am I right about that? I've been saying that. I'm relatively sure it is. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure that's correct because yeah, no, that is absolutely correct. And I know exactly why because I took a 2-year break after I was in the hospital in 2014.
I believe you are correct. Yes. Okay, we are correct. It is specifically the very tail end of 2016, but still 2016.
Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, this guy just references Professor Birch for some reason. Who knows? Anyway, I don't have any pictures for a little bit. So
But yeah,
next up is yeah, the fight with the trial of the dragon fighting thing, which is a cool type combination.
very hard to actually beat into submission, though. This one is the one that gave me the most trouble out of any of them because I had no ice
Really?
moves. So I basically just shoved Toucannon in its way, burned it, and then proceeded to psychic it down with Primarina.
Mm-hmm.
Like it took some effort. I had to use 3 Pokemon to do it because I think it actually managed to KO both Toucannon and Primarina, but I was able to finish it with Salazzle, I believe. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It took me a little bit of
I
time.
think I had some troubles. I did get it in the first try, but I had a little bit of trouble with it. But yeah, it's a fun fight. I really like the build up to the trial since the music kind of stops.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
pretty
really
good.
nice, well done.
Yeah,
Um, so after we defeat the trial, I made sure to heal my Pokemon just in case, and then Lily pops out and says, "Oh my God, I'm gonna heal you right now."
yep.
She does that.
She
Lily
did
is a
that. That's true.
helpful girl.
That's true. She is indeed.
She just wants to help.
Anyway,
Just like seeing Pokemon hurt. Okay,
Yep.
it's time to blow into the flutes that we now have.
go free.
We go Fwee, and the Fwee says, depending on your game, that your Cosmoem Nebby turns into a big bat or a big lion.
It's very neat because like you knew that this was coming. Everyone knew what this was coming. This was very telegraphed, but it's a nice cutscene, honestly.
I don't think it was as telegraphed as you would say. Like, I didn't, when I first played the game, I didn't expect Nebby to be the legendary. I thought he would be special. I didn't think he would be the box legendary.
I kind of assumed that about halfway through the game, honestly. I was like,
What was
this
the
thing
tell?
is. I just thought about it for a minute, like, this is a very important Pokemon. What could it be? Oh, the box legendary. And I just
I
like
don't
had
see,
that
it
thought.
doesn't really look like the box legendary.
Well, I was just thinking like, oh, this is probably going to be like an evolution of some kind. That's neat. Which it was.
But
It was indeed, but still.
it's legends usually don't evolve. I mean, this game
Yeah,
has a lot of evolving legends.
Yeah, quite a few. Well, technically one just loses a
you mean
headpiece, but
two, right? There's two of them.
that's a lot though by
That is a
comparison.
lot comparatively.
We have not even had have we even had one that did that before this game, or is this the first time that happened?
No, this is the first time we've ever had a one that
Okay, so
evolved.
there's one that's kind of, it doesn't evolve, but it does breed into Manaphy and
Talking about
Defiant.
yeah,
Eh, I guess it's in the same kind of ballpark, but completely different direction.
Yeah.
It's still though, it is just a neat cutscene. And with Lunala or Sogaleo's help, we punch a hole in the fucking fabric of the universe and ride them off to find Lusamine and Guzma. To
That's
which
right. Yeah, go ahead.
to which we find Guzma just kind of sitting there shell shocked, like, what the fuck am I doing here? This isn't
Yeah, he
right,
kind of
man.
realized that he
realized it a
just,
bit late.
yeah,
Yeah.
he just a bit too late.
I'm pretty sure that he's just kind of really regretting all of his life decisions right now. it's really
Oh, absolutely.
hilarious too
Everything
because
leading up to it.
it sets up what comes next so well. Actually, could you pull up a picture of what comes next?
I have all of those already, actually. Don't worry, I took plenty.
Okay, good. But it's like, man, finally in this really strange looking cave that we find ourselves in, finally at the end of it, here's Lusamine. She got what she wanted.
That's what you've come to bother me for? Even you can't be that stupid.
Yeah, Lily
If
walks
you're
in
not
like,
beautiful enough to be worthy of my love, then I don't need you.
yep. Lily just
So,
walks in like, we're here to take you home, and she's like, bitch, I am home.
yeah, exactly. That's a really good way to put it. That is exactly what happened.
It's
And how does she
Jesus
determine
Christ.
she's home? Well, she's got a bunch of friends.
Yep.
That's right. All I need to exist in my world are the things that I want to have with me. And Lily says, pout.
Very much pout.
That is one of the best pouts. Look at that.
She's they made a unique facial animation specifically for that pout.
Well,
did.
actually, it's the second time it's been used.
Is it the second time? When was the first time?
It would have been when you go to the clothes store on Akala Island.
Oh, right. I remember that now. Anyway,
What was the
so
trigger?
pout animation. I don't remember what you say, but yes, that is correct.
Okay, anyway, yes. So she pouts and she says, I am the one who is sick of you, mother. Talk about character growth. She can finally talk
Yeah,
back to
she's
Lusamine.
actually confronting her demons, which is great.
And Lusamine responds in the best way any caring mother can.
By
Fuck
becoming
you,
a
I'm a
tentacle
tentacle monster
monster.
now.
A very threatening looking tentacle monster, actually. When this came up in the game proper, I was like, oh, they actually did this.
Yeah, like that's a sick design
Yeah.
I really wish we could catch.
It looks spooky as all get out.
What,
Like,
to catch the woman?
and then, and then it's just kind of immediately after this happens, there's more silliness that goes down because you enter into battle with Lusamine. And she
That's
throws out
right.
a Pokeball using her
You can see the Ultra
fucking
Ball right
things.
there.
It's
Super weird and kind of out of character
it's
to
just
fuse with Pokemon.
it's really
I
neat
mean,
though. Like
there's
it's
an
cool.
entire manga about it.
Yep.
That's dumb though.
It's dumb. He
What? Wait,
says
hold on. Are you saying you don't like the manga where a guy fuses with the heart of a Pokemon?
it's cool. It's called Chainsaw Man.
It's like a Super Sentai thing. Whatever.
Hold
It's
on.
Look,
as hell,
look, a
alright?
wild Puchita appeared. But anyway, like I just love this exact
There's no reason
screenshot.
to.
This screenshot is so dumb. It's so weird. Like, of course there's going to be a Pokemon battle, but I would think that, like, if they redid this game, you would actually be fighting, like, Lusamine's fusion as a, like, raid boss or something. Like a non-catchable raid boss, but just, like, a really powerful version of a Nihilego. Instead, she throws an Ultra Ball from her tentacle.
Yeah,
However,
and her
Ultra
team
Bentacle.
great.
yeah, it's immediately like you have this silly note, and then you slowly realize that she has a full team of totem Pokemon.
Wait, really? Wait, no, she
Yeah,
has a Clefable.
she has
Oh
a
wait, no, okay, no,
Clefable.
right, okay, never
All
mind. I see
of
what you mean.
her Pokemon are
Yeah.
beast boosted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
have that Totemar. Yeah.
It's
I
just
misunderstood what you had meant. Yeah.
God. I remember when this happened the first time, I almost wiped to that fucking bear.
My main issue was the Clefable because the second it came
I mean,
out, it said,
Beware is a
"Hey,
really
I'm
powerful
going
Pokemon.
to stack up the what's that
Calm
one
Mind.
thing that gives you one stack of special attack, one stack of special defense?"
Calm Mind, yeah.
Is it? I thought there was another move. What am I thinking of?
Or wait,
Maybe
Cosmic
it's
Power?
yeah, that's the one.
Oh, I thought it was Calm Mind. Oh well, it's been like a few weeks since I did
Calm
this. I
Mind is
might
special attack,
forget.
special defense.
What is Cosmic Power again? Then?
Cosmic
Special
Power.
defense.
Yeah,
Okay, I think it might have been Cosmic Power then.
but like, yeah,
Regardless, she stacked something and it was scary.
her entire team is fucking frightening. Like
Yeah, here,
it's
I'm gonna
like
pull it up on the other screen.
legitimately her entire team, I would argue, is more challenging than the majority of the Elite Four.
Honestly, yeah.
It's just like she is the real endgame boss here. But like, man, I love this fight. It's really good. It's actually tense and difficult. I missed having that for so long. Ark says I bullied her
Yep.
and stole her lunch money.
So I'm looking at her team in Sun Moon. So apparently, the first time you fight her before she goes into the Ultra Wormhole,
Mm-hmm.
if you lose, the story just progresses.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Anyway,
Oh, yeah,
so
because
she
you're already
has
there, yeah.
so when you're in the Ultra Space, her team is a level 50 Clefable with Moonblast, Metronome, Moonlight, and Cosmic Power,
Mm-hmm.
which and oh right, and the boost is +1 special defense off of her starting
Or
attack,
we're just
starting
gonna
hitting.
breeze by that. That's kind of a big deal. Pokemon's never had a losable fight before.
Yeah,
I
it has.
mean, no, it has, yeah.
Where?
I don't know exactly where, but it has had a couple of them
I
sprinkled in throughout various games.
I believe that
I
there's
don't
like
think I've
several
ever run
rival
into
fights
anything
that
that
you can
seemed.
lose and progress.
I don't think that that's true.
We can look into that later.
I'm pretty sure that this is the first one. The only other one that I'm aware of is
You
like
can
the.
lose to Hal after the first trip to the Aether Paradise and still
Yeah,
progress with the story.
Ark
Arc
agrees
says
if
if you
you
start a
sort of,
Oh,
rival
so it's in
fight,
this same game. Okay.
but
Okay, so in this game you mean? Okay, so
yeah,
this is the first generation with losable fights. That's interesting.
you can lose to Dexio and
Oh yeah,
Cinna.
starter. You're right. You're right. My bad. Yeah, starter rival fights. That's true. Because like you won't have like no moves
yeah,
Yeah.
but
for it. It's like yeah, you lost, but it's fine.
You can lose the first battle to Silver at Cherry Grove, and
I
he
knew
just
it.
says,
Yeah,
"Humph, that was a waste of time," and runs off.
that's what I thought. Okay, because like at that point you don't really have access to a Pokemon Center, so it wouldn't make any sense code wise for you to actually be in that situation.
Yeah, fair enough. But like a losable fight after the initial opening part of a game. That's what I mean.
I don't know. Maybe this is the first one. I have no idea. We'd have to look into it. But at any rate, so assuming that you're able to actually beat her team, you finally like push her
Really
back some. Huh?
her team. I'm just gonna read out the names. It's
Oh, okay.
Clefable, Lilligant, Dismagius, Milotic, and Beware, which is a tanky as fuck team.
Milotic and Beware alone are scary. But
Same
like,
for
man,
Clefable.
Clefable's okay. But like, good lord, I one shot the Clefable. Just
I
like,
had a little bit more trouble.
but
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
So we finally beat Lusamine. She screams in pain, and Lily
Dies.
calls upon
Oh,
Lunala or Solageo, depending on
yeah.
what your game is, to like hit her with something. It's just kind of assumed that Solageo and Lunala know how to stop this because they've done it before or something like that.
They hit her with come to your senses juice.
Yeah, exactly. They just like slap her. They use wake up slap.
Yep.
And you know, Lusamine is unfused from the Nihilego.
Renala doesn't have hands, so they use smelling salts.
Lily and her share a brief moment, and then she passes out again. And you're like, you carry her out of the, or her and Guzma out of the wormhole to safety
Yeah,
on Lunala or Solgaleo.
you like Lily forces Guzma to help.
Yeah, like, get the hell over here.
Yeah.
It's just like out of nowhere, very out of character. Lily just like outwardly walks up to
Honestly,
him,
it's pretty in
get
character
off
now.
your ass.
Yeah.
And it's just,
Like,
it's really hilarious. I love the lead up.
yeah.
But yeah. And it turns out that Lucamine's been pretty heavily damaged. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's gonna need a little bit of sleepy time.
So I
Well,
believe
she
that
infused herself with poisonous glass jellyfish, so
yeah, she has like lingering side effects, and she's not herself. And I don't remember if this happens before or after the Elite Four, but basically Lily kind of takes charge of the situation now that
After.
she's helped. Now that she's helped Cosmog, she chooses to go and try to help her mother, which again, incredibly commendable, incredibly mature. But she's basically going to visit Kanto to go and talk to the guy who in the first game was accidentally fused with a Pokemon due to the transporter accident.
Yeah.
I think
Um.
that's a great callback. I love that.
yeah, I didn't realize that was the reason they were going. Wow,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
It's
So
super
really
nice.
quick, Ark says, I always had it in my headcanon that Guzma had a crush on Lusamine.
Probably, yeah, honestly. The way that he was
I
like.
think he was just in it for money.
He was
I mean,
either in
maybe-
it for the money or in it for that lady. Let's see.
But yeah, that was after the Elite Four, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, so after we complete that, the next major thing is we can now catch Lunala Solgaleo, or was that before?
That's before. I think
Oh
that
yeah,
you're not given it, but you have to challenge it. And
you
Lily's
have to
like,
You
catch
mean
it. You
Nebby,
can't
right?
not.
yeah,
You can't.
Nebby.
Yeah, so it's legal. Illegal to not name it Nebby.
It is a
Mhm.
sin against God to not name it that.
His name is Nebby. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder how she came up with the name Nebby.
Nebula, Nebby, cute name.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a very simple through line. Well, I'm stupid. Anyway,
I may be stupid. Question.
I'm sorry, that was just so matter of fact. It caught me off guard. Anyway, please continue.
I will continue with the fact that we need to arrest Ark because he didn't name it Nebby.
You bastard.
He's been taken into custody
What did you name it?
by the Poke Police. Huh? I didn't get that part.
The Poke Police. Oh yeah, actually, we should address this. How far in did you actually get?
Let's see. The next thing is Hapu wants to talk to me at the relic thingy.
The relic thingy?
So I got to the fourth island last night, and then I went to bed.
Okay, fair enough. So you weren't able to beat Hapu. So you stopped before you beat Hapu.
Yeah, I stopped before you get Machamp.
Okay. Let's see.
Anyway, he says I named it nothing. I just shoved it into the PC box where it can never leave. I did the same, but I at least had the courtesy to name it Nebby.
Yeah, fucking horrible person you
Because
are.
now it can never leave the bag.
Let's see.
So, one major thing, I think we did forget about this. This was earlier on. I completely forgot to mention it.
Oh yeah,
Nanu, we
this
forgot it.
boy.
We forgot Nanu.
We forgot Nanu is very much a background character.
He really is. He does his best to be a background character. Even he absolutely hates showing you what the Dark EMZ does.
He is Ace Rolla's weird uncle. That's who he is. He has like 4 seconds of screen time. He gives you the Dark MZ, and then he fucks off.
Yep. So anyway, that was earlier. So we've defeated the big bad of the game. The only thing left is earlier on. A good old pal Kukui said, "There's a mountain over there. I'm gonna make some changes to this here world. You ever heard of the Pokemon League?"
Yeah.
He's been talking about it the whole game a lot. And you're there earlier, and they mentioned the Pokemon League is getting constructed.
Yeah.
Yep.
First person to get to try it.
Yep.
I actually have a question. This bothered me earlier when I thought about this. So you're showed the like top of the mountain, or shown, sorry. You're shown the top of the mountain of like where the Pokemon League is going to be in the distance after you beat I can't say his name.
Yeah.
Large Lad's
Oh,
Trial.
before that, it's when you get to the mountain. Yeah.
Oh, is it when you get to it? Okay. Well, when you
Yeah.
get to the mountain, and there's like cranes and shit building something. How in the hell did they haul cranes up the mountain?
Pokemon.
Like, I'm just sitting here like, how many Monchamp does it take to lift a crane? Like, not even one crane, multiple cranes up the mountain. Or
It's
did they
very
just
simple.
did they just assemble them up there? Like, logistically, I am fascinated by the prospect of
They
how you
used a
do
team of
this.
trained Wingull.
There's there's at least one elevator that we are actually on that mountain. They probably used elevators.
Oh man. Oh right. Circling back to a second to actually what is wrong with Lusamine in this version of the game. So it is in the Ultra Sun
Right.
Ultra Moon Dex entry for Nihilego. It basically says it makes neurotoxin and then feeds off of people. So she got a heavy dose of neurotoxin.
Yep.
That
So
is pretty
she
fucked
needs
up.
to go bye-bye for now.
She's a
Um
sleepy woman.
I will read that line from Arc once we get there. We're almost there. So really quick, I think I have a couple more pictures before the Elite Four. I do. Um So just one more quick one with Lily, where we just go talk with her at the ruins of conflict, and I think this is where we had talked to about a Tapu. I don't remember exactly, but I just take the picture because it's cute. She's
Cute.
like, oh wait, no, never mind, never mind. You go and switch back to the gameplay because I have no pictures until after the Elite Four.
Fair enough. You know,
This is after
honestly,
the Elite Four. I just remembered.
here's the thing, right? So, does anyone really have any strong feelings about this Elite Four?
So
I think
when
it's
I went,
interesting how it's all characters that you've battled before, plus one mystery new character you've never even seen anywhere before.
Yeah.
Thrown in exclusively for this.
Like, I heard so many people be very, like, meh on this Elite Four. I personally think it's one of the better Elite Fours that they've ever made.
it's
I think
just
it's because
boring
you
because we've
fought
seen them
everyone
all
before.
before.
Except for the
Here,
Flying Girl.
yeah, 3 of the 4 characters you already know, you've already battled them, so it's not really all that exciting. And then they're all like monotype teams that you already are pretty much aware of.
Yeah.
I think it's
However,
still
the
neat, though.
champion is great.
Yeah, the fact that Kukui is representing the first
And yeah, the
champions.
secret champion is Kukui.
It's
When
really
I went
good.
into this, since it's been so long since I played these games, even though I have 5 copies of Gen 7 games, I didn't remember most of. I remembered that Malay, the steel guy. I remembered he was one.
Yeah.
That was it. So I didn't remember the whole Kukui being the champion thing. So that was a nice reveal.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And something none of us had a chance to do. But happens later when you go back to the Elite Four. You are the champion. Everyone you fight from then on your refights are challengers to you.
Yep.
Yep.
It's a really neat touch.
Um.
I like that a lot.
So since we're up to this point, I'll read the line from Arc. He says, "Quote: My response to the Elite Four and Champion is I stole their lunch money and they refused to make me champion."
Fair enough. Oh man.
So, yeah, I guess really quick, anything anyone has to say about the actual Elite Four battles?
It's kind of fun. Like, I think that it's kind of
Oh,
neat that you go back and you fight everybody with like better teams. Like, I like seeing people at their lowest and then at their highest in this kind of
Well,
situation.
like Acerola, we never actually fought.
Yeah, but we knew that she was going to be a ghost team. Like, that's
Yeah,
blatantly
Holly would be
there.
cooler if she had a good team.
the fact that she doesn't have a Mimikyu is insane.
Oh yeah, and they don't use Z moves.
Or you mean Acerola? Yeah.
Arc says they do not use Z moves, which is a really good point.
Wait, really? I didn't notice that actually.
Yeah, it's strange that they don't. I don't know, but overall, I kind of liked this Elite Four. It was pretty cool. Like, I like all the
Oh,
characters
the
that they
Elite Four
chose.
and Palos didn't have megas.
Well, the champion did.
The champion did, yeah, but doesn't. I mean, Kukui does have a Z move, so
Does Kukui have a Z move?
I think he has the specific Z stone that you don't take.
yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so. And Ark says, frankly, they did use their Z moves. They would. Oh, dang it. I missed that. Can someone else grab that?
Yeah, he says, frankly, if they did use Z moves, they would be almost the hardest Elite Four to Nuzlocke.
I mean,
Well,
yes.
maybe it depends.
You would probably overlevel like hell for the Elite Four. I think you could probably withstand one
Well,
Z move.
some Nuzlockes lock you to the max level of the highest level Pokemon in that fight.
I guess that's fair. But
So
at
when
any
it
rate,
comes to Z moves, they're limited in. They're going to be limited in their effectiveness by the fact that, they're more situational. With megas, you're going to mega evolve the moment your Pokemon comes out, the first turn available. And that's true for Dynamax, and that's true for terrestrializing. But with Z moves, they're entirely situational, and sometimes they won't even use Z moves if it's a bad matchup. They're not going to use a water Z move on your grass type.
oh yeah, fair.
So, if you know what Pokemon is their ace Pokemon, and you can generally probably guess what their Z move is in that case.
Yeah, I guess.
And then you can
So,
plan around that in a way that prevents them from using it. So
mhm.
I don't necessarily think it would make it the hardest one to Nuzlocke. I understand why
So,
you would say that, though.
right. Other than before the champion, I don't think there was anything really big for me to say. It was fun. Oh, right. Okay. So I did learn something from the fight here. So Beak Burn, which is the signature move of Toucannon.
Yes.
I learned that it works when you're asleep. If you're asleep and you go to use it, the first action will be you burning up your beak. You will still be asleep. You won't be able to actually do the attack, but you will cause burn if they connect.
Interesting. Also,
That
Ark
is
has his last
interesting.
member to talk about, or his fifth member to talk about.
Sure, he says, it's time to reveal my fifth team member to the audience.
Reveal fourth.
Yeah, I guess here's what we'll do: is we'll fight one before we fight the champion. We'll reveal our team. So Ark says, "I breed Pokemon to get stockpile on Toxapex, and it just happens to be shiny." Nice.
Yep. Just casual Ark.
Just a casual shiny Toxapex.
Casual shiny Toxapex. Just because for fun.
For fun. So yeah, I guess that could be something we could do really quick before we fight the Elite Four. Other than Ark, who seems to have at least one more Pokemon afterwards, did a- did anyone else was anyone else not having a full team at this point?
Yes.
No, I guess I have 6, but I'm probably gonna
So
just not have all of them in there. I'm gonna rearrange things though.
so I guess at this point I say we can go over our teams. I will go ahead and go first. Let me pull it up here. So my final team at the end of the run was a level 62 Wishy-Washy, a level 62 Wishy-Washy named DIY Kyogre, a level 59 Palossand named a level 59 Toucannon named Gun
What?
Gun, a level 61 Serena named Bouncy,
Are
a
you gonna
level
explain the joke for
71
the audience?
Komala named Carrot, a level 59 Passimian named Quartermac. My total playtime was 74 hours.
I'm just sitting
I
here
finished.
enjoying the fact that you used an emoji. God damn it. Anyway.
I finished. Played the whole game, 74 hours, 5 minutes. Finished the post game, and I fought Blue at the battle tree. My final
Nice.
festival plaza points was 157. Running through for Arc, he says he had a level 62 Alolan Raichu named Ash, a level 62 Toxapex named Toxapex, a level 59 Salamence named Drago Female Sign, a level 60 Decidueye named Game, and a level 59 Metagross named Metagross, with one more member to be added to the team. Curry, you're up next.
So, I played Moon. As always, I am the resident speed man. Although this game took a fair bit more time than a lot of the other ones. I almost took full 24 hours. I beat the Elite Four and tried to get several Ultra Beasts after the fact, but didn't really do much aside from that. Aside from get the last member of my team, which I'll go through in a minute. So I have Briss, the level 51 Primarina, Hesh, the level 49 Toucannon, Kamala, the level 50 Komala, Satgirl, the level 55 Mimikyu, Ryuko, the level 56 Salazzle, and Denton, the level 42 Silvally. Silvally is the final member of my team who I basically just took around and leveled friendship with by fighting Ultra Beasts until it evolved.
Oh,
That's a very flavorful way to do that. So,
Yeah.
now that we've finally gotten to that point, Curry, would you like to explain to the crowd the journey that we went on the other day with Silvally?
Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Silvally should be legendary. Not. It has nothing to do with the fact that it evolves, and I have to put this out there. I love Silvally. I think its design is sick. I love its flavor, its name, its cry, everything. It is literally a god made or an imitation of Arceus that is just a physical attacker. Well, actually, I guess it can be whatever, but its main move is a physical attacker.
yeah,
So
isn't it? It's like stat spread is what 70 across the board or something.
90 across the board, I think.
90. Okay.
Its base spread is perfectly spread across the board, and its main move is a physical attack. But you can technically do whatever you want with it. It's literally like the Aether Foundation basically made a. I think I refer to it as a failed clone of God. Is what it is. And going back to the whole alchemy thing, that does in fact make sense. But man, honestly, for a legendary, it's kind of mediocre a little bit just in terms of gameplay. Like its stat spread is fine, but it has a shockingly limited move pool for what it is. Like you would think it being a clone of or not a clone, but like an imitation of Arceus, it would be able to learn basically anything, right? You can't learn Earthquake, it can't learn like a bunch of other basic really powerful moves. Admittedly, its one move can be like any type you want it to be, and it's a base 9100 accuracy, which is fine. But it's just bizarre to me how it kind of feels like it's lacking so much. Like it feels like it should be a pseudo legend to me. Like even if its stat spread is really high, but no,
It
it's
isn't a pseudo, it is a
it is not a
legendary.
pseudo legend. It is a
Oh,
straight
it's not a real
legendary.
legendary. Nobody considers it that.
Well, see,
Yeah,
thank
the
you,
Pokemon
thank
Company
you,
and everyone else on the internet does.
I'm
thank
pretty
you
sure
very
that the
much.
Pokemon Company
Jesus,
does not classify Savali as a legendary
They
Pokemon.
no, they
do. I
do.
found official documents of it.
Okay, well you'll have to show me then, I guess.
No,
Okay.
thank you, Dosha, for agreeing with me. I had that exact same reaction.
I don't really think that it meets the criteria. I mean, is Porygon legendary now?
Also, Ark says, coding wise, it is also considered legendary, and it is on the same level as Heatran.
I forgot that the code has like.
But yeah, like what we had this little dispute a little while ago where I was like, is Silvally really considered legendary? I don't think it's strong enough to be.
Yeah. Go ahead and pull it up on
All
the
right.
stream here.
I forgot to pull that back up.
So
Oh, it's already been
what
up.
happened?
I don't know. It feels
Yeah.
like a category error to me.
Yeah, exactly.
So when they
That is exactly
announced
what I said.
Silvally to get a shiny Silvally event, and they say, is it at the front or the back? Hold on, it's at the front actually. Whoops. Do add a shiny Silvally to your game via the code.
Fun fact: I
Don't
have
miss it.
that
It's November
Silvally.
13th.
Not this one specifically in the game, but I have that Silvally.
And there's one part. Is that at the end? Where is it? Oh no, right. It was the voiceover that called it the. Oh yeah, there it is. The legendary Pokemon.
Yep. And see, this is the dispute that we had, where it's like, I really genuinely don't think it's a legend. I think it's a pseudo-legend at best.
Well, it's not a pseudo legend. Pseudo legend requires a certain stat spread.
But like,
Yeah. So
man,
here's a question for you, Dosha. Why would you say it's not legendary?
Well, largely because it's completely artificial. It's like Porygon in that way.
So is
Porygon's not
Mewtwo.
a legendary.
Mewtwo's a legendary though.
Yeah, but Mewtwo was born from a legendary Pokemon. It's a clone, and there's only one of them. There
Yeah.
are 3 Silvally, and there's no reason they couldn't make more. In fact, there was more Silvallis, or there was more Type Nulls that were made.
Yes. There are many legendaries that have multiple versions of them.
But this is a
It's
mass-producible
not like
one.
special. They're like produced regularly now. It's not even just the Ether Foundation that makes them now. Other corporations make Silvallis.
It's just, they're basically chimeras. That's all they
Cosmos
are.
make their own Silvally.
Yeah, Ark makes a good point. They could theoretically just make more Mewtwo if they wanted.
They would have to have more genetic samples from a
It would be a
Mew.
Mew 3 if they made another one.
But yeah, no, it's like,
They called it Mewtwo because it was the second one.
I found another one saying.
Yeah, only in the anime.
okay, for reference's sake, Ark has just said, canonically, there are at least 2 Mewtwo's.
First of
Yeah,
all, that's only in the anime. Second, that never really actually squared out with the lore in the show.
So I found another thing for the Silvally thing. There was an official quiz on the Pokemon website to promote 2018 as the year of legendary Pokemon, and he was in that quiz as a legendary Pokemon.
Oh.
But like, so, you know, I had this exact reaction that you're having, Doja. 100%. I was really going to bat for the fact that, like, I don't think it's a legend.
Wrong too, I guess.
But at any rate.
Yeah, and the whole, like, in code, like, he's a legendary because, like, the GTS and competitive battling, stuff like that.
I mean, the Ultra Beasts are also considered legendaries in the code, so...
They are.
Until they aren't. Which, apparently, they aren't anymore.
It's very strange that they aren't. It doesn't make any sense. Like, stat-wise, they're stronger than a lot of legends.
I don't know how rare any of them are, really. It's just that they're from another universe, right?
Baramosa is a cockroach. It is referred to as being incredibly common.
Yeah, so...
Regardless, so that was a kind of a big discussion we had not too long ago, because Curry came in here saying, I saw a little bit of discussion online that people were claiming that Silvally is legendary. You guys don't think that, do you? And me and Ark just said, well, yeah, of course it's legendary. What do you mean?
I genuinely do not believe it's legendary. Even now, I'm still just like, god dang. It's so strange. Poipole is considered a starter Pokemon from an alternative world. That is correct.
I mean, stuff like that. I mean, like, are they really legendary if that's the case?
From a certain point of view.
And then there's the whole legendary versus mythical and stuff like that.
Mythicals are legendary.
They're just a
Some people say they're not.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a category issue in that case because the code considers them different things, but because the code has something that refers to legendary that is like a specific subtype of legendary, but there's also, like, all of them are legendary on top of that.
It's just...
So it's confusing. Yeah. I think most people just get confused because they're talking about legendary, the category, and the other person's talking about legendary, the concept.
It's just...
But regardless...
It's so strange. It's so strange, but I begrudgingly was like, okay, fine. Because I was originally going to put Silvally and Tapu Koko on my team, but I was just like, okay, this works out. Oh, I forgot to mention, sorry, immediately after the Ghost Trial, I went and got a Mimikyu. It took 2 fucking hours to find one.
I wouldn't care if somebody had 6 Silvallies on their team. It's not a good Pokemon anyway.
Yeah, but I love it. I genuinely love his design. It's cool as shit.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't put it there. I'm just saying I don't think that it's a particularly good.
Yeah.
So I don't think it makes sense to. I mean, I don't. I'm not going to categorize it. I'm not going to ever treat it like a legendary Pokemon.
At any rate, so that was an interesting little development.
So I guess the next question is Dosha. I know you didn't finish, but what's your team at the point? What is the team
So
you'll
I
be using
guess
for the fights?
I got 3 Pokemon that aren't meant to be permanent and so aren't nicknamed. That is a level 52 Decidueye, a level 36 Greninja, and a level 45 Masquerain. Then I've got Zero Suit Samus, the level 45 Minior.
Okay.
It's a blue Minior. You
How
remember
do
that?
you fucking manage to do that immediately when I take a drink? Immediately. You almost made me do a spit take. Fuck.
Look, you won the poll,
You did
so
indeed.
you got to name it.
That's what the poll was?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it works out because Minior is a Zero Suit mode.
That fits too damn well. I don't like that fits too damn well.
Then I have Aguros the Aquanid.
Wait, this
And
is important.
Do what?
In the poll, was black one of the options?
Mm-hmm. It's a shiny Meteor.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it was, I would have definitely picked black, and it would have forced you to shiny hunt.
I was only putting down the normal colors, so rainbow colors.
Black is part of the rainbow.
Black is not part of the rainbow. When have you ever looked up at the sky and seen black
Night.
in a rainbow?
Nighttime. I see black rainbows at night all the time.
Black rainbows at night. I see black rainbows at night all the time. Sounds like something you'd hear in like a song.
It really does. That sounds hokey
Rainbows
as hell.
are a refraction of light, so
That's the joke, Dosha.
it's not even possible to have black rainbows.
That's the joke. Anyway, point taken.
That doesn't mean I can't criticize it. Get fucked.
No.
Anyway, go ahead.
So Aguros, and Armika, the level 45 Muck.
What is
I
Armika?
have a few other Pokemon. I'm still trying to decide if I want to use these in the next game. The one that I was holding off trying to catch a Delmise until the end to use, but the one I caught was level 11. I didn't have time to use it.
Delmise is cool as shit.
And then I also have Guilingao. He's a Turtonator.
Oh, okay.
And Miserloo the Pikachu.
Hello.
Can you explain your nicknames?
Let's see.
Also, according to Ark,
we explained. Aguros. Aguros is part of the name of the species of spider that the Aquanid is based on.
Water spiders.
Armika, because Alolan Muck is a rainbow, so Rainbow Mika. Rainbow Mika is a character from Street Fighter.
Oh, okay.
A very controversial character, according to the esports pundit community, I guess. Family friendly,
doesn't like Rainbow Mika.
Sports. Do what?
FGC doesn't like Rainbow Mika.
They don't like her default outfit.
I see.
Oh, is it
And people got mad that there was a censorship thing where her ult used to have her slapping her ass before she did her ult.
Oh, and they took it
They
out.
censored it.
And they took it out, yeah. They took out the
Oh.
ass slap.
Man, literally 1984.
1984, all over the place.
Anyway, so that's that.
Also, according to Ark,
Sorry, go ahead.
really quick, Dhelmise is the first Pokemon that has 3 stab types.
It has an ability that gives it pseudo stab. I guess you could call it that.
Yeah,
But I
it's
mean,
not-
that would be
What
like
ability?
saying tinted lens is super stab or stuff like that.
I guess. Metal Worker is the ability. Anyway, continue.
What does it do?
It says that you deal 50% more damage with steel type moves.
Oh, I'm surprised. I've never seen that before.
So it does the same thing that stab does, but it's an ability. So
That's
it
pretty
has
nifty.
effectively 3 types of stab. So it ghost, grass, and steel.
With none of the weaknesses of Steel. It's pretty
Well,
cool.
also none of the resistances, unfortunately.
Is that a hidden ability?
Nope.
No, it's its only ability,
Huh.
but it's the only one with that ability. Anyway, Delma is named Magellan. Magellan is a famous explorer from the I want to say 1700s in the where was it? The Philippines, I think. Let's see. Guiling Gao is the name of a Chinese medicinal jelly that is made using crushed tortoise shell.
Oh.
That's a very neat pick, actually. I like that.
And Miserloo is a song.
Miserloo.
This will give away what I was trying to do with him. Actually, I might use Miserloo later. Maybe I'll explain it after. You know what? I was thinking about waiting and using them next game. Maybe I'll just continue on with that idea.
Or are you
Okay.
just gonna like do the fights with 3 Pokemon?
Am I going to do the fights with 3 Pokemon? No, I've got a team of 6. I've got I named off 9 Pokemon, so I'm still going to have a team of 6. I'm just going to bench some of them.
Alright,
Okay.
fair enough then.
So really quick, that reminds me, I didn't explain my nicknames. I only have like 1 or 2 to explain because I already explained most of them. Actually, looks like I only have 1 to explain. So, Gun Gun the Toucannon. I'm just curious, other than Dosha, because Dosha was there when I named it, does anyone else get the joke?
Gun Gun. Gun Gal Z.
Nope. Okay. So there's only I'm this is gonna sound like a side tangent, but I
I get it.
promise
It's
it's
that Call
relevant.
of Duty game you're playing.
Yeah, totally. Um, so there's only ever been one YTP that I've ever found funny. It was about Joker being added to Smash, and the entire joke was every time he did another move, it was his special is gun. And when he
Ah.
when he gets his super special
His
and he gets
super is Gun
Arsene, his
Gun.
special is gun gun.
Got it.
That's the joke. Anyway, there's gun gun the toucan, that's all. I've already explained to everyone else on the team.
Actually, I just realized I also didn't explain any of mine. Some of them are very easy, like Komala, 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 Komala. It's just fun to say that. There's no real reason for it. It's just fun. Sat Girl is it was inspired by the PlayStation game. I was just like, what characters do I know that have a sack over their face? Oh, there's literally characters that are just sack people, so I named her Sack Girl. Ryuko is the name of the protagonist from Kill la Kill. And the last 3 are a little bit more what do you call it? Obscure. Briss is the name of or is from Roger D. Briss, the director from the 2005 Producers movie, because he's just incredibly flamboyant and over the top. I thought it was a perfect name. Hesh is the name of a tank ammunition, and that I felt was perfect for Toucannon. And Denton is named for the main character of Deus Ex.
Mm.
So, yeah. Fun times.
All right. So, then let me just pull this up here. So for that, yep, Arc didn't have any. I guess Arc. Why'd you name Decidueye Game?
Game.
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 Gum.
Game. The
I thought I
system.
explained it earlier.
I don't believe so.
But so because Rowlet is spherical,
Yeah.
it's
Right.
spherical.
It's a game sphere. Yeah, game sphere.
Game Sphere.
The game
It's a Drake and Josh
It's
reference.
spherical. That's true.
Oh,
it is
God.
Drake.
I have
It's-
never watched Drake and Josh.
That's such a that. I would say that that's a niche reference, but I know that there's so many people who watch that damn show.
It's not that niche for people our age, but
I mean, I guess.
It might be niche for a younger audience.
I think it will be niche for exactly one
Imagine
generation after the generation it was canceled. Or maybe it's being syndicated in rerun. Does Nick at Night
True.
still exist? I actually
what?
don't
No
know.
clue.
Like Nick at Night, or does Nickelodeon have some kind of like a syndication channel like they used to? Wait,
I mean, I'm
Dragon
sure
Jar- Wait, that was
I know it's
Nickelodeon,
still
right?
around. I don't know to what extent.
Am I
Welcome to
crazy?
our Nickelodeon stream, everyone. I hope you enjoy your time here.
Well, no. Am I crazy? That was Nickelodeon, right? That wasn't another channel.
Yeah, Drake and
Okay.
Josh is Nick.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Well,
That is their theme song.
I suppose
I
now
watched
that we
an
have brought up,
interesting,
now that we have brought
30-minute
up,
documentary on how they came to that song.
now that we have brought up Nickelodeon,
Oh,
it is
really?
inevitable. So we might as
I mean, I
well
shouldn't be
let us engage in discourse regarding the creation of a studio for Avatar: The Last Airbender stuffs.
No.
No, we'll save that for a different episode.
That's when we were going to play the Avatar: The Last Airbender game on the Game Boy.
Hell no. Hell no.
No,
Anyway.
we're gonna watch the live action movie and point out how
Well,
stupid it is.
I think we're approaching the end here.
Well, yes.
Did anyone?
All we have left
Watch the game.
currently is the champion fights and then the post game.
Well, we already talked about the champion.
We didn't
Yeah,
do the champion fight.
I mean, I don't really have anything to say about it. He's a cool champion. I like that he has
Yeah.
the starter you didn't pick. That's actually
Yeah,
pretty neat.
exactly. His
Thorough when
team
we
is
talk about
really
it.
cool.
Yeah. But I don't have a lot to say other than that, so go ahead, floor is yours. I actually have to use the restroom really quick, so go ahead.
But,
Yeah, really the only thing I have to say is that his team is cool as shit. It's a cool reveal that he's the champion, and it was a fun fight all and around. It was a good cap off to his whole idea of making the Elite Four in this region. I did, however, so in this playthrough, or in most of these playthroughs, I try not to grind too much. I was actually underleveled for most of the game. When I got to the Elite Four, I was rushing because I thought we were going to record the
Oh.
next day. Took 3 weeks after that, but we're not going to talk about that. So I did some grinding, and I was on level for the fights. It was fine. The Elite Four themselves, I kind of beat them up really easily. I struggled kind of against Kukui. I don't remember exactly why, but it was a fun fight. And that's really all I can say. Nothing much else. It was just a good old classic Pokemon battling. Man, Pokemon battling. Am I right? Am I right? Anyway, so after we go ahead and beat the Elite Four, there's a little bit more left before like the full credits are done and we're done with all the everything. And that is good old friend, good old dear Lily. She says, "Hey,
Hey.
can we go sneak out for a second and visit the ruins of conflict?" And I showed this picture earlier, and I'll wait till Kurita gets back to continue, but Lily just says, "Hey, can we just go talk to Tapu Koko?"
Oh
So
yeah.
that's
Oh my
the
god.
plan.
The first time I played this was like the hardest fight I'd ever done in a Pokemon game.
Really?
Yeah. I never struggled more with trying to catch a Pokemon.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Hey, Curry, go ahead and
I'm
switch it
back.
over.
Apparently, you're not supposed to catch Tapu Koko at this stage
I guess not.
because
So, no, we already did
he
that.
becomes like obscenely. He's got like an obscenely low catch rate.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, lowest in the series.
I was
That's
prepared for a fight.
Well,
I
Tapu Koko has the
killed
same
it.
catch rate as any other legendary, which is at the lowest 3.
Yeah,
You did it.
that's true, but my understanding is this is a special event thing where it's lower.
I don't know.
I don't see how they would do such a thing. 3 is literally the lowest catch rate.
Are you sure about that?
Perhaps.
Yeah,
I
because
did want to.
clearly Pokemon like Mewtwo and previous box legendaries before, I think, Gen 4 were all catch rate of 3.
Well, either way, it took me 100 turns for it to run out of all of its moves and faint.
Hmm. But yeah, we go either catch or kill Tapu Koko, depending on your prerogative. And now I've got
I
a lot of
murdered it
pictures.
and stole its lunch money.
A lot of pictures, you say.
It's
Yeah,
time for the credits.
the
Oh my
credit scene
god.
is so good. I remember
Like, all
looking
of
through
these
this.
pictures are just filled to the brim with life. Look at that. She is doing her best.
She found him.
I mean, how is 3 the lowest catch rate if you can have a ball that catches at 1/10 the rate of normal Pokeballs and still catch things?
Mm.
The
I mean,
catch rate for Pokemon is between 3 and 255?
do you want the ultimate challenge of catch Tapu Koko in a Beast Ball?
So
No.
the catch rate for Tapu Koko is 3, which is 1.6% when an ordinary Pokeball is thrown at full health in generations 5, 6, 7.
Oh,
Anyway, so we got this. It's a cute, sleepy Togedemaru.
Yep.
We got this, and they're all being nice and fun together. These
They
credits were
dancey.
honestly really nice.
They do a dancey.
We got, honestly, I don't like how Guzma looks here. His face is kind of weird.
Also, he fixed his glasses.
Yeah. This is
Good.
cute. I like the Beware. I really like the guy on the
Yep.
left who's just very concerned.
It's just like, huh, should I worry about that?
Yes. Anyway, I believe the next one is the start of a... Nope, no, okay. First,
Oh, yeah.
this is just funny.
I like this a lot. Yeah. Because you can go and visit her in the... Oh, that one's cute. You can go and visit the... God, what is her name? I keep forgetting her name. I love her design. Primara? Dosha, you said this earlier. What's her name?
Plumeria?
Plumeria.
Plumeria.
Like, you can go and visit Plumeria after the post-credits. She's in one of
Here's the
the
thing.
RVs that's out there.
you can visit every captain, every notable trainer, all of them, and most of them have fights, and they have a little mini story that tells you more about them as a character.
Yep. It's neat. It's a really good way to
There's
do
a
it.
lot of post game in this game, but you have to do a lot of exploring to see any of it.
Hmm. Okay, so after Plumeria's thing, I believe we start to the... Oh, right, yeah, this is just cute. Yeah.
Lick.
Yeah,
Nice.
I just noticed a detail.
Oh, yeah? What's up? Oh, shit. The Masked Royale is
It's a
here.
conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Okay. Anyway, everyone's smiles shine so brightly.
I
Those
like that a
smiles
lot.
led us to so many other people, and those meetings will lead us to a bright future. I'm so glad I got to meet everyone. I'm so glad I got to meet you, Pokemon Sun.
It's a really, really good thing. Like, I love just this whole game. That's a nice topper to it. And there's so
Yeah,
much to do after this. Holy shit.
yeah. So
I didn't even
really
scratch the
quick.
surface. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's a lot more to do. Um, I'm going to jump into the UB quest unless you have something specific.
No, by all means. I stopped after I evolved Silvally and fought a couple Ultra Beasts, so it is. Floor is yours.
Sure. Okay. So I went ahead and did the entire UB quest, which means catching all of them. So when you get called over to an area and there's a girl who you might think is familiar and Looker who is familiar, and this is a nice line. It's just by chance, the chanciest of chances, not the chanciest chance, mind you, just chance. Anyway, so there's a girl who looks vaguely familiar and Looker, and they say, "Hey, look, buddy, there's some those ultra beasts that kind of flew around that you saved the loose mean from. There's a lot of them. Help! I am. What is that
Mm-hmm.
line you say, Curry? 1, 2, 3, help.
Help! My name is 123. Help! That is a JonTron quote, by the way. I can't claim that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so then we are told to go catch the ultra beasts, and we've talked about the ultra beasts a little bit throughout this stream, throughout this recording. What are they? Who are they? Take a look at this.
Bump. Yeah, it's. I fucking love this shit, man. So cool.
I love the Ultra Beasts. They're weird, they're wacky, they're cool as shit. I don't remember the exact order, and it depends on your game, because there are some version exclusive UBs, of course, but
Yeah.
we've got Nihilego, Guzzlord, Pheromosa, Kartana, Celesteela. I really like that Celesteela is based on that one mythological girl with long hair.
She is based on Princess Kaguya, the
That's
girl
the
in the
one,
bamboo
yeah.
shoot.
Yeah, that one. Xurkitree, I think I named all the ones in this game. Yeah. So I don't know, it was really fun going by and catching all the Ultra Beasts and just experiencing their fights. Their music is great.
Yep.
However, the best part, every single time we finished a UB, Looker would run outside saying, "All right, I'm gonna get us some food." Then he'd come back in and scream something in a different language, and the girl would say, "All right, you have to say it in English, please." And he says, "Okay, I'm sorry, it's just a force of habit."
Yep.
At one point, he says, "Taihenda."
And big issue.
I yeah. And eventually we catch all the UBs and everything's all fine. Now, do you happen to remember your reward for doing this quest?
You get 1 million Pokédollars.
You get 1 million Pokédollars just
Oh, really?
for free.
Yep. Just bingo.
Bingo banga bunga boom, 1 million Pokédollars. Your fucking money. We also learn in the story one very, very important thing. That girl that looks familiar for a
Like
reason.
balls too, right?
What?
Like, as long as you catch all of them on the first throw, you end up with a bunch of extra beast balls on top of it.
Yep.
Yes, you get 10 beast balls per one.
So that
Also,
means
can't you
So
at some point buy
or whatever.
straight up beast balls?
if you can buy them, I'm not sure how. Probably at the Aether Foundation, but they're very hard to create, is what they had said.
You can buy them, but they're huge expensive. I think it's like 100k per ball or something.
So the big important thing is that one girl that's been working with us, Annabelle.
Mhm.
She looks familiar for a very important reason, and I'm pulling up the picture right now, and I'm totally not just stalling because I didn't pull up the picture beforehand.
It's okay here.
Annabelle is the person from Generations 3, 4, one of them. She
Three,
is one of the
no, 4.
admins
Gen
of
4.
the Hoenn Battle Tower.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she lost her memory, got
Oh,
sucked in through an ultra wormhole into this region and this timeline, and got fucking like particles of being in an ultra wormhole made her a target for the Ultra Beast, as in like she was marked with a scent, and
Yep.
they wanted to go find it.
Wow, that's
It's a
wacky.
cool story.
It is neat indeed. It's very, very good.
Why is Looker so cool? Can we get a Looker side game where it's just the Phoenix Wright game where you play as Edgeworth?
Detective Pikachu 3, Lookers on the case.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Get him on the case right now.
I will. No. Please, no.
Do you not like
It's
Looker?
just no.
In small quantities.
You only like a piecemeal of Looker. Okay, fair enough. Um, but yeah, so Annabelle, it's a cool, interesting thing. I really like everything about the Ultra Beast storyline. I remember absolutely nothing about how it's handled in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I'm excited to see what happens. So after the Ultra Beast storyline, there's one more thing that I did. I went to the battle tree and I fought Pokemon Trainer Blue. This
I
fight,
fought Red.
yeah, I didn't fight Red for a very specific reason. He has a Pikachu at like level 80 or he has a high level Pikachu. I am playing with a Pikachu in the next game. I don't want to know what moves it has at that level. I want to be surprised. So I picked Blue, and I hated it
Blue is
for one
pretty
reason.
hard, yeah.
The only thing I wanted to do was finish fighting Blue and do one attempt at the battle tree so I can finish playing the game and start playing Chantilly's. It took me like a whole like 2 days to beat Blue because I was so underleveled.
Yep.
It was just a slog, but once I eventually got through it, I got to the battle tree, and I actually got pretty far on my first attempt. It was actually pretty fun just destroying people. At one point, one of the NPCs said, "I'm okay with something casual right now. I want to experience romance again." What does that mean?
It means whoever was writing this was very horny.
It means
Exceptionally
that
horny.
person gets hot and bothered by Pokemon battles.
That's Nimona. Wait, is this Nimona? Okay, anyway. Yeah, so after that I only have one more picture to share, and it was so I did the single battles, and then for funsies I did the one where you play with an NPC as like a doubles. And after finishing and after saying I don't want to try it again, the NPC who I was partnered with said, "Hey now, you just throw me away if you lose? Doesn't that seem awful to you?" Anyway, that
Did it
capped
seem
off
awful to
You
my.
got you got called the fuck out, son.
I did get called the fuck out. However, I don't care. Before I cap off my journey with my thoughts on the game, is there anything anyone else has to say before we do final thoughts and the fights?
This is a good question.
I hate the ending, or like the after the Elite Four and Champion, that long sequence that you can't save on and then leading into the Tapu Koko fight. I hate the fact that you don't get to save beforehand.
Hmm. Oh yeah, that's true. That was,
Understandable.
I think, a big reason why I had such a struggle with Tapu Koko. I couldn't save and reset. It was just
This
like,
Yeah,
is
oh,
fair enough.
understandable, yeah.
Koko. Oh, well, all right. I guess we're doing this then.
Whoop. Just right in, it goes whoop. But
Anything
anyway,
else before final thoughts?
Oh
I
yeah,
hurt
just
myself.
I hate how
today.
Mega Evolution only comes into play after you beat the
Yeah,
champion.
this is really the start of them saying we're gonna move away from that. This was like the teaser for what was to come.
I I think that it probably is the best way they could have done it, and
because they
also
didn't add
included
more
Mega.
in this game. They said
Yeah.
See, here's the thing.
Not
I would agree with that up until the point that literally in this latest season of Pokemon, Ash has literally every kind of ring. Mega ring, the Z ring, like all of that.
Well,
He has it
that's
all on his wrist.
that's the anime though. It's just like, yeah, that makes sense because he's collected stuff on a journey. But I'm just sitting here like, I understand why they didn't put it in, because it's like they want to, they want to say, hey, we made up this new thing called Z moves, try it out. And that does work. It is good. But
But
they
then what's
didn't
the
want to,
point of
like,
having the megas in the game in the first place?
for the end game.
See, that's the thing. They don't actually, because if you played Sun and Moon after the events where they gave you the Mega Stones over a Wi-Fi, you can't get them.
Yep.
Wait, what events for mega stones?
The
Most of the Mega
Blaziken,
Stones were
Swampert,
only
and all
given
that.
via Wi-Fi events.
Yep. They changed it in
Most of the mega stones you get from the battle tree.
they changed it in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon so you can get most of them, but Carrot is correct. There's a significant amount of Megastones that were only available during giveaways.
All right. So that's Sun and Moon, I guess.
Yeah, so for final
Indeed.
thoughts, I guess I will go first. I've talked about how I think this is the like the start of the decline of the franchise, and there's a couple reasons. Partially, like they they kind of dropped the ball with the lag issue that kind of got really rampantly worse in this game somehow. With, for example, because I've used a Wishy-Washy. Every time Wishy-Washy schooled, regardless of what was in the fight, it would lag the game really badly.
Yeah.
I get that they were working on a 3DS or a 2DS, whatever hardware that you're talking about. It's still kind of bad when it causes that much lag when only 2 Pokemon are on screen. I kind of get it if it's a triple battle and it's 6 Moltres or whatever, that makes sense. But with just a Wishy-Washy and a Magikarp, it shouldn't be lagging like that.
Eh.
Um,
They really were
so that's
pushing what the 3DS could do.
yeah, they really I think they might have pushed it a bit too far. Yeah. Um, Beyond that though, obviously like Art just mentioned the whole Megastone thing. That was a big issue for me as well because I love Megas as most people here do.
Mm-hmm.
Megas are definitely my favorite mechanic, and I wish they'd bring it back again. Um, I like a lot of the Pokemon in the region. That I can definitely say for sure. Most of the Pokemon in this region are cool designs. However, they're I I almost hold on, let me think of how I want to word this. So I like a lot of Pokemon. I like a lot of the people, but a lot of the how do I hold on? I gotta collect my thoughts. Give me just a second. Okay. I don't know. I'll figure it out later.
Mm.
Um, there's the lag issue. There's the issue with that, and there's Okay, I'm just having a brain fart. Someone else go, and I'll continue later.
Well, I'll go then. Like Sun and Moon again, I have gushed about these games nonstop. Again, they are one of my favorite games. It's not perfect by any stretch of the means, and you are correct. They do have some lag times, but strangely, I find the lag here more forgivable considering they're working on a 3DS than I do with like the newer games and the Switch and all that when there's kind of not an excuse for it to be happening so frequently. But again, I love these games regardless. They are absolutely just gems. So yeah, I can't recommend them enough. Top 3.
Hmm. Um, I don't know where I would rank it. I mean, we're gonna make a list eventually near once we finish this. But I would definitely say, like just with a cursory thought, maybe like top 6, maybe top 7. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it.
Hmm.
It's not at the top. I don't think it's like a horrible game. I just think it starts the downtrend of the franchise.
I can't agree. But again, to each their own. Diodosha, you are up next.
I've already talked about how I think that this is actually the middle of the downtrend with it. It's not obvious to people that this is happening because a lot of the issues that are happening in the game at this time are largely hidden from the player, with the notable exception of the lag when there's a large number of Pokemon on screen, or when they're, I mean, not even a large number, just like
A large
more
Pokemon.
than two. Any more than two Pokemon in the game struggles, and even with some Pokemon, it'll struggle anyway. That is sort of the start of the serious issues. But I know it doesn't come up in the gameplay, so we didn't really talk about it during a playthrough. There are a lot of technical issues behind the scenes. There's a lot of bad programming practices. They have copies of characters loaded into towns so that they are only ever used for one cutscene, just as like a sloppy shortcut, because I don't know why stuff like that. There's a very long video that talks about all of these things that I watched quite a long time ago. Either way, what we are focusing on, of course, is the actual user experience in this case. I think it's generally pretty good. Pokemon has, for a long time, had this criticism of it being tired and formulaic and old fashioned, and this kind of is a soft reboot in some ways. You can see that they're trying out new ideas, and I think for the most part, most of them ended up working in this game. It's a shame that they didn't carry it over to the next game or to the next generation.
Yeah.
Several months. That said, this is not my favorite game. There's a lot of things that I really, really like about Alola. At the start, like I said, I really did not like these games when they came out that much. I've grown to like them a lot more since then. And just realizing the amount of care they go through with introducing and developing the world and the characters to you. It really makes Alola stand out among all Pokemon games as being like a very unique and interesting place to be that you want to be. So, I mean, this is like an upper half game for me, probably.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
That's interesting.
I guess we'll see how it compares to Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I've never played that one. So,
yeah, and it's been so long since I played it, so I don't remember anything.
What
I remember so much.
Makes me think that the story is better in this game, but I guess we'll find out.
You mean what you've heard from me?
Is it just from you?
I don't know.
Sure I heard from others.
I think that it's a commonly held conception that this story is better than Ultra Sun Ultra Moon's. But Ultra Sun Ultra Moon improves the game itself in other ways. I would just say that the story is a little bit weaker.
Doesn't it just increase the number of wild Pokemon that exists?
No, it does so much more than that.
Can I just tell you the number that's in the basic game that you can catch normally without doing anything extra?
Yeah, like when I'm looking up routes to see where I can catch Pokemon, I can see that the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon numbers are usually like 50% more Pokemon.
Yes.
Yeah, like their basic in-game dex is like a lot. If you want to know the number, it's insane.
Yeah, there's so many.
It's a high 400s or low 500s. It's insane.
Yeah, so I think that pretty much covers my thoughts. How about you, Ark? Did you have any?
So yeah, I would probably put it above the other 3D Pokemon games, but again, I still think 3D was not the way to go for Pokemon. I'll say aesthetically, it is very unique compared to some of the other generations, which makes it stand out a bit more. But unfortunately, the unskippable cutscenes really makes replayability bad, especially for people that would inherently do replay throughs. But unskippable cutscenes are just bad in general as a design. Let's see. I think some of the characters are definitely unique with their designs, especially when it's based off of Hawaii. and the fact that you go through different islands and the fact that there isn't gyms really has a different way of doing Pokemon, but not too far away to where it's too drastic.
Hmm.
Again, I really think that they literally just put in Mega Evolution as an afterthought. There's like, oh, we'll just stick it in here. You know, like they were just trying out how having two different like battle mechanics work together. I think Z moves, while the specific Pokemon Z moves tend to look better than just the generic ones, which I guess is par for the course. But other than that, I think Z moves was a bad attempt at trying to do something anime-esque for the game.
Eh.
And again, like as I rate it above the other 3D games, I'd maybe put it middle of the pack for all the games.
Mm.
Interesting.
That did remind me of one quick thing. I don't remember if this was just someone like suggesting this be a thing or if it did happen. However, I'm pretty sure there was a legitimate competitive Pokemon tournament where in the finals, when the one of the competitors went to use their Z move, they stood up out of their chair and did the dance.
That's very commendable. That's awesome,
I
actually.
mean, to be fair, yes, that sounds like it would be great.
It's very
Yeah,
cute, like, man.
But yeah, my general thoughts are basically it's a good it has a lot of good ideas. It executes on a lot of them well. There's just a couple of like major things that like turn it down for me in the why is the reason that I have to rank it down lower than average. It's actually very interesting. I think three of us ranked it pretty much middle of the pack, and then Curry rated it high.
Yeah, boy.
I I forgot to mention, this is the worst starter trio of every
Oh my
game.
god, yeah.
No, what are you talking about? No
Decidueye is
way.
the only good-looking one.
No way. That's
No,
that
I think
blatantly wrong.
I like
Trio,
for
no,
me this is
that's
bar
true.
none the worst starter trio.
Gen 5 is awful.
Yeah, I agree. It's Gen 5 for me,
There,
too.
there's nothing
Gen
worse
5
than
is like the second worst.
I
No,
would
they're
say
the
Gen
Meh.
5 is the worst. I would say Decidueye at least has looks good. And also Owlball is great.
Owl ball. Oh, all right. I guess that wraps this up. Next up, it's time for a battle.
All right, battle time.
Battle.
So, does
Why am I
everyone have all their teams on to Showdown?
Indeed. Oh,
Okay,
So then
Well,
let's
we
do we
should
take
want
like
fix
to
that.
cut
5
while we
minutes.
do that?
let's
Let's take 5 minutes
see.
so I can go to the bathroom.
That sounds good.
Tonight we have Professor Curry versus Carrot FTU opening our matches tonight, led by Wishy Washy versus a team of Primarina. Let's see how it goes out. Oh, and we start with a Kamala versus a Mimikyu. An interesting pairing for a beginning part of the match.
Really?
Who has the advantage here? It's unclear.
Please tell me you picked Komala thinking you could sleep whatever I sent out.
No, I picked Kamala thinking you'd pick Mimikyu.
Damn.
Oh,
Thinking that you
what
read
does
me.
Kamala
I
have
see.
that can hurt Mimikyu?
I know what it
choice.
has.
I suppose we'll just have to watch and find out what happens.
I actually do know what it has that can hurt me. Because I too know the secret.
You do, and he's gonna switch into it. I know he's gonna switch. However, yeah,
I know the
I mean, I don't really have a
secret.
better choice of moves
Although,
here.
is red the correct option when they tell you what they're going to do? Perhaps not. Either way, we now have a Toucan on the field against a Kamala. Once again, not too clear how it's going to play out. If I were to put money on it, I would bet on the Kamala in this particular matchup. But still, what's important is that it got a free turn.
Oh,
Oh.
hello, Brick Break.
Boom.
And Brick Break KOs the Kamala in a single hit. So much for that defensive stat, huh?
I wishy-washy.
Entering schooling mode, immediately causing lag on the server.
Immediately, yeah. God, actually,
lag
this is
than
a
a
very...
Moltres.
This is going to be interesting. Do I outspeed?
Fish.
I do.
2, 3,
3, 4.
Wait, hold up.
Dang it.
and-
Okay,
and-
I still got rid of schooling.
Schooling has
We've left
disappeared.
school.
I still got rid of schooling, but man, that feels bad.
Honestly, that is a good deal. That 2 cannon gat for taking out Kamala and unschooling the wishy-washy.
Now it's my
Yeah.
turn.
Wishy is basically useless at this stage unless he has some way to recover it. Kamala, sending out his own Kamala. This time, it's like sending out a knight after you've taken your opponents.
The question is, would he switch? I don't think
That's a
he
good
would.
question.
I think that he will want a clean switch. Yes.
And bonk, it got slapped on the head and it said ow and keeled over. Who is he going to send in to replace it? Now that we're on a... Yeah,
I mean,
Oh.
hey, if it
fair
worked
enough.
once.
Are we going to do the same play that we did earlier?
If it worked
would be
once,
funny.
he says.
That would be very funny indeed, Mike. And bam, we did the same.
Oh my.
Thing, but it survived. I guess they have a bit of a different build between them.
Defense investment, baby.
It's drowsy. That means that it has one turn to use a move before it falls asleep, or it can swap out to negate the status condition. We will see whether or not it's worth
Dang it.
taking out.
Okay.
That
That wouldn't have worked anyway.
Simeon negating the sucker punch. Wow, that was a decision that was made certainly by Professor Curry.
Nope.
Sucker punch fails again. As
Oh, no.
Yeah,
setup
fair
turns
enough.
are pretty nice, I would say. Yawn making it drowsy, giving it a chance to be set up on, but let's see if it's going to go ahead and do a
Are
bit
you
of a
gonna get
slap.
greedy?
I
How
don't
greedy
know,
can
honestly.
you get? How greedy can you get? I really want to know.
How greedy can I get? That's a valid
Having
question
Simeon
there,
fall asleep
Curry.
now when the opponent has 2 special attackers potentially on their
Yeah, that's the
could be a bit of a
problem.
risk, but at the same time, it would KO the Kamala guaranteed, and would be able to probably take most of the hits that the opponents could dish out. I don't really know that much about a Passimian, whereas switching out means resetting all of those stats and risking taking damage on the next Pokemon.
So I
is
actually
the
have a
choice
very
here?
interesting decision to make here.
Mhm.
I think I have to do this, hope, and hope. Yeah, I just have to do that and hope, I think.
Okay.
I have to... Okay, hold on. I have to actually do some math in my head.
I
You
just
have to
realized
do
that by
math.
swapping out one of the moves on my Pokemon team was a good idea, even though it would normally look like a really stupid decision.
I'm really curious to see
You know
what
what?
you do
Fuck
here.
it. God. If... No, I can't. Oh, God, I can't. Oh, I have really fucked myself right now.
Come on, bro.
Okay. Alright.
What you got? No balls.
Alright.
Okay, one
Okay,
ball.
it's okay.
One singular ball. He's holding it.
That's correct. He is holding one ball. That's true.
One ball.
Well, and he has a ball on top of his head that he
Alright.
cut in half.
One ball.
I'm gonna take a big risk and hoping this kills.
Oh my god.
Why beat up?
That was not
Oh,
what I was
thank God.
expecting, but okay. Huh.
Yeah, why beat up?
I'll explain it after the fight.
Okay. That's...
Oh! I know why.
Buh.
There it
Hmm.
is.
And Primarina was sent out to counter the Passimian. It is asleep right now. Its defensive boost is not going to help much against an awake special attacker.
This is actually a very good question. I have forgotten if Fairy is special effective against fighting or not.
A certainly good question indeed. In fact, you can find this out by typing command into the chat. I forgot what the command is.
The command is I just went to Cerebi. Okay, yes.
The command
okay.
is,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can literally tell you,
This is
Fairy
fair.
is super effective against fighting.
This is fair. I wonder if this
It's like
will be enough to one hit,
slash
is the
effective.
question. There we go.
Tsarina swaps into the Moonblast, takes a pretty good chunk out of its HP. Whether it outspeeds, though, is going to be the important factor here. The point is that it is still standing right now and has probably 99% chance has a drop kick on it.
Man, if you miss your drop kick.
Who is faster? That is the question.
Oh, definitely him. There's no question.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm faster.
The speed tier, I mean, they're both about...
Also, I just want to let you know, Curry, drop kick has a 100% accuracy.
Oh, I thought you said drop kick. I was thinking high jump kick, my bad. Let's
Drop
see.
kick, high jump kick.
Actually, this is a question. Does a Z-Power retain its priority?
No.
Okay, this is,
Nope.
Am I faster?
And you got the attack. And you got the attack drop.
I did, yes. I hope I'm faster.
What is the correct move here? That is an interesting question.
So, I'm going to lose this battle. I can guarantee
I
I've already lost.
do in this case, but
I
You don't know
It's
that.
pretty even.
Oh no, I do know. So, have you already selected your move?
Yes.
Or whatever you're doing? Okay. I'm just going to say what I already know. You're faster for sure.
Okay.
If I switch, you do a lot of damage, hurting whatever I switch into, which will probably die on the second hit because you're faster than that too.
Mhm.
If I don't switch, you kill Serena. I get a free switch, but then what do I do? So,
Are you just gonna let
if
that
it was
happen, eh?
me-
Okay,
if it was
fair
me, I
enough.
probably would have swapped into 2 cannon, assuming that it was going to be a ghost type attack. But and in that case, it probably still would have worked out for you, just because it resists bug type.
Well,
that's why-
it has an attack drop.
yeah, that
It does
attack
have
drop
an
will
attack
help
drop.
a lot.
I wonder, actually.
Primarima is sent in. Beak Blast has activated.
Holy
and dealt a pretty
shit.
significant portion of 8 damage.
I was not expecting it to deal that much.
Damn, Bird Focus Punch is scary.
I really wasn't expecting it to deal that much. I invested in, like, heavy in my Primarina.
Is Primarina going to be able to participate much more in the fight?
I have
Probably not with
I
the-
have to look at this really quick. Okay, so we have 60 base speed versus...
They have the exact same base speed.
Oh,
the question
that
of who is
scares
faster.
You can do
me.
this in chat, by the way, Curry. If you do this, that shows that. And this.
Oh, I didn't... Okay, that's what the command is. I wasn't sure.
Slash if you want to put it on yourself, and exclamation point if you want it to be public.
Fair enough. God. I guess we are going to go with...
Oh yeah, Jesus. Tucana has a high attack stat, and that
Damn,
defense
speak Brock
stat is only
Blast
okay.
and Burnt. And the
Doesn't
Beak
really
Blast
matter.
went through KOing the Primarina. The Aqua Jet was not enough to do anything. Although, that's not particularly surprising, knowing that Primarina does not really have any attack points to speak of. 74 is not enough to really do anything, and with a low attack move. But it's good for
Hello,
finishing
Ryuko.
off the opponent, I suppose.
Hello.
Salazzle has been sent out. Salazzle is going to be immune to the burn effect from Beak Blast. Not to mention, it has the ability to poison
This is an
anything
interesting
on-
decision for me to make.
Oh, man.
In the real world,
Hold
it's
on.
very common for birds to
Wait,
eat
that
lizards.
fucker
In
can
fact,
have
they're one of the most
Oblivious?
frequent predators of
Yes.
lizards. But in this game, it may be the other way around.
Wow, why can it learn Oblivious? That's weird. Okay.
It is strange, yeah. Hold on. I have to look at something.
It is satisfied with
Wait,
its
who gets
sexual
oblivious?
relationship with its harem of men and
Salazzle.
does not need more. That is
Oh.
why it is oblivious.
What do I do here?
Yeah, I have to really think about this.
Yeah.
I think that's really the best option. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think I have to. Z Inferno Overdrive on a 2 cannon.
Lamb, and that bird has gone down.
Now
However,
this is where it gets
that
interesting.
Curry has been used up. Carrot has yet to use his Z move yet. And yet here it is.
I'm really wondering what I should do here. Ooh, that did
Flamethrower
more than I
causes
thought.
most of the damage to
Yeah,
Palo
yeah,
Sand,
yeah,
but
yeah.
Ryuko goes down immediately afterwards. It turns out that being 4 times weak to a ground type means you're probably going to lose to that ground type. However, now we send out Sack Girl, who is almost certainly faster than a Palo Sand and can probably tear through whatever defenses it has. Palo Sand, however, I'm not really familiar with as far as its moveset goes. Maybe it has
Oh my
1%!
god, it lived at
Just
1! Oh, and I
Go
lived
for a
at
super
1.
effective hit. What was that? What happened there?
I
What
don't know.
made you decide to use a fairy type attack?
Because I was scared it would switch into the Persimmon.
Passimian is
Is-
swapped in.
Passimian is also mono fighting.
Passimian is
Ghost wouldn't have
mono
hit
fighting.
it. Oh my
It took
god.
a pretty good chunk and it stayed asleep this time.
Yep, that is it.
And there
Again.
it is, and
Boom.
it goes down. Savali, never even seeing the battlefield, Professor Curry wins.
Thank you, thank you. Good game though. That was actually tense. I was really worried with that Beakbird. Seriously, Beakbird is a fucking menace. I am shocked
Beak
at
Yeah,
that.
Blast.
120
Or
base
Beak
power,
Blast, sorry.
stab,
Beak
and also causes a
Blast.
burn.
Yeah, it's really good. It's fucking really, really good. Alright, what's
So
next?
now Arkandosha.
You want a grand slam witch there, buddy boy?
There, I sent it first, I think.
Alright, so we're now going to Ark versus Dosha with a very unique team spread for both. We've
Oh
got
my.
a small
Unique.
blue boy, a small bug, a big
That is
rainbow
so
thing,
threatening.
and then we've got Ark's team.
That is such
Hold
a
on.
threatening
Alright,
team.
Now,
What the
since we're in the
fuck?
battles, it's now time to reveal my last Pokemon.
Oh no.
It is Crypto, the completed version of Zygarde.
That is really worrying.
I see. Fair enough.
Oh boy, okay. They hath sent out, actually, a very good first
It
pick
is
from
now a
Gyodosha.
Decidueye versus a Masquerain, starting with Sticky Web and Brave Bird.
Oh my
Masquerain
god!
survives at 2%.
It
How the
lives.
fuck? Hold on.
It
That
lives
attack
a-
drop mattered from Intimidate.
Holy hell, though.
Sucker Punch finishing off Masquerain. Decidueye down to 70%. Summing out Zero Suit Samus. Shields up. Red alert.
Oh boy. It's
Switching
a
out into Metagross,
Metagross.
taking that. A Clear Body taking nothing. Stealth Rock setting up with Zero Suit Samus.
I appreciate deeply the fact that it's a number, not full zero.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit probably. Switching out into Agrios, the Arachnid. Mega Metagross hitting a Meteor Mash. And
Oh
then
my
switching
god.
out into Crypto.
Emergency button. Bruh. Get checked.
He used Extreme
Get
Speed.
checked. What in the hell is happening?
Spiderweb, but again. Crypto
Wait,
This
I'm
is-
trapped?
How
You're
how
trapped
am I
you
now.
are
trapped?
trapped.
He used Spiderweb
He
again.
used Spiderweb.
Oh.
That's
Okay,
Setting up
a-
a
well,
Dragon Dance. Leech Life dealing 21% down to 73.
This is actually quite frightening. Oh man.
Dragon Dance again. Poison Jab down -8%.
Oh my god, he
Poisoning
got the
affecting though. That
poison.
poison will matter.
He got the poison, ladies and gents. Oh my goodness gracious. This is a very... Oh, there we go.
Switching into Minior.
Hello, Minior.
Another
You've
Dragon
fallen
Dance.
into my trap.
Damn, maybe I
And then
have.
Zygarde transforms into the 100% complete form, activating its signature move, 1,000 Arrows.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It hits
hits.
flying types for neutral damage.
That is indeed very scary. The
Dosha
fact
sending
that
out his Greninja.
this is a fully set up Zygarde. I wonder if he'll be able to outspeed it and deal enough damage
There's
in
You
no
can't
time.
chance they'll
outspeed
outspeed.
Oh
extreme
my
speed, but you can
goodness.
water shuriken around it. A citrus berry.
Oh my god, this is cancerous.
Oh, it is. Citrus Berry on double its HP.
Switching
Oh.
into Decidueye, taking
Good
that extreme
check.
speed, but
Very,
not really because
very
it
good
goes.
check.
Is it though?
It is.
Thousand Arrow
Oh,
resisting
it's
down
resisted.
-59. Z
That is a
powers
Z
Sinister
move.
Arrow Raid, killing Crypto.
My goodness, that's actually quite the big win for Dosha.
I
Salamence
guess I'm
comes
happy
on
I
in,
got
takes
through
a
with
good 24% from them rocks.
Decidueye
Intimidates
getting
Decidueye.
the Intimidate is probably the best thing that could have gotten that on the team, realistically.
Sucker Punch dealing 19%, Flamethrower killing Decidueye.
Man, oh man.
Greninja at 7% against a Salamence at 47.
This gets dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Fling.
Oh,
What did he fling? A Toxicorp?
oh my god. The
Poison barb.
jukes. The
Poison barb.
jukes. Holy shit.
He kills the Salamence
Oh
by
my
flinging Poison Barb.
god, bro.
Now 4-2. Sending out Alolan Muck versus Ash the Raichu Alolan. It's two Alolans.
I think that I'm gonna go ahead and side with Dosha on this one. I think Muck can take this.
Muck is
I don't
not
know.
going to.
Yes, he
Well, I
can.
mean, it's gonna take a
55%
hit.
taking that, killing.
Oh!
Alright,
only
yeah.
meant to
So now Arc is down his V move, and
Excuse me,
Muck is
sir.
up to 51.
Excuse me, sir. I only meant to knock
Ooh.
off the item.
Ooh! Ooh!
He didn't mean to
ooh,
knock off his
holy
life.
fucking shit, dude, bro! That was a one-shot knockoff, bruh.
Sending out the Decidueye. Poison Fang down by 23.
It's
Poisoning
poison.
with Poison Touch. Brave Bird
And it
downing
lives.
7% too.
It totally
And 15%
lives.
themselves. Poisoning down to 2%. Decidueye's at 2%. And killing the. Oh, not
Oh my
killing Mika.
god! It does not
Surviving
kill
with
the
2%.
Muck.
Healing back up
It
to 8
does
the lefties.
nothing
It is
to
now
the Muck.
2-2. Sending out the Mega
The
Gross.
Mega Metagross.
Mega
Okay,
Gross Bullet
fair
Punch
enough.
killing Mika. It is now 1-2.
Fair enough.
What
This
will a
team-
Raccoonin do at 50% versus a Metagross at Mega?
This team is.
Meteor
Oh my
Mash
god.
resisted. 11%. Leech Life. Oh.
Oh,
If it
not
crit,
quite.
that'd be
Oh
funny.
my god, it missed.
Oh,
Oh my
what?
god, it missed. It missed. It fucking missed. Keep
I'm
going,
doing
lad.
what I should be
Keep
doing.
going. Ah, dang. You were so close.
He
That-
was so close, but that was a good battle.
Oh, man. That
Nice
might
job.
be one of my favorite
just
fights
a-
that we've ever done.
For
That's
just
great.
not a full team that you put together strategically that did damage.
Yeah, that is pretty damn fantastic. Honestly,
Who
I
wants
didn't
to
even
s-
consider putting a Mega on the team. Good lord, this team is
Who wants to
frightening.
fight me next?
Because that would
Did
be
you win or
for me to
lose?
get the Mega Stone.
I lost.
All right, so then it will be Dosha fighting you since it will be loser bracket.
Okay.
Then winner bracket, and then I guess I fight Dosha last.
Sure.
Okay. I really love Dosha's team, honestly. Everything that it did in that last match was fucking hilarious. I really hope
I'm
the
gonna have to
Minior
really
gets to
think.
do
I'm
something.
gonna actually deafen really quick. I have to think.
He's deafening. Good lord, ladies and
Oh.
gentlemen. He's
He's
he is
He's
so
deafened.
scared.
He is
Hopefully-
entered
I'm
over
kind of
the
interested
top,
in the Minior
clear-minded.
first, So we'll see what happens.
I think I know what he's going to lead with, considering this team. I wonder if I'm correct.
You guys haven't even seen all the gimmicks that I have.
That wasn't even all of the tricks, so says Dosha. Let's see what else he has
Well,
up
I mean,
his
Minior
sleeve.
didn't get to do anything, and then Greninja has some cool other stuff that goes on, and so does
I have
Gyarados.
decided.
Okay,
I mean, we all know what Greninja's doing.
we are all here and we are all
I
ready.
don't think you do.
Oh, hi. Hello, Minior. We have Minior versus Komala. Honestly,
I thought
this
this might
is,
happen.
This is the weirdest screen I've ever seen in my time of playing Pokemon. It's gotten worse.
Woo, not what I expected to have
That
happen.
hurts. Weakness policy, bro. Or sorry, red card. Good lord.
Mm.
It's weird that you put red card on Araquanid.
It has a very high defense.
It can tank very, very many hits.
I would have expected that to be on Minior.
Yeah, base
almost.
92 defense, base 132 special defense. That's actually pretty good. Surprising
And,
for how small its legs are.
It's the whole thing is that it's in its water bubble. That
Alright,
is
so-
so good.
You can definitely argue that this is going to be a bad move. However,
I mean, it is. It's a fighting type
Perhaps.
against a bug type, but you're going to do resisted damage.
yeah, I know. That's why I'm not doing that. I'm clicking Thrash.
Oh man, you.
That is a bad move, you're right.
Yep.
That was a mistake. Stealth Rock is now set. Shields are down. Minior has its dumb little face out now. Says Carrot.
Yeah, says Carrot indeed. Oh, I didn't realize that
Ooh.
thing had Psychic.
Ooh.
We were talking about the
Ooh.
TM earlier, remember?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That is a clean hit for the
And
Minior.
right now, Minior has buff speed.
Minior almost certainly outspeeds DIY Kyogre. However, can it one-shot through the significant bulk?
Unless it has, like, fucking Giga Drain, which I doubt it does.
It might have Thunderbolt.
It switches into a
Muck.
Alolan Muck.
Good call indeed. What will Muck do against this mono water Pokemon?
A lot, actually, because it can pollute the water.
It can indeed pollute my water.
Man, call me BP because I'm battle point ready.
I actually... Oh god, this is actually an interesting question. Do I do that?
My question is, if why
mean,
poison isn't good
could,
against
but you
water,
also
considering
could do
poison can
something
pollute
else.
water?
It's true, I could do something else too.
But water can also clean away poison, so it makes sense to be neutral.
Okay, but Suicune's the only water type that's known to purify.
Well, I don't know if there's other water Pokemon specifically that purify, but
yeah, okay.
oh, whoa,
I didn't expect the knockoff, honestly. Fair enough.
Whoa. That knockoff
I mean-
is a fucking
I mean,
menace.
literally, in the Celebi movie, Suicune
Ow!
is the one to be known to purify the
That hurt.
water for Celebi.
Yeah, they purify the water, but like in real life, even if like water is poisoned, it eventually will erode the poison away. You would
No,
have to
it
you
doesn't.
have to like poison an entire sealed body of water. If it circulates, it can circulate poison like away and eventually get rid of it over time. Let's see. This is actually interesting.
Oh, no, I did get my leftovers heal. Okay.
What will Muck do against Gun?
I'm surprised he didn't go for Black Sludge.
I think
I
leftovers
didn't
gives you
have
more.
Black Sludge. That's why I didn't use it.
Does Black
Black
Sludge give you
Sludge?
more?
Well,
No, Black Sludge heals the same.
Then I guess it really doesn't matter.
It's just a flavor pick unless you want to do like trick shenanigans.
Oh boy. Here we go, killing again.
Yeah, did you know that that's one of the reasons why Gengar is so good in metronome battles? Because it is technically a second leftover. And because it is ghost type, it is not hit very easily by the numerous normal type attacks.
Yep.
it's a hard decision. I mean, Minior is not a very popular Pokemon.
Yeah.
But it is surprisingly good.
You don't really know what Minior can do, so...
Yeah, all
I
I
know
know
what it
for a
can do.
fact is
You know
that
that it has
Psychic...
Psychic and that it can hit
No, as Psychic,
really
I know it
hard.
has Rock... I know it has Stealth Rocks.
You know that it's really
So-
fast, it has Psychic and Stealth Rocks.
Yeah.
But
So
what
I
else
know,
could
and I know
it
you
be?
switched in, so, I mean, it's gotta have some kind of rock attack.
That seems reasonable to me.
I would assume
That
to know
seems
what
pretty
it
reasonable
is.
to expect.
I mean, it's also
I feel like
flying type.
whatever I switch in is gonna get killed. I feel like I also have to switch.
You're
You
gonna
know, it's kind of an
sweep.
interesting predicament.
You're gonna
So
sweep
this is
with
why
a
I am
with
going
a
to. I'm going to
Excuse me.
fucking guess. Well, no, that would be a bad idea.
You know what'd be hilarious is if Dosha was
I was
playing
right.
us the entire
Thank
time.
God.
Oh my
It
god.
has Shell Smash.
Oh
That was a very
my
risky play you just did there, Dosha.
god.
Yeah.
No, that was a risky play.
No
for you.
kidding.
That's
Okay, hold on a second.
grotesque. Holy shit.
Honestly, yeah, you read me like a fucking book.
That's a good
Give me a
read.
second here.
Even I didn't know what I was doing. How did you know what I was doing?
That
Because he knows you.
Dosha
He's
can
known you for
see the
years.
future. I can see the future.
Man,
Oh
it's
dear.
almost like we're friends.
Man.
With this guy? Come on.
That's
I don't
it for
remember
Game
how this
Changer.
works.
I'm Sam Reich reminding you that friendship is nothing more than future blackmail. Good night.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Why don't
That is
they
one
have
of the
a-
best ending quotes. Seriously, if you haven't heard of Game Changer, go watch Game Changer. It's on College Humor's website. Fucking $5.
Hey,
Goddamn,
hold
so
on.
good.
No free shilling. They need to pay us for this if we're gonna do it.
It made me laugh.
Also,
free shillings.
Dosha, if you're trying to find base stats, it's
Oh,
this.
okay. There we go.
Man,
So
I
this is
really
the-
love this
No, I'm not
Yeti
looking for
brand
that.
mug that I'm using.
Curry, come on.
Okay, here we go. Pew 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 pew.
Holy shit. And ripped
Get
through
struck.
like toilet paper. What the fuck? Just ripped the hell apart. Okay.
Shell Smash is powerful.
This might be the
Ah, yeah,
beginning
sure
of the
smash.
end, everyone. Can he one-shot the Cerny?
Yeah?
Pew 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 pew.
Indeed he can.
This isn't really, there isn't really any thinking.
He's
Ooh,
literally
there
This
we
is,
go.
I
thinking
die
at
in
it.
the game.
Ooh,
Oh,
Wait,
right, I
there
wait,
we
forgot
go.
about that.
Ooh,
Thunder punch.
I
Oh my
forgot.
god. Oh
I'm not gonna
no.
lie.
Oh fuck.
Oh
forgot.
no. Well, Carrot is not in a very good space, but at the very least, he did
Oh
remember in the
my.
end.
At the
very least,
Do
I
I do that again?
At the very least, I what?
That hurt.
At the very least, you tried.
I said at the very least, he remembered when it
Oh
counted.
damn. Okay.
Come
These are not the moves
on,
that I was
come
expecting.
on, Komala. Come on, Komala. You can pull it out.
Okay. Let's
Come
do this.
on.
I don't know if I'm gonna get another chance to try this. Fling.
Boing.
Battle Bond.
Oh man, he got it. He actually style point.
Yeah.
He's styling on you, bro.
Acrobatics.
You styling, bro. What the fuck?
Lamafoul.
Holy shit. Dosha had one goal and he
I
met
don't
it.
think I'm gonna have another
Yeah, I
chance.
made one major misplay on that one.
Oh, baby. That was quite beautiful. Okay, I believe it's me and Ark now, correct?
Yes.
Oh, good.
LMAO ignore. And now we have what we would generally consider to be a win bracket. We have the edgy team of pseudo-legendaries plus a Raichu and Professor Curry's standard playthrough team.jpg.
Yep.
Plus, I
What
suppose
ability does Alola and Raichu have?
The what?
What ability does Alola and Raichu have?
I
Type
have
over
Surge
it, it'll
Surfer,
tell you
which
the
allows
abilities.
it to it gives
Surge
extra
Surfer.
speed,
Surge
On-
Surfer. Okay.
psychic terrain, I think.
Yeah.
Well, yuck.
Oh, it's ground.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi. Wait. Citrus Berry acts before?
It does,
Oh,
yes.
no.
Yeah, I was wondering why you had Citrus
It
Berry on it, honestly. It's kind of
does.
an anti...
I thought it would transform before citrus.
Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Anyway, it is now currently a zero.
Yes.
Oh, he has killed the Zygarde with the
Yes.
RKS system.
Yes.
Boy.
Yes. That feels so good. Holy shit. Now the question is, what will he switch into? That is a very interesting choice.
He switches into the Decidueye. It is against the ground dogfish cat thing.
When did they add a friendship system?
Why in the hell would you switch into that when you know I have Ice Fang is the question. Are you that confident it'll live?
Maybe he's
Auto
that confident
convert.
he'll outspeed you.
That's a fair point.
Get red.
Is it really red if it's
If it lives?
I mean, yes, because I could have easily gone for Leaf Blade, which he would have resisted.
I'm honestly surprised you went for the anything other than just using Ice Fang there.
and bam?
Bop. Bump, bump, bada, bump, bump, bow, 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 bow.
Despite claiming being red, it still managed to KO the opponent's Pokemon. Now,
And here
we
comes
have an Alola,
the yellow surfer himself.
Yeah, that's what I
Rip.
thought. That is fine.
Sending out Mimikyu.
Oh, Surge Super is under electric terrain, not psychic terrain.
Oh, come on, baby. Oh, man, that hurts.
Shadow Sneak hitting for 74, Psychic hitting for 0 because of the disguise, breaking the neck of the Mimikyu, as we learned earlier.
Now you've made me angry.
No, but I gained some interesting information. I know
You already-
exactly what speed you are.
You already knew how Shadow Sneak... Dude, I used a priority move.
Oh. Whoops.
That's right. Shadow Sneak has +1 priority for those at home.
Okay.
Switching into the Metagross, Sackgirl Shadow Sneaks down by 22.
Oh, man. Now, this is where everything matters. Fuck it.
Oh.
Never-ending Nightmare down to 20%. Pursuit?
Oh my god.
You have Pursuit?
Why did
Yes.
you do that? You put Pursuit on
Because-
the damn thing?
Why would you assume that he was going to switch out?
What?
Because he's fairy.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
also
but what does he have a good safe
Ghost.
switch into?
Yeah, I don't. Mimikyu is my safe switch in.
I mean, there's literally a ground type.
There's a ground type, but nah, I'm alright, fam.
I mean, Mimikyu was faster there, but
Okay, so wait a minute. Exclamation point. Toxapex? Is that how it works?
Exclamation point
shiny.
DT space
Yes.
Toxapex.
ooh, sparkly. Toxapex, one of the most infamous Pokemon in modern OU history.
Yeah, it really is.
Mimikyu.
It's very well known for its signature everything signature
Oh
existence.
man, this is actually really fucking hard.
A combination of high defenses, annoying attack move pool, and very effective abilities.
Yeah,
see,
Formidable opponent.
this is the thing, right? I genuinely don't know if I have a good switch in here. I think I know what the switch in should be, but I don't think it's smart. So we're gonna be dumb.
Generally, Toxapex
Okay.
can be red.
That did
Wood
way
hammer.
less. That did so much less than I thought it would. That's
Toxapex
annoying.
starting up with the stockpile.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Curry
What
is very
will
lucky that
Curry
he did not
do
use
now?
Baneful Bunker.
Dun, 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 dun,
Which, I mean, like, obviously it would have that. Who wouldn't
It's
put that on
time
their
for the
cost spec?
Toxapex doll.
Yeah,
Kamala
okay.
switch
I
in.
was
Toxapex
really,
once again stockpiles up.
really hoping that I could
Stockpile
have
is
done
at
this.
2. Stockpile is a strange move on a Toxapex, but I suppose.
Yeah, it works. Starting with a yawn, fair enough, understandable. Now at +3 on both
Max
of them.
stacks of stockpile. Now, was it going to use a throw up? Is it going to use.
Honestly, I don't think it's going to use that. I think it just got those to defend. I don't think it's going to try and get rid of them.
Stockpile 3 is the max, right?
I
Yes.
do believe so.
Once you hit that third stockpile, you can stockpile no more. Now they're going to probably use a pay off move.
Into Primarina, taking Liquidation down to 14. Toxapex at 100, but falls asleep. What will Primarina do now? Psychic down by 21%, still asleep the Tox. Up by 8 due to lefties. Psychic again down by 21, still asleep, up by 8 due to lefties. Psychic again down by 21, still asleep, plus, oh, it's +6, not 8. +6, up to 55. These are some
I'm
of the
actually gonna
fastest turns
flip a
we've had all
coin.
night.
I'm gonna flip a coin. Flip a coin.
Wow.
All right,
This
well.
as I thought it would be.
He switches into Kamala. Toxapex wakes up using Toxic.
Thank you, coin.
Nice. Nice predict.
Yawn. He had a prediction, but he used a coin to choose. Liquidation puts Kamala down to 70%. Woodhammer brings it down, brings Toxapex down to 11, and Toxic does nothing. Toxapex falls asleep at 63%, Kamala at 66.
Yeah, this is the
Switching
best
back
hit
to
that we have.
Primarina, we're going to continue this game. Toxapex starts the battle at 69, down to 49, plus up to 55, back to where we started on the previous cycle. Down to 34, waking up and using Toxic. Up to 40%. And Brees is down to 80.
Fuck it, we're gonna brute force this.
Psychic down to 20%. Recover!
I knew it.
There it is!
I knew it, you cancerous little bitch.
There it is!
Alright,
Oh,
well.
yes.
Toxapex now back to 100%. Kamala switching in. Uses Yawn. Liquidation brings Kamala down to 38%. Healing with its Citrus Berry up to 63.
You would have Citrus Berry.
Sucker Punch down by 6%. Liquidation down to 17. And also -2.
Man, this is not gonna work well at all.
Are you just gonna keep switching into Primarina and hoping for the best?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he is. Alright, he switches into Primarina hoping for a crit or something.
If I can crit the damned thing, then maybe.
And he wakes up again.
Maybe
He got
we
the
can
crit
do
with his
this.
liquidation.
Wow, watching this, it's fucking awful and I hate it.
You got rid of a stack of special defense. He got another crit.
Congratulations, you've done it.
You don't realize how toxic this is.
I
Yes, we
do actually.
You know exactly how toxic it is.
It's one
No,
toxic,
you don't.
you only have,
Okay, well, we're done. We're done with that plan. Now this plan.
Ha! Got him.
Well,
Should
now.
have done that from the start,
This is
honestly.
going to be very bad.
Denton down to 35 from the poison. Multi-attack bringing Toxapex down to 39. Liquidation killing Denton with a third crit. Does Liquidation
What the
have an
hell is
increased crit
happening?
chance?
Look up Merciless real quick.
Is Merciless doubling the crit rate?
Just look it up real quick.
The Pokemon's attacks are critical hits if the target is poisoned.
Oh. Right, I forgot about that.
Woodhammer bringing Toxapex down to 32. Sack Girl and Recover.
Yeah, this is I congratulations. I actually hate this.
Well, yeah, everyone hates Toxapex.
Yeah, I'm
It is
I'm
one of
not
the
having
most
a good
toxic
time
Pokemon in
at
the
all.
franchise.
Well,
It is very well known.
well,
Hey, you can't Toxic your Ryoko.
But at this point, it doesn't matter. It's weak to water.
I guess.
Look at all those
Hail Mary.
non-paralysis.
Hail Mary, full of grace. Hail Mary.
Eventually.
Hail
Oh my
Mary.
god.
Hail
3 turns in a
Mary.
row, paralysis triggered.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
4 turns in a row.
Hail Mary, full of grace. Hail Mary, full of grace.
There's a
Hail
crit.
Mary,
There's
full of
the crit I was
grace.
looking for.
Damn it.
And there's the crit I was looking for.
Oh, that makes me so upset. Okay, well.
Alright. Well, we still have a couple more fights left.
I
Art
am not
wins
at
a
all
ill-deserved
satisfied
battle.
with that. Yeah, no, that
That's
is
correct.
cheating as fuck. I refuse to
you wake up
concede
with a
that victory
splinter
to
in your
you.
thumb
Fuck
tomorrow.
you.
Well, he still won.
No, no, you didn't. Fuck that. Stupid bullshit nonsense, man.
I'll just challenge him to get it over with.
I am actually, like, not okay with that. Like, I'm
Another
vehemently
win for Big
outraged.
Stall.
I beat everything on your team, and then you pull out that broken shit. Your team was literally
It'd be funny if
nothing
Toxic
but
Peck
broken
was his
shit.
last Pokemon.
And that stupid pin urchin is the goddamn bane of all existence. I fucking hate that thing.
Like, I'm surprised Baneful Bunker never even came into play.
I'm just sitting here like, I
I
genuinely...
realized I learned early on how bad Baneful Bunker is.
It's just, it's so...
It isn't at all? What do you mean?
It's amazing. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's a great attack. Or sorry, is that his ability or his attack? I forget.
It's a move. It's a protect, but if it gets contacted with the protect, that deals poison.
I'm just like, that shit
That's
is
the thing.
broken.
First of all, the Pokemon has to make contact or else it doesn't poison. Keep in mind, this Toxapex got one shot by an Espeon.
I got one shot by an Espeon, but unless you are prepared to one shot it, you can't do shit against it. Man, I do my level best to not get salty, but I fucking taste that. I need some water. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
So I'm gonna do this because let's see. I wonder if this is this gonna work? No. Okay.
Oh,
What is
God.
Core Enforcer?
Anyway.
It renders the ability useless.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, no,
that would have been interesting. Also, I forgot I had water right next to me. Hello.
All right, so I don't really care about Toxapex. What I care about is this piece of shit.
Why?
My team can't handle it.
You have several things that can deal with it.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, literally, that Palo Sand.
Well, yes, the Palo Sand, it can take the electric, but I don't know if it can take the psychic.
It can. Actually, very well.
I think I have to do this.
Oh, it opened it in.
Oh shit. Well, that's a problem.
Hi. Oh no.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fine.
Is it though?
Yeah. I mean, I'd say this is still fine.
I mean, I think that you might have a good chance here. I mean, if you get it burned, then that's even better.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
basically
I have to stack Blueprint. There's not really any other option there.
That's the best trade you could have made with that.
Why would I switch?
Oh my god.
Whoa.
That did a
Damn,
lot
hello.
of damage. Holy shit. Good read. Good read. What? Look, Kamala.
And Sucker Punch yanks it go down.
Well, that was a good hit.
All right, next up is going to be the Salamence with an Intimidate on the Kamala. Kamala may be immune to status effects, but it's not immune to stat down. Being a physical attacker, this means that it will hit less hard. However, Drago being at 56 HP means that it might not matter. Apparently, it did, however.
Well,
Matter
it
a little
does
bit.
indeed hit. However, he
However,
does
that
have
was only
a...
at a quarter of its initial HP. It should be able to be pulled over by a stiff breeze, supposing that the breeze is sufficiently fast.
Or it could one hit through the whole thing.
It only really matters whether or not the opponents are fast enough. It technically has 2 more moves left that it can use. Pessimian is sent out. Zen Headbutt is super effective bow, but Pessimian managed to survive. But it went into a bulk up.
I mean, it doesn't really
wow.
matter what I do regardless.
It
You would
does
have
indeed
been able to
survive,
KO the
but...
Drago.
Yes, and then I still would have lost because the only thing I have left gets killed immediately by anything else.
Goodbye.
I'm not sure that that's true.
All right, let's see if you
Alolan
can take
Raichu
the
is sent
psychic.
out against the Palossand. The Palossand survives the Psychic, and it's KO'd by the Earth Power, which leaves us finally with the Toxapex.
Here is the bastard once again, ladies and gentlemen. Every night in my sleep, I hope and dream of its
Liquidation for the
demise.
KO. However, it did a pretty significant amount of its damage to
Indeed.
its HP.
That
Yep.
was actually pretty good.
That probably could have gone pretty well, if only. If only.
Tit for
That was a
tat,
good match.
up until the Tox effects, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, like, I already knew Palossand was going to be...
The biggin.
Well, against Toxapex, yes, because I already know Palossand can do a lot to a Toxapex. That's why I sent out Raichu first.
Mhm.
And
It was a big gamble whether or not that liquidation was probably going to KO.
Ooh.
Oof.
All right.
Yeesh.
It is the Masquerain versus the Silvally Ground.
And go.
Well,
Immediately switching into Kamala and then taking a Sticky Web to the face. Switching into the Araquanid and taking a Yawn to the face. Woodhammer down to 62, down to 88. Switching out into Sack Girl.
oh, that's
With
actually probably the
Spiderweb
best thing that could
fail?
have been.
Huh, that's interesting.
Let me see here.
By the way, to give y'all a taste for what's going to come in Sword and Shield, if you thought Toxapex was toxic, just wait.
It knows sleep. What?
It knows sleep talk.
What in the fuck did you do?
Why does
Like,
it
how
have
does
sleep talk?
Why in the hell would you have... I mean, kudos to you, you did it, but what in the hell?
Because
What was that?
I thought there was a small chance that somebody might be using a sleep move, and it was going to be better than the bubble beam that I had on it at the time.
I mean, fair
Fair
enough,
enough.
but good lord. That
I
spooked
mean,
the
that's
hell
part
out
of
of
the reason
me.
why I put Pursuit on my Metagross is because I learned it naturally and there was no
Yeah.
better option to really give it.
Yeah, I was really hoping that that wouldn't be the case, but whip. This might be the end of the old Mimikyu. Yep, that's what I thought.
Yep.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Also, I had the Deciduum Z on my Decidueye along with the Electrum Z on my Raichu.
Yeah, once this fight is over, I will go over my my moves and my items.
But yeah, that's my bad on the Zygarde because I thought the ability would go off before the Citrus Berry.
You know, if nothing else, I will count it as a victory that my Silvally was able to kill a 100% Zygarde.
With a 4 times effective.
Oh my
attack.
god, that was a crit?
I
It was
mean,
not
it is
very
resisted.
effective.
Oh. I'm sorry. Oh my god, it
Woo!
lived.
Salic Berry!
Holy fucking shit.
Wait, Salic Berry? Wait, that ups the
Uh,
speed even more.
Okay. Okay, fine. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, we're gonna have another Minior sweep tonight, boys.
Fair
The
enough.
7% Minior, unless Curry brings out something that can do anything.
Fair enough.
None of his. I'm pretty sure none of his Pokemon have access to priority.
Amazing.
Oh!
Except
Wait,
for
Primarina?
Aquajet. We forgot
But
about
man,
Aquajet.
that was funny.
Wait,
That
Primarina
was
gets Aqua
stupid.
Jet?
Yeah, she does. Hi, Greninja.
Oh god.
It is now Water Starter v Water Starter. He fling. She blast. He die.
Ooh, baby, this is gonna be rough in the big town. Hold on a minute. Is it DP or TP?
DT.
And is it Alolan? Muck?
It's Muck Dash Alolan.
Muck Dash Alolan. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I am very slow on the upkeep. My keyboard is out of the way so it doesn't clitter-clatter in my mic. Jesus Christ, that boy's tanky. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a relatively low base special defense.
Well, that's a base
You mean
special.
physical defense, not special
Yeah.
defense?
Your base defense. Yeah, I know what I know. I meant base defense.
I mean, it doesn't
Um,
matter. That 75 defense is still good considering it has 105 HP.
Well, yeah, but I feel like that's really the best way to break through on a Muck.
I mean, marginally.
Knock off. Sparkling Aria down by 35, healing up with the lefties, getting
Mhm.
poisoned.
Oh, I wasn't expecting him to stay in. This is perfect then.
Venom Drench. Ooh.
Venom Drench. I'm pretty sure it literally only does things when the opponent is poisoned.
Now comes a very important question. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so...
So, while he's deciding on something, I
Yeah.
just remembered with Sparkling Aria. Fun fact, there's a part in Sun and Moon where you're in a double battle with Hao. If he has Sparkling Aria and your Pokemon is burned, he will target your Pokemon with Sparkling Aria to cure the burn.
Yep.
Oh, that's some neat AI.
Okay,
Well, no, because then it
so-
kills you because it's base 90 power.
Do I one-shot here is the question. I think I do.
Wait, I thought Sparkling.
Yeah.
Wait,
You probably
Sparkling and Aria still deals damage.
Thank
to
you.
Yeah, 90 base power.
You think that that was a good read, huh?
It worked
Then
out.
what's the point of it being able to heal burns?
It's big water flavor reasons, probably. Bubble Beam down by 43. Switching into the Sleepy Araquanid down by 7.
Man, that's a little bit desperate.
Multi-attack down by 13, tanking it for some reason. Sleep Talk, Spider Web, you can't escape.
That's not what I wanted it to use.
The only
That's
bad
really
part
fucking
about
funny.
Sleep
Oh
Talk.
my
Ice
god,
Fang
you
miss?
missed. I mean, that's also not the move you wanted it to use, but...
Wait, every move he has is resisted, so it didn't matter.
Okay, well, here we go again.
3-3. We've got Masquerain, Decidueye. Goes for the Decidueye.
A very valid move. I don't believe I live. I can't switch
No.
out, though, so it doesn't really matter.
I thought because the one that left the thing on the field switched out.
Spiderweb is
Oh,
still
Oh,
on
I
the field.
survived. I wasn't expecting that.
Hell, if I had
Wait,
known
why
that, I
did you
would
go
have...
with Sucker Punch? Why wouldn't you go for Leaf Blade?
Why would I go for Leaf Blade when I'm slower than it?
Wow.
That was a
How
turn
the
that
fuck
nothing
did you
happened
do
in.
that?
The mind games that are going to be on this turn 24 are going to be interesting.
It's slower because of Sticky Web now, though.
Okay, this is fucking great, though.
It's not slow enough.
It's not slow enough, but... Do I try again for the
Sticky
Thunder
Web is
Fang?
only like a 50%.
I
Oh my
fucking
God, you have
knew you
synthesis.
had Roost. I fucking knew it.
Actually,
Or
he has
synthesis.
synthesis. Also, literally, you are faster.
Huh. You're right, I am faster. I'm surprised. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, now it is Decidueye versus either Kamala or Salazzle. It is Salazzle.
Yep.
It had to have been Salazzle.
There's only one choice here.
Z.
Fuck you.
Inferno Overdrive.
I was really expecting a switch, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm guessing you were expecting the Muck.
I was expecting the Masquerain.
Why would you Inferno Overdrive on the Masquerain?
Look at that. You were expecting to Inferno Overdrive a 4% Masquerain?
Oh, sorry, no. I was expecting the Muck. I was worried that it was gonna be the Masquerain.
Okay.
But now it is the Masquerain. What are you gonna do?
Flamethrower?
Rip.
I'm gonna
All right, now
plow
it is
on
Muck
through it.
versus Ryuko.
Wait. The
Flamethrower down by 30. Knockoff. Looks like we might have a game here, folks. And
Yep,
that's it.
Boom.
question, does
Damn.
your Salazzle have corrosion?
It does, yes.
You should have just poisoned it for the lulz.
No.
Why? I would have killed it in the next hit.
Yeah. That was
And
a
then
really
you still had
close
Kamala.
fight.
Yeah, but then he would have lost in. Then it would have been a 5-6 instead of 4-6. 4-6 is better.
All right, so before we wrap up and say goodbye and talk about the next stream, I wanted to just say a couple of things about my team. So my Wishy-Washy, the moves I had were Brine, Ice Beam, Double Edge, and Tearful Look. Tearful Look is a cool move. I've never heard of it before.
Tearful Look is a cool move for cool people.
It's true.
My Palo Sand had Shadow Ball, Psychic, Giga Drain, and Earth Power with a Gracium Z. I didn't get to use it though.
I see.
Yeah, we already know Gun. So Serena has Splash, but even in the playthrough, it didn't really pan out that well. I didn't really have a chance to use it in the fights either. Anyway, Kamala, Shadow Claw, Sucker Punch, Wood Hammer, and Thrash. Cool. Normalium Z. Now, Passimian, you wondered why I used Beat Up that one time. My other two attacking moves are Thrash and Close Combat.
Okay.
Oh. Alright, so I got a couple things to note. One,
With Fighting Z.
in X and Y, I did not like the design of Zygarde. Even in this game, I don't like the overall design of Zygarde, with the fact that it's 100% complete form is an ability only, which means you still have to have the base 50% Zygarde. I wish I could just have the 100% complete Zygarde, even if it didn't have like the double HP.
There you go.
Anything specific you want to talk about it on your team, Dosha?
No, not really. I mean, you saw most of the things that I tricks that I had there.
The Aquanid scares me.
It has
Why?
a red card, which
It's
I
like,
applaud.
what in the hell foresight possessed you to put Sleep Talk on that bitch?
It was just like, what are the
There were no
moves
better
that-
options,
got-
so he played a
I
safe
said-
card.
Okay, here's the thing. let me tell you the thought process. Okay, I'm looking at Quarren. And I'm like, I don't want to use Spiderweb initially, right?
Yeah.
And I look at the list of TMs that I have, and of them, there's like 6 compatible TMs, other than Poison Jab, which obviously I already use. So there's like 6 moves that I could teach it. Of those, like 4 of them are special attacks that are actually weaker than Bubble Beam.
Huh. Interesting.
Also, I'd like to
So
know.
I'm just like, fuck it, Sleep Talk. And then I ended up putting Spiderweb back on because I had this idea of red card entrapment, poison jab, or leech life.
It's pretty good, honestly. The strategy played out.
Trapping a physical attacker.
The strategy played out
Yeah,
incredibly
pretty
well.
good. I also put Core Enforcer on Zygarde specifically because I knew someone was going to have probably Mimikyu.
Okay, that was actually a good move. However, I would argue that using Core Enforcer on the disguise is basically the same as the disguise going off.
I think it would have been a good strategy if I had enough power to actually pass it off.
Actually, wait. Why would you assume that the Zygarde would be going up against a Mimikyu?
It is tech. I just had it as tech because, like, Zygarde's moveset isn't that vast, and it doesn't have a good physical dragon type move outside of Outrage.
Hmm.
Because
Okay,
Zygarde
fair
is
enough.
very much a physical attacker until it goes into its complete form, in which its special attack and attack are the same.
Fair enough.
That's interesting.
As for my team, I am pleasantly surprised Silvally outperformed my expectations significantly. So I am quite happy with it. I'm glad I chose ground. That was,
By the way,
like, one coverage I was
kind of
really
called
missing.
it.
Yeah, it lets you ground out the battle.
Grindy, 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 grindy. I'm banning Toxapex.
Just have a wall breaker.
I'm banning Toxapex going
Look.
forward.
Look,
Okay, that's
Only-
just gonna make me use Toxapex in the next one. I wasn't even planning to do that.
I ban Toxapex.
why?
You can't just ban it.
I
Just
ban
have a ground
Toxapex.
type. Use a ground move.
I had a ground
Yeah.
type. It doesn't
that's the
fucking
thing.
matter.
It did less damage than Toxapex healed per turn.
Yeah, it's not okay,
Look,
man.
that's
It's
because
Just use
I-
a ground move before it stacks up
Look,
+3.
Listen,
Oh,
listen.
I
yeah,
invested
listen.
full HP and split into its
Flare or
defenses.
something.
Oh my god, no.
Like banning
There would work.
Toxapex would make someone else build a better, stronger.
Alola and Marowak.
God. Okay, we're done. Good night, everybody.
We're not
Look,
done.
we're
We still have a
done.
little thing left to finish.
I just
what do
got
we
one
have
thing to
left?
know.
Come on.
Toxapex is strong. I knew it was. I didn't know it was gonna perform that well. I didn't
You
know it was
didn't
gonna
know the most infamous
Didn't know one of
I'm
the
Pokemon?
gonna
most.
tell you what.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out of my way. I'm gonna get a Toxapex. I'm gonna get a Ferrothorn. I'm gonna get Snorlax.
Look, I'm
I'm
just
gonna
saying.
get Blissey.
I used Toxapex when I battled people online in the Sun
I'm
and
gonna
Moon
get a
times,
Vaporeon.
and
Okay.
it did not perform nearly this well.
Meh. Okay, let's finish up what we're doing because it is
Yeah, so-
very late and I'm exhausted.
Okay, what are we doing?
So regardless, so now that we've finished Sun and Moon, there's a little bit of cleanup we have to finish here really quick. So I think it is set for. Let me just double check the
We
day
don't know
here.
what the date anymore is because we're recording this super late.
We were planning on doing next week recording for Chantilly's.
Well, that's in addition
Yeah.
to all the other stuff that's happening, so we might
That isn't until
be
next
pushing
month.
it back. I don't know.
We are
I don't-
actually have a conference that to watch because it happened earlier this morning.
Yep.
So
I'm guessing y'all are gonna be watching that tomorrow.
Oh,
Probably
100%.
yeah, so plan is Chantilly's next week. Originally, we were supposed to have a whole month between Sun and Moon. And
We had some unexpected delays.
we had a
couple of them,
few
yeah.
delays.
You know,
Just a
quite
couple.
a few.
And so we have just a week. Luckily, it turns out Chantilly's is a very short game. So this works out. Effectively, what we're doing is a boost, which is going to be cool. So technically, first boost. How about that? So
Yeah.
moving swiftly on, Channelise, we're going to record it next week. It'll be released when it's done. And then after that,
It's not E3.
Basically, not E3. Not E3.
Not E3.
But E3, but not. All right. Anyway, point is, we plan to do a reaction to, and it might be, we're not going to be like doing a live reaction to things because everyone does a live reaction. The goal right now, Tuesdays, the 6th and the 13th for June is what we're going to do. I'd like to stream it, but we probably will end up doing it recorded like usual.
Yep.
Either way, that's the plan.
All right.
But yeah, so one really quick thing before we head on off. So
One
last
more
time
thing.
when we decided on playing Chantilise, I had made a big talk about how the reason that we were playing this is because I said the game is awful and Dosha thought that was funny. That was the
No,
only reason we were playing it.
no.
Okay,
The
wait.
reason
Hold on.
is they were recording or when we did Reciteer, I said I think it would be cool to do the other game that they have.
They have another one after that though.
Well, yeah, but that one isn't that one just like an arcade game?
No, it's a side scroller.
Oh, right.
All right.
Regardless,
Anyway,
my
wait,
point
hold on.
being,
You might want to hold off if you're going to say what I think you're going to say.
I wouldn't mind doing all 3 of their original games, to be honest, but we'll see
I
if
mean,
I
I
feel
was
that way.
just replying to the thing I'd said last time I had brought it up.
I mean, all right.
Yeah, the last time I brought it up, I said this game was awful. Now I can say this game is okay. Enjoy the next time we upload.
Fair enough.
Well, all right then.
We're
Very
done.
cool.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
So that's it. Thank you for
Good
hanging
night.
out with us for another episode. Sun Moon next time.
Good night.
See you. Chantilise. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Sweet release.
I hope that